Okay, so we're gonna pick up where we left off in our colony. Oh, that's just telling me previous versions. That's fine. Which is the tribe. Our chief is not very creative. We are doing an all endings run, so the goal here is to do all of the different endings. So we've got like Arco Nexus, Royalty, the build your own ship, the ship to the stars, Anomaly, and I'm not sure if I already said Royalty, but you get the idea. There's a bunch of endings. To that end, we're doing pretty good. I need 8 more advanced monolith entities, and then we're ready to push the button to go, which we won't be doing here. Research-wise, we're doing pretty good. We are researching our ship stuff. I have a lot of the intermediate research isn't done, but I'm not worried about that right now, so that's doing pretty well. And if we look at Donkey Duff, they technically only have the Freeholder rank, but they are high enough that they could get Acolyte. So they're just a little under halfway through the ranks. We only began working on that towards the end of yesterday's stream. And then as far as caravanning, it's mostly just getting these packaged meals made so I can caravan across safely. So we're doing pretty good. One of the things I do want to try and grab is I do want to try and grab a Persona Core before we start going. Yes, unfortunately, we had a really bad Impid raid. It was like 50 Impids and one was a breach, like one of the groups was a breacher set. So it was like 9, or so it was like 7, 8 combatants against that giant sea of Impids. And we survived, but we did have 2 casualties. We almost had 3. But I think for you took a bunch of great bow hits and we couldn't save you, versus the other one who died actually died in a fire, in the literal sense. Why did your mood suddenly? Oh, right. Okay, I see. You were having a mood break. So that's become a whole thing. Now the real question is what happens to you. Because you've got a psychic bond with someone who's going to be leaving the map. Which is going to cause some serious problems. And there's things you could do, like you could kill them. And then after a while they get over it. Or you could have them like get distance and all that. I don't think that's going to solve it though. We do have our schedule. Yeah, so we got all that stuff set up. How long ago till the people get out of here? Corpse obsession on you. That's totally fine. I don't care. You know, this could actually work out. Because this guest is going to leave. We'll have the unnatural corpse targeting them. In theory, and I don't know if this works this way if you have someone who leaves the map. In theory, if we don't destroy the unnatural corpse, it would inevitably kill that person. Which, if that was the case, then eventually PS would get over it. I don't know if that's how that's going to work at all, but it does bear that curiosity. Because I think they are going to leave before we finish with the unnatural corpse. Which I'm not seeing at the moment. Stop disallowing it. That's kind of been the biggest thing, is it keeps disallowing it so I can't research it. Like, I keep managing to catch it before, you know, it gets too far, but still. Yeah, we got all the alpaca. Yep. Because we also got some stuff in here processing as well. Yeah, so the immediate things we're doing is mostly just trying to build up our supply of packaged meals, keep the research going. I'm also trying to see if I can't make anything happen with the genes over here. See if we can't make something we're splicing to make our people stronger. That may or may not reach fruition before it's time for us to roll. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Let's see. And we need more shards to deactivate that, which we've not been able to pull off. So let's actually wait till you stop having corpse obsession. And then once you get over your corpse obsession, we will poke the entities to see if we can't get more anomaly stuff moving forward. We did have the baby show up. We have a couple people here who got sleeping sickness, which sucks a whole lot. Fortunately, most of our colonists are all protected because we have penioxylin. Unfortunately, the babies can't take penioxylin, so that's what it is. Your investigation of the unnatural corpses revealed how to safely remove the Architect Shard. Doing so will stop from psychically tormenting Chumos. However, it will also prevent farther study of the corpse. Honestly, I'm kind of leaning on leaving that body alone, so that when Chumos leaves, it follows, on the off chance and hoping it kills them. Because that would sever the psychic bond with PS. Which would solve problems for me. Alright. It's still unstable. Guest unhappy for you. Because the baby is crying and your recreation's unfilled. Your schedule is literally recreation. Alright. But what I could probably do here to help my cause, they have unnatural healing going. Let's protect baby. So baby's not going to have to worry about the risk of sleeping sickness. Birthday. Let's see. Gray JD Webb has had the biological age of 54. Unfortunately, they have gained the following disease due to age. Cataracts. Thanks. I hate it. Now, cataracts makes it so they don't see nearly as well. Unfortunately, I did literally just use my my healing stuff. Otherwise, I could have used the healing stuff for the purposes of getting rid of the cataracts. That'll be fine, though, in the long run, because we can use this stuff to de-age with the chronophagy. Yeah, it just requires a little bioferrite. I mean, if I get a hold of Bionic Eyes or the research for it, why did you all turn off? Right. Fix my geothermal, please. Okay. But yeah, so I'll probably end up doing is using our de-aging stuff to get that sorted. It's got 6 days. But the good news is they should get out of here with their sleeping sickness before things get too bad. Alright. Got a pod sprout. Alright. I think what we do is we restrict everyone to the home zone. And then we go over here, we do avoid provocation. We want to keep this moving, so I believe Lily had the highest. Then we had someone else here at like 120, which was PS. And then everyone else was just fine. Okay, so we're gonna see what new stuff we have that goes bump in the night that we can get going. Because we want to keep that moving along. I need the shard to turn this thing off. Because it's gonna be a constant nuisance until that's resolved. Okay, void provocation complete. Unnatural corpse. Chumos feels the unnatural corpse growing rapidly stronger, some horrible consciousness flickering within it. Something awful will happen in the next few days. Destroy the corpse before it's too late. Well, they're gonna still be here for 5, so I do think we will have someone just go ahead and destroy it. I wanted to kind of hopefully have it stay, but that's just not gonna happen. Mad alpaca, that's fine. I'm a little concerned we haven't had anything show up. We have to keep the doctors online for the sleeping sickness. Let's just, err on the side of caution real fast. We're gonna get rid of our cooks. And then the reason I'm doing that is just in case it's a metal horror. I can't really avoid treating those two as doctors. So we'll just consider them potentially compromised. Dimming sky. Alright, well we know the answer of what's about to happen. We're about to have the Noctil event. So with that in mind, we can go ahead and make our cooks again. Alright, that should be fine there. Okay. So the dimming sky, what's going to end up happening is it's going to get really dark. And anyone caught in the darkness is going to start getting hurt. But we'll get these little spires that appear. We destroy the spire. We fight the things that show up because we destroyed the spire. Rinse and repeat until it's done. Let's go ahead and just as a precaution, let's slam a light over there. Because I made the comment before that I'm not entirely sure if that spot is safe. So let's make sure it is. Everything else should be lit up if I'm not mistaken. We will find out if I'm wrong. If someone like starts taking damage somewhere. And then there's also the fact that you'll see areas that like it'll get pitch black. And it's usually a pretty good indicator that that's not a place to be. Now, unfortunately, the darkness from the Noctil event does not affect other human NPCs in the same way it does your characters. Because otherwise you could deliberately keep the Noctil event going forever and disable raids entirely. So they have made it so, like, everyone's affected different. Don't start social fights with the people we need to really not be hurt. Stop. Stop. We're about to have to fight things that are a concern. Okay. Where are you? What are you doing? Oh, you finally got in there. Okay. Alright, so we got our next one done. So we have the flight sensors next. So go ahead and get the long-range scanner going, because that's a prereq that I haven't done. But yeah, my plan is to basically get all the research I need for the ship, and then start going back and filling out the research I probably should get. That I've been skipping. Just that way, I know the research isn't the thing going to hold me back. That whenever everything else is lined up, we can pack it in and go. Which is part of the reason why I'm getting so many alpaca. Is my intent with the alpaca is we'll load up as much as we possibly can and start moving. And then as I start needing less alpaca and food starts getting low or whatever, we can start knocking down the number of alpaca we have. To make the caravan with the numbers easy. Okay, we have the darkness soon. Now, the good news and bad news is we are a pretty centered map. And it's mostly open space to different parts of the maps. This spot would be a bad spot for one of the spires to show because it's kind of tucked back here. Same with like up there. But most of the rest of this, it's just wide open. I just walk there with the flares. So that should be good, which means we're definitely going to probably get one up there because that's the least convenient spot for one. And I want to get that all knocked out before the Twisted Obelisk gets more activated, or whatever you want to call it. There's a chance I might have to break away for a moment and deal with it. Okay, unnatural darkness. An unnatural darkness is descending. Inhuman things move just outside the light. Pillars of jagged, oily metal are falling from the sky. They are terrible to look upon, but surely contain valuable technology. Reach them by building well-lit paths and destroy them to end this nightmare. Alternatively, if you can survive enough, the darkness will dissipate on its own. So it looks like all three of them landed up there. That's actually not bad for us. You're still pretty hurt. But I do think this is one of those cases where I'm going to tell Cookie that they just have to be tough. Because we're moving. Because the longer I wait, the more things we have to worry about. With unnatural darkness, our crops are going to gradually die as well. Not that I'm particularly hurting on any kind of food. But it'd be better not to push too far. I don't have that many flares, unfortunately. I've only got 11. But this might not be that bad. You are so slowed by your injuries. Okay, so pop the door. Okay, there's the first flare. Why did you shoot there? I really do need you to actually land where I want you. Alright. So I'm gonna go with just running up to the next one. We don't have that many flares. Okay. So we need to get our melee spread out a little bit for when the attack comes, because it will once we start shooting this thing. And our ranged people, open fire. Okay, so with that, we're going to go ahead and toggle them off and on. Okay, you heard it all? Very, very minor cuts, so let's finish this one off. And preemptively, I'm going to put a flare. Oh man, I'm going to run out of flares, aren't I? Preemptively, I'm going to put a flare there. Because I suspect once we destroy this, the light's going to drop. Hurry before you take damage. Cool. Alright. I'm trying to spread these out a little more because I just don't have enough flares. So I might eat a hit or two out here. Alright, so for this one, same plan. Get our melee people kind of spread out. Anyone who can spare shots at this thing. Not everyone's going to be able to reach it, that's fine. We're not in a huge hurry. Okay, starvation on Donkey Duff is no good. We do have a meal on you, though. Alright, so everyone's ready. Grab this team. Toggle them off and on so they stop shooting at the... Okay, so momentarily we're going to grab Donkey Duff because they need to eat, because they're starving. We're going to have them stop to eat something. And then we're going to grab 2 of our people who have medical. And have them start tending to the injured. Sentient Cookie, we got Cody there. You're not in the group. You get to pretend that you are a doctor. That's fine, whatever. Okay. Cool. So we got that. So we've got one more. Every time I cross this darkness, I'm risking hits. It's not really advisable for me to spend a lot of time in the darkness. Okay. Same deal. You start shooting that. We just put our melee on our side. That way we can hopefully intercept Noctils before they get in on our ranged people. Alright, that'll be honestly pretty messy to deal with. Okay, I think we got them all. I got a couple of downed Noctil I might be able to take. We're getting Bioferrite out of them and everything. Oh, I didn't finish it off. That's actually pretty bad. Because I don't have any more flares. The good news, it does look like these flares have some time left on them. Yeah, 2 minutes. Let's get in position really fast. I forgot to finish that one off, which is on me. Meanwhile, you two really don't have a whole lot else you could be working on right now. So see if we can't take some of those Noctils. Whoa! I see. I'll unrestrict them, because what's going to happen here in just a minute is we'll get the lights back on. Grab all you. You're the one starving, so Marco's here can go for that one. Oh, there's no free holding cell? That's fine. And the good news, that also gives me enough shards now to turn off the Twisted Beacon thing. Cool. So we got another advanced one done. Everyone's running around taking care of their needs, all that good stuff. We'll probably not get all those Noctils back before they bleed out, but we'll get what we can. Yeah, you're probably not going to be handled in time. We already have someone trying to get their doctor. It's going to die before it gets there. Okay. Try and capture that one. Alright, we researched Mind Numb Serum. We'll go ahead and just keep grabbing anything we can to research. Cool, so we did get that one sorted out. We're gonna go ahead and put them on maintain only. Cool. Yep, so that'll be good. So maintain only on you. Alright, so we did manage to get 2 of our pillar things filled up here. With these, that I'm not going to worry about because they'll never have a chance to escape. You've got a leg injury. You've got a bunch of injuries as well. So we'll probably go ahead and I will choose to execute that entity to make room for a better one. And you can worry about there. Alright. So we're all good with all that. Oh, right, we still have the blood torch thing there. And then with that, we could go down here, deactivate, choose who should do it. I'll have Donkey Duff just go ahead and take care of that. Because I don't want that sticking around. I got my 2 shards, and while I'd like the shards, that's something that can get me in trouble where I'm in another fight and I can't stop to suppress it. And then suddenly we die because, you know, it kicks off and I'm fighting Flesh Beast while fighting a tough raid and all that. So it's better just to make it inert. Okay. So 6 more. We've already got 2 more advanced monolith entities we've done in just like the 30 minutes we've been streaming so far. Right. We will do that. Anyone gonna help the sheep? Why can you not? No reachable unreserved beds. Oh, I see what's happened here. Okay, set owner, unassign. Set owner, unassign. Right, that must have been from when the walls got breached at one point. Because I need them to be taking care of those sheep. And they won't do a good job if they're not properly handled. Okay. And we are keeping the hay grass getting harvested and put in here, which would go a long ways. We'll want to deal with a lot of the population. It's fine. War Merchant, we got that. That'll be good to clear out some stuff. You love sheep? Sheep are cool. The big floofs. And do we have any injuries floating around between our people? Right, so JD will need treatments. And then Marcos can't unnatural heal themselves. Alright, so we'll go have Donkey Duff pop down here. So one thing we'll probably want to do is when we have a raid, take a captive and start dealing with that. Alright, so we've got very fast and poor animals. We want to keep that. Awful plants I want to keep. Psychic bonding, poor shooting. The warm poor plants I probably will never use, so we'll get rid of that. Long hair doesn't do anything. Cryosleep we've got working on. Go Juice we got working on. We can go ahead and clean out a bunch of this junk weapons laying around. Okay, that as for a moment, I was like, do you actually have the money for it? Yeah. We do have an incinerator somewhere. I don't remember when we got a replacement, because we had one, and then it went missing. And then we got another one. Okay. And I don't remember, was this quest we just grabbed with the, No, that's with the other one. So yeah, if we run down here, and we trade them a bit more, we might be able to get them up to the point of allies. Let's see, we could go ahead and send them with 87 medicine. Oh, we got a Biofairlight Longsword finally. And I will send them with a big old pile of alpaca clothing. Give them a full alpaca outfit. I don't know if that'll be enough to get them to allied. Yeah, it was. Cool. So we got the Bioferrite Longsword, which you've been waiting on. I believe that's it there. Because the Bioferrite Longsword is one of the greatest weapons in the game for melee. Meanwhile, we could look at our quests. We should have the, yeah, so the guests are leaving in 3 days. Exotic goods trader ship is going by. I can get behind that. We got lots of alpaca if I need to. I would like to top off my, Nutramine. Okay, it'd be nice if we could get those. I don't think we can, realistically, though. I don't really care about the Devil Strand. We'll just research that if we have the extra capacity. Those are all cool, but I don't really have... Oh, we can finally get rid of those tusks I've been sitting on forever. It'd be nice if I could get some of the more exotic stuff we've got here. But I don't think that's happening. I think we're just going to cash in for the Nutramine. And then the reason for that is just the fact that the Nutramine, we can keep making our Penioxylin, which lets us ignore diseases. And considering each of our people has to take one like every 5 days, you know, and we've got, what, all of them plus Mohan Rice, so that's 5, 10, 15, 20... So it's every 5 days, sorry. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's 10 Penioxylin every 5 days. Needless to say, that's only 25 days worth of it, so it's not quite half a year we've got sitting by. Which is not bad, but it does mean I need to keep up with it just in the case we don't get more. Alright. So we need to watch out for, we have 2 prisoners they want to give me. And while I could really use that brawling book, we do need the honor for one of the endings. So we're going to let these ones get out of here. And the moment they're out there, we're going to take the next one to replace them. And get more honor going to keep the royalty ending moving forward, and that should be pretty good. And then it'll be a matter of trying to deal with just the many different resources. What are you waiting on that you're not getting built? Bioferrite? Oh, they must have managed to snag the Bioferrite and make the sword. Yeah, sword would be that one. Because then we can get another Bioferrite sword for Cody. And we are starting to see everyone getting into flak armor, which is good. Considering the component situation and all that. Oh good, we actually have someone finally sitting here doing the ground penetrating scanner. Little by little. In the meantime, we don't really have a spot it should go. For the moment, I'm just gonna chuck a drill down here. We'll probably disable it the moment it lands. I want to build it while I know I have the resources. And then when we find something worthwhile, I can just move it wherever it's got to go. And I got so much brick laying around. Also have a bunch to clean up there. Do we get to the point yet where our craftspeople are high enough? No. So it does look like Lilypad, who's our actual craftsman, is just about to reach the point that they can make components on their own, which I actually have just come to realize literally none of my people can do that yet. It really sucks to not have a passion in crafting on anyone. So if we get to choose what Mohan Rai does, and crafting comes up, that's making the list. The only way it doesn't is if it's like tough, nimble jogger, and then like passion for melee again and again shows up and I don't have space for crafting, or just crafting isn't an option. Okay, so you're getting close to immune. 2 days left on that, so go ahead and have you do another convert on PS. Keep chipping away at that. And by that I mean make 0 progress. We did manage to convert the one person the other day. Alright, so you're gonna give me granite chunks for right now. Don't bother. I don't need granite chunks. I got 2,000 blocks of granite in my place. I don't need more granite showing up. Cool, yeah, so those are giving me 3 biofarad a day, and those are only giving me 1.2 and 1.6. So Noctils are a nice step up. Plus, being in the light, the Noctils are way less dangerous than if they're in the dark. Yeah, so it looks like they're going to be over their sleeping sickness very soon. We also have 1 spare shard now, which is nice. Eventually we'll end up starting to get some spare bioferrite floating around as we catch a bunch of these up. When that happens, I'll be able to start kidnapping people using the abduction thing. And using that, I'll be able to start de-aging my people aggressively. So that we can get rid of the cataracts and all that kind of stuff. It looks like we're making good progress in making all of our proximity detectors as well. And it can be one of those things that we de-age them, we put them in this thing to get the genes, and just go through the rotation of all the things that we could do to benefit. Just some casual kidnapping, as you do. Okay, so we got less than a day. We can bring in the 2 prisoners at that point to keep the honor rolling, so we can keep getting donkeyed up towards the royalty ending. And we're getting all this stuff filled in. As you can see, we're getting pretty close to being done with the basic research. The advanced research, I got quite a bit more. I'm not too worried about it. There's some good stuff in here, like ghoul infusion and all that. For what we're doing for this run, though, I'm not going to really have a good source of continuous meat. So I'm just probably not going to bother. Let's see, this game feature is similar to Star Trek Voyager Revenants. They were harnessing energy from multidimensional phased beings or some such. I have no idea. Like these ones were taking their bone goop. We're taking bioferrite, which as far as I can guess is like leaching the cartilage out of their bones or something like that. Whatever it is, it's pretty effed up. But it's a good source of material, so you know, we keep the things locked into the basement and drill out their wonderful bone goop. And then make our weapons and armor out of it. Where we wear bits of their bone goop, you know, on ourselves as armor. Compact machinery asteroid. Love to see it. Just a free delivery of like 50-ish components. Okay, got unnatural healing back up. So it was JD who got that? Okay. So unnatural healing, JD. And now you don't have cataracts. I was actually expecting to only take one, not both, but I'm not going to complain. Let's see, you're happy or not at the meet everyone quest in Sunnyside? Wouldn't you be way past that quest by now? Because I want to say it's one of the very first things they did in the game, unless you're starting a brand new run, which then, I guess, fair enough. That was a book we read to get that. It is always one of those mixed quests in all those slice of life games where it's like, meet everyone in town. 1 out of 46, and you're like, I don't want to. Alright, all of you, get in the shuttle and get out of my place. Alright, and with that, Duffy's title has changed yet again. So they're now up to the rank of Knight. So we can immediately pop in here and say, yes, I would like that for Donkey Duff. We have the prisoners arriving, so we're just going to go ahead and go into this room and say, you are now prison. And just where the other ones popped out, we have our new friends here. And unfortunately, they are associated with the Empire, so if I start doing that... Yeah. So we have a real problem going on right now with PST4. Because PST4 did get psychically bonded to one of the Empire people, and so is now going to have a permanent penalty to their consciousness of 25%. Which sucks. A lot. Like a lot. And they're one of our researchers and our main warden and all that. So that is something I do not have a good way of resolving. The way I could have resolved it is, 1, I could have murdered them right there, but I really needed that honor. 2, I could have kidnapped them, but I really needed that honor. I had actually kind of hoped with Curiosity that the person that she was psychically bonded to had the unnatural corpse chasing it. And so I was kind of low-key hoping... Oh, right. Okay. I forgot Flu can get past the Perioxylin. But I was kind of low-key hoping that with the unnatural corpse, if someone had the unnatural corpse chasing them and then left the map, after a while they would just mysteriously die. Not like do a whole bunch of calculations. It would just be like after n number of days they die because the unnatural corpse is chasing them. I don't think it's how that works, but there was a small part of me hoping it would. Because that would resolve certain problems. Okay, so you've got 5.6. Let's bump you up to at least be using industrial medicine for right now. Because I've got a big old pile of it. Let's not mess around with risks on the Flu. Do I want to take my chances with this? I mean, they're doing fine. It's probably okay. By the time it becomes dangerous, we'll have unnatural healing, so if someone's falling behind, we'll just wipe it away. If it does come off cooldown in time. Alright. Meanwhile, quest we got going on. Right, so you could get the Knight title. Yes, we're at to 29, so 2 more points we get to Praetor, and I believe it's Archon. That is what you need for the Royal Ascent. Is it Archon? Yeah, it's Archon. Is when we would hit that point. Might play it safe and have you get hit with a round of glitter. And we can go back to industrial. Because they're my best doctor. Well, I mean, I guess they are not my best doctor anymore. They're stuck at 75% consciousness. There's nothing I can do about it. Part of me was like, hey, unnatural healing. Could you, like, could you target that? It's not going to. That's not considered a negative. It'll take that away. But there'd definitely be an argument to be made for that. Alright, so with this, begin conversion ritual. And it's you two that are left. Right now... yeah, they have the same expectations. It's fine. We'll do the ritual real fast. See if we can't get a masterful conversion. And get that done. And keep getting our people switched over. Effective isn't bad. It's still 30% off. So let's try to get through the flu real fast. And then once we got the flu sorted, then we'll probably poke the anomaly stuff again. Meanwhile, let's make sure we don't have... okay. Let's check to see if we had any unfinished clothes or anything from when we had all those other people visiting. Just to make sure I wouldn't have something stuck never getting done because someone started it and then left. We'll just keep choosing these things. I'm not really worried about it. But yeah, so the plan once we get to the stage where I'm going to be doing all the anomaly stuff, or all the endings simultaneously, it'll probably be trigger the anomaly, get it to phase 2, and then hit all the buttons for all the other things, is what I'm thinking we do. Because then we can let all the attacks, or whatever attacks do happen, clean up the mess. We shouldn't get hardly anything, because like I said, when you have the multiple endings overlapping each other, it doesn't just stack them. Some of them supersede each other. And so the anomaly should supersede all of it by, effectively preventing it, which will still be, ridiculous wealth anomaly ending. But it's what it is. You're not leading that by as much as I'd like you to. Let's check in the others. I'm gonna keep you on the glitter. It is one of those things that can go so bad so fast. Oh, that's what you don't want. Alright, so we're gonna bump that back up to industrial. Because a 10% tend is pretty awful. Well, 12. You'll usually lose ground with a tend that bad. Okay. Yeah, allergies are no fun. I'm also glad those other ones got out of here because they were getting pretty close to the point where I would have had to make go juice. And then just annoyingly the Empire, they have the Hussars that need go juice to live, but they're also upset if they take go juice because they have a strictly no drug policy. So there's kind of a no winning that scenario. Alright, so we are getting ahead on the alpaca front. So let's say our cutoff is 20 alpaca. Breakup. Cody told Donkey Duff it's not working out, and they're no longer in a relationship. That is not helpful. Because that means we need more rooms dedicated to stuff. And also, that means Donkey Duff gets a huge mood penalty and can't do anything about it because they're my moral guide, so they can't console themselves. Okay, so orders, floor color, do this, do that. Clear that color off. Orders, grab this, grab that. Get your room died. You're heading to rest. I've sent you Cookie, take this one. Okay, so let's see here what we've got. We can get rid of you. You have fast heal. I like very fast heal way more, but fast heal I can live with. You do have strong melee. That's also worth considering grabbing. We can go ahead and get rid of the Go Juice book. We did learn Go Juice. We don't really need a bunch of these bionic things right now. Let's grab the fast heal and strong. And I could get rid of a lot of these. Let's see. Let's get rid of a whole lot of the young ones. Okay, so bank that, and there's the other one. Bank that. Before we get too far, it's gonna hold off waking you up because you're gonna have mood penalties and all that. But let's talk to you. Gift. Chuck those over. Chuck these over. And the reason I'm kind of chucking over a bunch of those. Oh, with that, let's push for allied. I only need to give him like 1 or 2 more alpaca, and we'll be allied. We'll send one of the males. Something else I can give him? Not really. Not that I want to. Oh wait, I'm still on this. I want to switch to gifting. Send one of the males. Need 1 more point. That's fine. We will give up 1 of you. And we're now allied. So we cleaned out a whole bunch of the alpaca. That'll help us out because we were getting too many. We were running out of food. They were eating it too fast. So that clears that out for an immediate concern. It got us a second ally. So at this point, I've got 2 different allies going on here. We're pretty good ways on them being our friends. The 2 enemy factions, they still hate us, but I actually don't mind. Because, like, while Neanderthals and the Pigmen can be pretty awful, having them as hostile means we don't get as many of, like, the Wasters. And the Wasters can be pretty horrible as well. So that does mitigate it by giving me more variety of raids you can have. Because the Impids, the Wasters, and then there was the, there's one other faction here. Yeah, so Toxpack... Oh yeah, the Yetkin. So these 3 we can never be friends with. If I become friends with these 2, it means I get more of them and more mechs. Which is neither here nor there. The Pigmen can be pretty awful in their own right. The Neanderthals can be pretty awful in their own right. I find the Neanderthals are probably one of the easier ones to manage. You can usually kite them. Worst case scenario. And because a lot of times they show up very melee heavy, it usually makes it more easy to do, like, rolling retreats and that. Versus the Impids, on the other hand, are very difficult to rolling retreats since they move, like, just shy of 1.5 times the normal speed. Let's see, Pigmen have the highest chance of bringing out the really scary weaponry, don't they? Doom launchers and stuff? Yes. I don't know if it's actually the highest, but I do know they do bring out, like, triple rocket launchers and doomsday launchers a decent amount. We've only had one triple rocket launcher so far. I think it was Pigmen. But no, it wasn't. It was the Wasters. The Wasters brought the triple rocket launcher because it was responding to a sanguiphage thing. Which worked out. Okay, so you got flu. To go with our other flu. So I have what, like 6 or 7 colonists with the flu right now? Okay, so people are tending to each other already. Let's honestly for right now work sign till the flu's gone, since we have like 6 different people with the flu. Does one of my people have the flu twice? Did I see the same name pop up twice? Is no one going to take care of you? You get a bad 10, we'll bump you up to the glitter. You get a bad 10, we'll bump you up to the glitter. You should be good, we'll drop you down to industrial. And you're basically in the clear at this point. We can drop you back down to tribal. So I've got, I believe, 6 of my colonists right now have the flu. Like, everyone's doing their best to treat each other. Got a preach health available. Is there anyone who is in worse shape than the others? You're too early to know. You are actively losing, so you're getting the preach health. You are not our ideology, so you will not be getting it. You definitely are getting the glitter. Preach health on Lily. Everyone's running around trying to treat everyone. Okay. Unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to take PS off of doctoring because that consciousness penalty is making them terrible at it. They keep botching 10s because that psychic bond is just absolutely killing them. Drop you back down. You're on the glitter still. Drop you back down. Drop you back down. You should be in the clear. Okay, so first immune. But do you love how dying from worms, food, flu, cold always crushes in this game? Oh yeah, no, it's one of those things. Everyone gets caught up in the raid because it's so like high profile. But those things that just like hit your food supply and disease can be the things that really do put you in a bad way. Even if the disease doesn't kill you itself, if we think about this right now, I've got all these pawns are taking a 10 to 20% penalty. Each and every single one of them that has been sick. This one's up to almost 40%. So when you think about that, I have 4 here at 20% penalty, and those 2 there at, 40% penalty because of flu. It's almost like I've lost 2 or 3 pawns worth of effectiveness, and then they have to rest the whole time to recover, realistically. So it could really, really knock you down pretty hard. More than you'd expect. Flesh Beast attack. They're coming from below. Restrict everyone to the home zone. Who is in the worst shape right now? Because we might just hit him with a, It's fine. We'll wait. Yeah, no, it's fine, because we should be okay. Because I should have my unnatural healing available. I will momentarily. Thought I saw 2 arrows. Okay, so they're both up there, and they're both going to work their way up here. So, we're going to try and fight this as fast as we can to get people back in the hospital before it gets too bad. We are fighting at less than our normal, like, strength. By a pretty good margin because of all of those penalties. Oh, stop spitting more out. Okay, that one only spat out 2. That one spat out quite... Don't hit my wall. Why are you hitting my wall? Why you gotta be that way? It shouldn't be too bad. You're just... forget it. You're not even gonna get where I need you in time. That consciousness penalty is severe. I know, major break risk, you're sick, you're divorced, you're hungry. Okay, only 2 left. And I'm a little worried, because that's a pretty small attack for this phase. Okay, so you're still doing well. You've got a 15% lead. You're doing well. You got about a 12% lead. You're doing well. You got a 20% lead. The entity treatment, I honestly don't care. If it makes it, it makes it. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Right now, I got bigger problems. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, hang on. I forgot you were over there. Alright, so Sentient Cookie, you're going to build that. Because you don't have any health stuff going on. Yeah, Donkey Duff's mood is not going to be manageable. You're getting upset because you're hitting on people and they're shooting you down. Alright. No, go to the hospital. You're bleeding and you're sick. Alright, so right now it's looking like if we have to use the unnatural healing on someone, it's going to go to Cody. They're not winning by very much, but we are getting some pretty solid 10s. Masterwork Armchair, and then a bunch of the Alpaca all got Plague. So we have 3 overlapping rounds of disease right now, it's fine. At least some of it's on the animals, which I'm not as worried about if we take losses on the animal front. They're pretty replaceable. Oh, didn't you have disease as well? How are you doing? So you're fine. Yeah, okay, so they got through their disease just fine. Yeah, you got a 30% lead. 4% lead. 13% lead, 20% lead. Yeah, so it looks like it's only Cody that's in that kind of that potential risk zone. And I do have Marcos just on standby with unnatural healing, so if they are going to be within like a couple of % of whether they make it or not, we'll just pop in and hit him with unnatural healing to get rid of flu to begin with. Otherwise, I'll try and save it. We did already plug up the hole there that was left by the flesh beasts. We also got ourselves out of that whole exchange another tough spike, which is good. He's patching up all the holes. Yeah, so you got a 6% lead. That's concerning. Do I have baby food made? I do not. Who is our cook? I'm gonna have to have you cook anyways. Forget that, I need you to make baby food. I didn't realize you got so busy with being sick and all that, that the breastfeeding wasn't happening. And now the baby doesn't have food unless we make it. Which I do have queued up, it's just everyone's been sick so hasn't had an opportunity. Why are you not making the baby food? Wait. Oh, the baby food's under a whole different part of it. That's fine. The big thing is that we have baby food. That's all I cared about. As long as we have baby food, the baby gets fed. If we don't have baby food, and mom can't feed the baby anymore, it's a real sad time for baby. Alright, looks like everyone's gonna be alright with the flu. So that's good news. We just kinda have to wait for people to recover, that way we can get back to work. I'm not sure how we are dealing with PST4's psychic bond issue. I am curious if I were to make a gene thing that has psychic bond and hit PS with it again, would it reset it? Because I don't think there's a conflicting trait, as you could say. Because there's sometimes you'll have, like, if someone has, like, aggressive and you give them, like, the pacifist one will erase the aggressive and vice versa. Or, like, if someone has, like, weak plants, you give them strong plants, it'll blow out the weak plants, or, again, vice versa. Ghoul attacking. Okay, you have nothing magical going on for you. You are nimble. New lovers. Cody Husky has tried to attract Lily SPL by telling her a tale about art movements. Has responded well, and they're now lovers. Cool. Alright, cool, so that is wholesome. It's one of those things that's about to be like, alright, but, were you one of the ones that just broke up? Alright. So I've got all that going on. The good news is, as long as these events are triggering so fast, just the way the storytellers work, unless you're doing Randy, it will kind of exhaust a lot of the value it has for your survival and wealth and all that. So we are kind of making it so we'll probably have less problems in the immediate future. Alright, cool. So it looks like we managed to knock down the ghoul. So we're gonna have probably you. You're all dealing with that. Okay, so you're not with flu anymore. So grab the ghoul. Oh, come on. I've had that happen too many times. If you missed what happened... Oh, she literally managed to punch the ghoul and finish it off. Never mind. Basically, we went to capture the ghoul and it got back up. Right as she got close. She just managed to punch it once and knock it down the rest of the way and finish it. Okay, in quests, we have guarding them for only 2 more days, so that's good. We've got guarding them for 11 more days, that's fine. Macy is no longer... Oh! One of the sheep that had paralytic aphasia just got better. Okay. Not gonna complain about that. That means less care on my part for the sheep they can eat for themselves. Exotic goods trade ship coming by. How close are you to being over your stuff? Not really. So we'll have you step in. Okay. So I would like the Glitter World. We obliterated our Glitter World supplies there. Because of all of the different sicknesses hitting us at the same time. Elongated Fingers is good. Great Construction, I'm not really worried about. Grab the Elongated Fingers. That's growth fats, I'm not really worried about that. Oh, we got bionic legs and all that. Not too fussed with that right now. Do we want to snag specialized limbs or flesh shaping or anything? I will grab the specialized limbs as well. We got almost 2 years of Penny-Oxalins, so I'm not going to worry about the Nutramine right now. Goodbye, whole big pile of money. We lost one of our alpaca. And then if you could quickly bank that so it doesn't rot. We'll take a peek at how we are doing with our recombinator stuff. Yes, I've got the poor shooting. Yeah, so the thing is I've got lots of positives and some really good ones too. I just don't have enough negatives because we can get the fast wound healing, which is really nice. Oh, you know what's another way we can do the psychic bonding? If I get someone else psychic bonding, I believe I can get them to psychic bond with PST4, and I think that'll wipe out the psychic bonding. I'm trying to remember exactly how that works. I think I have found a way around the psychic bonding before that way. That there was a way to kind of, like, override one with the other if I have things lined up to do it. Alright. We're doing good again. The package meal slowly built up, so that's good news. How's everyone doing? Immune. You're gonna be immune in not too long. Immune. Alright, so we're on the other side of that. Goats have joined. That is real unfortunate for those goats. Oh, I've already even got queued up to automatically kill them. Okay, so you got 10 days, you've got like 2 days, or a day. So we can get them out of here. That'll be good. We got the other group that just became a couple. So we can go here and paint you. Animal disease plague. Again. So to clarify, we've had flu, plague, plague. There's something else. Oh, and sleeping sickness. And don't get me wrong, we're on a high disease tile. Just weirdly, in the last, like, not quite full season, we've had, like, 5 different diseases hit us. Which is just the nature of the beast and how that works, like tropical swamp and jungle and all that. But where things have been pretty chill, we're being hammered into the dirt by just disease after disease. That's fine. We can go to our schedule here, our assignments here. Get you back to regular medicine. Like, they're not fancy stuff. Save the good stuff for the next time we get hit with an actual disease. Getting all our armchairs built finally. Cody should finally be back on scene here in a second. Yeah. Okay, so everyone should be able to get back to work now. Because that's kind of one of the other worst things about disease, is even if the disease isn't a problem, because you have to keep your people mostly resting during it, it's just like losing the productivity of those pawns. So where we had 6 people overlapped with disease, it means I pretty much had 2 pawns trying to hold down the base. Which is not exactly sustainable. Meanwhile, we go to convert on you. Yeah, it's no one we care about. That's different ideology. Okay, so in about the next day or 2, I'll be able to go and pop the other 2 in here to try and see if we can't get some more negatives out of our existing non-baseliners. And just keep working on that. Because honestly, that fast healing there, that's a good one. Very fast healing's significantly better. But even if I could just get like very fast healing, fast runner, that'd be enough to try and get on pretty much everyone I could shove it into. Because that would just improve the chances people survive by so much. Very fast healing and coagulate together, especially if you can get deathless on top of it, means the pawn basically only dies if they get lit on fire and no one manages to put them out. Or their corpse just gets utterly exploded. But every other death you'd run into 99% of the time. Sure, they might go down and take penalties and all that, but they'll be back. Alright, so with that, let's go ahead and carry you to the shuttle. And you to the shuttle. Get that room available again. Alright, and we are now up to Praetor. So if we look at our lists of stuff we would be doing for this one, we are at 35 points. So that's the third highest rank. We are over halfway to the top rank. We would need to run the royalty ending. So we're getting our royalty ending lined up pretty quick. We're getting our anomaly ending lined up pretty quick. The research has taken a bit of a hit on the speed it's happening since one of our main researchers got a psychic bond and then that person left. So we're just stuck with it. But that's fine. We still have more than one researcher, so if we had like a 100% speed, we probably dropped like 75% of the speed I was researching. That's a third round of animal plague going around, so keep in mind, in that last like month or so we've had, I think that's 6 diseases we've been hit with. 3 separate rounds of animal plague, 2 rounds of flu, and a round of sleeping sickness. Are you on Randy? I am not. I am on Cassandra. When you look at a lot of the timers in the game, there's certain things that are on pretty strict timers, such as like the raids actually have a pretty like you can literally have it where you have mods that'll give you like an exact timer being like, here is when this next one should happen, here's how long it should last for, and they've got a variance to them. It's like between, you know, whatever. But stuff like diseases don't work by the same rules. From my understanding, they roll a chance every N amount of time to see if you get a disease or whatever. So there is that technical chance of being able to roll a bunch. I might have the details wrong on that, though. I usually don't worry too much about the behind the scenes on that so much as how I, the player, have to react to it. If there's something I can't pull any levers to change that I just have to endure, then the specifics on how it works, while it can be fun for, you know, fun for trivia, there's nothing I, as the player, can really do about it. I just kind of have to endure. Alright, so you got some negatives we can use here, if you don't mind. I could use poor animals, weak melee. We already have poor plants. I would like one of these. These are what I would like out of this person right now. Cold weakness, I might even be able to live with. Well, we got very fast runner on its own right now. Whereas my other very fast runner comes with poor animals. So it's not bad. I've got the space. Because yeah, if I went in here and said, poor shooting, poor this, poor that, I'm still at a boosted rate, and I don't have anything else bad I can put in to try and keep the food consumption down. Because the food consumption, like the actual eating of the food so far as the volume, isn't usually the thing that's actually bad about having a higher rate of food. The thing that makes the higher rate of food truly awful is a lot more along the lines of the person having to run, grab the food, physically eat it, and then run back. It's all that inefficiency from having to just do lap after lap after lap, you know, 1.5 times as often as the next person. It can be worked with, like, if you've got like a super strong combat pawn, it can be worth eating that pain to it. But it's one of those things, like, if you had a crafter or something, you don't want your crafter to have that increase where they have to constantly leave the crafting station to go eat. You know, if anything, it'd be worth having a very weaker pawn kind of thing, that would just craft efficiently. Beset Hander, 100 stream streaks. Thanks so much for catching the last 100 streams. Means a heck a lot. Yeah, I'm like, no, that's fine. We all have our own ways of entertaining and all that good stuff. It's no different than stuff like watching TV or listening to the radio or reading books. It's just your choice of consumption. But super duper appreciated. Alright, so PST4 will go in there. Alright, so right now I don't want to give up those. We got some good stuff in there. You're still working on the cryo sleep book. We can go ahead and get these spears and all that out of here. Still holding on to that handful of weapons in case we need it. We got some masks that are worn out. That's too much. That's fine. Okay, so let's make sure you're not about to starve. Okay, so insert, get in there. So for you, as a high mate, violence disabled we wouldn't use. Heat weakness is a rough one, but I would consider it. Delicate is a deal breaker for me. The awful mining I could definitely go for. Very happy is nice. I like very happy, kind, those are really good. The high libido, sure. But a lot of these other things, not so much. But basically I want to try and get some negatives. What I'd like to do is if I can get a hand on my hands of like a dirt mole, a Neanderthal, a Yatkin, a Hussar, it'd be really good. Because if I get like, for example, the super fast healing that Hussars have, I really like that one. That plus coagulate is really, really strong. Just the moment someone's like properly threatened, you just run them out. thank you, Marcus, please, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 12 months you've been subbed to the channel, a full heckin' year. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. But thank you so much for that support. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. Violence disabled is what they grabbed. We're not going to keep that. Violence disabled is too hard a pill to swallow. Slowly converting your entire colony into pacifists is not a good time. Alright, Cody and Lily are getting married, so that's cool. And thank you, J.R. Walker, for the tier 1 sub.
Choo choo.
It's weird that that one still has its voice stuff working. But thank you, Jay Walker, for the tier 1 sub. That's 18 months, a year and a half you've been subbed to the channel, so that means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. And thank you, Yanek, for the tier 1 sub. That's 23 months you've been subbed to the channel. Just about to be 2 years, so thank you so much for that. And we also have a hype train going on. I do see the bug where when someone upgrades their sub or like whatever, or does like a multi-sub gifted one, it repeats it, which I find amusing. And thank you, Senju Cookie, for the 100 biddies. Didn't play your because I didn't get everything switched over to the new TTS. That is our 4th round of animal disease plague that we have had in less than like 30 days. Like, Cassie despises alpaca, apparently. Because she is just like, plague, 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 plague. We will kill these. I don't know. Like, don't get me wrong, disease has always been a thing on jungle and tropical and all that kind of, or sorry, tropical and swamp and all that. So, like, we are on a high disease tile. But, like, the disease is about what I expected the last couple in-game years. And just all of a sudden, we've been just getting disease after disease after disease. And thank you to Simplex for the 95 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. Meanwhile, before I forget, let me go ahead and hop in over on the TTS side of things. Because we did have the bits didn't trigger TTS. Let me go ahead and fix that. So we will disable the Google ones because they're not working anymore. And go to just our plain old text-to-speech. Do that. Get our message there. Leave it on the default voice. Okay. Put in the right order. And I want to have it wait until that effect is done before it does the next one. Okay. So just fixing TTS stuff, because like I said, the Google TTS just randomly stopped working on me. And I haven't had a chance to sit down and be like, what's going on? Why did you stop working? Alright, so we've got the stuff approaching. You are a pyromaniac baseliner who has scars and are somewhat capable doctor. I don't really want that. So instead, we need the honor anyways. For all this. So you crashed up here. And all that stuff. Because it is all possible. Ooh. Don't leave that outside. Hey, P.S. You go haul what you can of those components for a second. You go haul that as well. I miss that we have a giant stack of components just laying here. I actually don't mind Pyro. I know a lot of people do not like Pyro at all. And fair enough. I'm not one who particularly minds it. Okay, so we have 2 submachine guns, a pair of pistols, 1 grenade, and a shotgun. I am going to be very late to this party, so we might end up having them lose just by the fact that I'm going to arrive after this might already be settled. I was more worried about retrieving those components. Could you actually defend yourselves? Need to get closer to avoid the friendly fire. Okay, so got all that. The only injuries were you got a bruise and you got some minor scrapes. We did get a bunch of goodies laying on the ground. So even though we were very late to that party, it still worked out. In the meantime, we have you two. And thank you for the level 2 hype train at 0% with 3 gifty subs and 100 biddies. I do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. So thanks so much for that. These pigskins are about to wish they had not survived this whole thing. Oh, I need to make an actual prison. So prison for you. Prison for you. So Marcos, grab them. And then Lily, grab you. Are you going to be able to survive that? Probably. Alright. There's no new font of Twitch web for you two? Not even locked in? Yeah, there's been talks that might be a browser or might be an extension thing. That's not... It might not be Twitch. It might be something in that kind of general department. So you did get yourselves patched up, so that's good news. There's a bunch of weapons they probably want from there. But the goal right now is get these prisoners back, patch them up, strip their clothes off. Have them have a round in, like, maybe de-aging us a little bit, and maybe going for some other goodies. So how are you doing? So you're getting close to death. So you're tending already. Honestly, you probably have time. Ooh, Venom Fangs. Rescue shuttle has arrived. Don't care. Okay, so right now, convert them. And convert them. We're waiting on the last of you to be patched up. And then, like I said, once that's sorted, I'll probably have them going into a bunch of these places. Okay. So I've got you set up, so go ahead and strip them. Because they've got, you know, they've got black armor and all that, so that's worth taking the time to steal. Oh, you're gonna teach one of the kids. Strip them, same reason. They got equipment that's worth taking. Alright. So, chronophagy. We got 52, 54, 64. And then the target is going to be you. Yeah, and that'll anger their faction, but we're already enemies. They did attack us, so they should have thought about that themselves. Because we'll go ahead and de-age one of our people a little bit. Then we're going to toss them in here. See if we can't get some useful genes out of it. Alright, so you can have goalless whatever put in here. Alright. So we're definitely going to be pissing off the pig people pretty badly here. Any attempts to become friends are solidly being burned to the ground right now. Okay, and we took 10 years off of Marco's Please age. Welcome to be becoming ever so slightly younger. Thankfully, we have a emote to express my feelings about it. Thanks, I hate it. Yep. The bun sides are semicircles now, not just beveled. Excellent. As it was meant to be. So, for the pigskins, we actually have some ideas here. The bad cooking is probably the only real negative we would take. The trotter hands is pretty rough. And then like the stomach and all that is good stuff. But the poor cooking would be a good one to take on everyone who's not going to be a cook. So I'm really hoping we get poor cooking out of this. I believe they also have robust, which I could also take. No, they don't have robust. They have reduced pain. I don't care about reduced pain as much. You gave me strong immunity. Strong immunity is not bad. My issue is I've got stuff that's really nice. I'd probably take higher than strong immunity. Alright, so with that, if you're done, next contestant, climb into the machine. Okay, so reading the book for that as is. Let's go ahead and start back grabbing some of these. I'll just let the book solve the cryopods because I've got enough other stuff I need to be working on. Yeah, I can't do another round of chronophagy for 4 days. You should be a toddler like any second now. Jamfer, that's the word? Yes. Where they go up to the edge and it's got like a 45-degree angle, that kind of thing on it. I'm going to go ahead and deliberately hit these snoozes, so when it comes to the next ad break, we delay it as much as possible. So that way when I take my break, it goes at the same time as the ad break, you know, when Tomb gets home and all that. That's still like 25 minutes off or so, though. Which, for those who don't know what that means behind the scenes, it does mean since I kick the ad, like, the ad's like 15 minutes down the road, during that 15 minutes, pre-rolls get turned on. Heatwave, cool, I hate it. I don't like pre-rolls, but if you don't run mid-roll ads, you delay them or whatever, that's what happens. Because it's each time a mid-roll ad happens, like a 15-minute mid-roll ad. Not 15 minutes of mid-roll ads. If I do like 45 seconds mid-roll ads, it means for like 15 minutes or whatever the number comes out to be, then we don't have pre-rolls. I don't want that one. Because that one hurts your manipulation a decent amount, if I remember correctly. Yeah. It's a 15% penalty to your manipulation, which just affects, like, everything. Like, your ability to doctor, your ability to shoot, a whole bunch of stuff's affected by that. Alright. Then we got some minor brain scarring. Do our rituals. You don't have any, like, amazing skills I must have. You got a lot of medical. So technically, if I wanted to, if we kept doing our research, I believe it's this one here that we can steal XP from them. It does take a shard, though, and I don't have those to spare. But it takes a chunk of the XP away from one person and gives it to another. That could be a very useful thing for dealing with a lot of this. Let's see, pressing the snooze button puts us all to sleep for the duration of the commercials. Exactly. You know how it goes. Snooze means you snooze. What else would you think snooze does? Alright, so we got that unlocked. We'll get Death Refusal next. Okay, so we still got time left in that. Keep working on knocking that down. Alright. So, if we are going to have this permanent psychology thing going on with PS, it does mean when we're doing all the endings, PS will be one of the people leaving the colony to escape. Because a permanent psychic bond distance is pretty crap. That's a pretty bad one to deal with. Oh yeah, we got a whole bunch of people with chronophagy guilt. It amuses me that chronophagy guilt is only -3. It's for like de-aging someone, like it's a very, very minor penalty. And we got the very last Lardy and getting the 485 stream streak, 485, which is absurdly long. Now that I really don't believe it's implemented now, but now it's improved where you can go back and catch the VODs when you miss them. I am curious for people who stay on top of how high they can get it, because like that 485 is an extreme outlier. Because just going that long with nothing breaking in itself is a testament. Danlaw's getting a new kitten tomorrow morning. That's pretty cool. Everyone's getting some mild heat stroke, as you do. I probably should go in here at this point, and at least for the hospital break room combo, get the AC here. I could probably put it right there too. Will it let me do that? No, it had to put down here. I carry both of them because they're going to die of heat stroke. We're going to hold them in the freezer for a minute, and then we're going to put them back. Cool, so they're shivering as they have their heat stroke, as you do. Major break risk on you. What the heck? You would request a proper day off just for that? Now, you're very upset today. Your weekday off, your first weekday off in 3 months, and someone quit 10 minutes before her shift. And you had to go close anyways. Yeah. It is one of those things that I have done that kind of situation where they're like, oh yeah, we had someone like come in, like not come in. We need you to pop in. And early in my career, I put up with a lot of that. Later in my career, it was like, I'm sorry, but I'm not actually available. Like, I understand you need the person, but I cannot help you. And it was kind of just learning that, you know, over time, a lot of people making those decisions keep it like skeleton crew kind of staff that they barely have enough, so any inconvenience and all that could be a problem. See, the VOD watching thing to get your streak doesn't work. At least it didn't work for you. You lost your streaks recently. You know you're watching these channels when it happened. All your streaks went to calculating your watch streak, refresh, or something like that. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they got problems. Extreme break risk on you. Because that divorce. I mean, you can understand when someone gets sick or something. That there's no... We definitely deserve a day off then. Yeah. Well, that's kind of the thing. If the amount of people it takes to derail everything is one person quitting or being sick, then you're understaffed. And the answer to that is you got to get more staff. Like that's the nature of the beast. And I've had people I've worked with being like, no, we have what we need, like budget, and that behavior continued until I finally hit the point that I was like, no, you don't understand. When you don't have enough people, I'm not coming in. Like, I have made you aware of the problem. Like, it's not on me to fill your gap. Like, I'm not the one not being the team player. It's the situation where you didn't have enough team. So, you know, turn the script on the boss because they are the ones making the budgetary decisions to be short-staffed. And I understand some jobs it's hard to hire and all that kind of stuff, especially like education, things like that. Alright, so we got another person who wants to stay only for 10 days. So we got the donkey duff. I didn't pay attention to who you were. That's fine. You have a whole lot of stuff going on for you. Oh, schedules. We need to go to you. You're in the same situation. Two people in the team. One's on vacation. They are sick. It's bad. Yeah. Now, my wife, poor Tomb, has been sitting there where they've been they've been short-staffed for such a long time. And in their case, they're actually trying to deal with it. But it is just one of those things that, for all the stuff like Tomb will take a hit for the team kind of thing. It was just one of those things where it's like, scheduled day off. Can you come in? No. I scheduled the day off. That's just what it is. The day is off. Like, you know you're short-handed. I cannot carry this all for you. I think you can only work so many hours per week due to federal law. Literally not allowed to be placed on recall or stuff like that. People have asked to trade time, but you always say no when it's short notice. Yeah, like it's something if someone gets like in a car accident or something like that, it's like, okay, yeah, sure, take one for the team. It's kind of where I mentioned the other day with the dev career, and it's a little bit different than service jobs, where service jobs someone does absolutely have to be there, versus a dev job, you know, it's more about completing the project. But I always was like, if it's something that couldn't have reasonably been predicted by the company, that they didn't really do anything wrong and stuff happened, I would help bridge the gap and help them out by putting in the extra time. But if it's something like, you know, they were deliberately shortchanging the staff, or they were ignoring a problem that was made aware to them, or whatever, you know, the kind of thing that's like, they created their own situation, then they expect you to step up to fix it. I had zero mercy for that. There was a number of times that kind of thing came up where it's like, oh, wait, you're not going to do it? I'm like, no, I'm not going to do it. I warned you about this problem. I'm not the one who's going to lose my weekend because you're being cheap. It's not on me to sacrifice where you were unwilling. Is the thing that mandates a change in policy or business model, and it makes your company unprofitable? I missed context on that. Okay, so we're still working on the cryo casket. We can get the vital monitor. instead of externalizing the problems onto workers? Yes. Yes, I gotcha. Yeah, no, it can be a hard thing. Like, it's the punching down of being like, I need you to be a team player to do the extra work. And you're kind of like, where were you when you could have just paid to make this not a problem? Like, it's one thing if the company is barely scraping by, you get it, but when the company is talking to its shareholders about record profits and all that, you're like, no, this is a decision. You decided for this to be this way. I'm not fixing your mistake. Alright, so got a bunch of people who climb in there like a little later on. Chronophagy will be available relatively soon, as will the converting thing. We don't have conversion ritual ready yet. So you keep up the pressure. We have Horrocks cultists. A group of cultists has arrived nearby. They intend to do a psychic ritual to summon hideous flesh beasts to attack you. They'll perform the ritual multiple times. You need to go stop them. So we've got one massive group up there, and that might be the only group. Give just a second for them to finish the thing there. Grab our team, start moving. And you are 1 revolver, 2 pistols, and a whole lot of melee. So they aren't bringing much range to the equation, but they are bringing proper numbers. This is more likely going to be one of those ones where not all of them go, you know, unresponsive. This will probably be one of those ones, yeah, that a bunch of them are going to walk around and all that. Okay. This is, like, understandable. Majority of the peeps open today. Because people trained it, and a new person who is going to close out 10 minutes before shift. She's going to be moving 3 hours away and didn't warn anyone about it. Yeah. Yeah, no, if you shoot me a DM on Discord or whatever, I can reach out. Like, if there's a problem with the key or something, just let me know. Or if there's questions about it or something like that. Yeah, we don't want to underestimate those cultists. Okay, so none of these seem to have death refusal, so that's good. The cultists can be genuinely dangerous. Like, you see this one hit on Cody almost took Cody's head to half health. Needless to say, if it kept going down, that's bad. Okay, so it looks like we got their attention again. They don't get nearly as much pain, so they could take a lot to put down. Alright, so it looks like we got our gun person, a gun person, a gun person, and our sword. So we got 3 ranged now left. Are they dangerous ranged? You are okay, you are proper dangerous, and you are terrible. So Petronia up there is our biggest threat right now. This one's still, like, Appa's still a problem. So I'm a little worried about this one. So let's try and get this up here. We can go grab you two and start running you up as well. We never did get that shield belt sorted out, and I really did need to do that. Okay, so we did cancel their attack. That'll actually probably work out pretty well for us. Let's start drop. Actually, what is your movement speed situation? We're probably okay. Because yeah, we could knock that guy down relatively quick. This one's gonna start popping shots off. We do have rain working to hurt our accuracy and all that. That's a solid leg hit. You do have a death refusal down there. Okay, so we got 3 who are gonna get back up. So this guy's gonna run in and get wrecked. I wish there was a way to like have it show me which people are behind actual cover and which ones aren't. It's just really hard to see by just eyeballing it. Okay, so we got you knocked. Let's work on retreating. This is mostly ranged left over here, so we want to get them in close. So if I duck behind this cover, I could force them to get on top of me. Alright. So that's the dangerous one, and that one's just okay on the risk. Get that stun. Okay, so you knocked that one. They're continuing to just run on towards the base, which is a little bit of a concern. Unfortunately, I don't... Oh, you're coming back up? That's perfect. So we're going to tuck them back up against the wall. So we can get Petro to come up here, because this is the dangerous one. That's the one we're worried about. Okay, you're turning back around. You're just standing here, really. I don't have a way to really close that gap without just putting myself out there. I'm going to try to do... I'm going to try and close the range, slap him with a flare. Get you two on him so he can't do too much shooting. The rest of you just pile in behind. Get on before someone gets popped in the head. There we go. Cool. And that leaves just you. So let's start running down here to get you two into position, and the rest of you, it doesn't really matter, just pile in here. That's fine. Actually, we're just gonna stand right there. Okay, so that's sorted. And you get you down here. I don't know what you're doing, other than just standing there slowly bleeding out for no apparent reason. Okay, so we're definitely not going to beat him down there, but we might be able to get to the door to react if he cuts across here. Cool. That's upsetting. I can't shoot the body, right? Yeah. There we go. So we can deal with that. Oh, did I lose track of time? Okay. So let everyone patch themselves up for a minute while whatever they're doing out there they sort out. Because this one's down, has death refusal, they're going to die in a second, get back up. This one's down, they're going to die in a second. He's just standing here. Like, we canceled this whole thing, and he's just not even interested. The shuttle has arrived for you. Oh, it's not for you. It's for, the sheeps. Okay, there's Appa. We'll grab all of you. Run up here. And Appa had a little bit of shooting skill, not a whole lot. Okay, he's gonna pop out just in time to get slashed. Cool. And with that, we can go orders, allow, do that. You're still getting the sheep out of here, that's fine. Yeah, no, it looks like Marcos over here might just literally stand there until the point they bleed out entirely while not even defending themselves, so it's certainly a life decision of some kind. Okay, quest completed. Got a bunch of reputation. Love to see it. We got a whole bunch of people in mood breaks because of injuries, but everyone's getting patched up and all that, so that's good news. And you just die over there, I guess? Alright, and the chronophagy thing is back online. We'll wait until the immediate threat is past, and then we'll chronophagy whoever next needs to be chronophagy to get them sorted. Yeah, so you're getting close to, not really, your whole season off still from having the breakup stop hurting you. You're just gonna bleed there? Okay, that's fine. Getting an infection. Meanwhile, yeah, we took PS off of doctoring. I'm gonna put them back on. That consciousness penalty makes them not a very good doctor. There's just too many penalties on like manipulation and all that. My thing that's supposed to tell me when like the next ad break and all that is has completely broken. I'm gonna try closing it and bringing it back because it's good for me to have that. So I can at least know, like, oh, you know, ad's about to happen, like, I'll take my break and all that. Cool, it's not populating, so I have no idea what's happening with any of it. Alright, growth moment on Mohan Rai. So, good times there. They are going to remain a tribesman. They can do more stuff around here, so they can go to work. We'll get them set up on all this. They do not get any stats yet, so we're going to have them go in here. And honestly, for you, just go grab the heavy SMG for your weapon. Schedule, full-on recreation, restricted to home. And they should get that all sorted out. Do I want to actually capture this person? No. Yeah, no, I could sit there and use them for, I could use them for de-aging or whatever, but with inhumanization and all that, they get annoying to knock down. They're more likely to die. I've already got 2 prisoners I can use for that, so I'd rather do that. Alright, conversion. So I did convert. I didn't even look. Do we want one of these people? Nervous chemical fascination. Hypersensitive, staggering, ugly. Not really. Maybe if they had crafting, I might consider it, but they don't. Alright, so chronophagy. So let's look at everyone's age. 30, 20, 54, 53. 54 is the oldest, so there you go. And who is the youngest here? 33, there you go. I'm gonna leave you out of it. You have a bonus. You have a bonus. You have a bonus. And you get in there as well. Alright. Because we're working on de-aging our people at this point, because some of them are pushing to where they're getting cataracts and bad back and all that. Like, we only got cataracts. But we fixed that, but we're trying to de-age people before more stuff happens. Oh, good. So we finally got the thing that the ad break is happening. Alright, so bear with me, chat. While we're on this ad break, I'm going to go ahead and run downstairs. I need to use the restroom, welcome my wife home, and have dinner tossed in the oven and all that stuff. It is my quote-unquote long break. It lasts for about 5 minutes, but then we'll get back. I'll pick up right where we left off with RimWorld. And thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I can't do it. I can't stop laughing. It's gonna sound like some, like, horrible dog sound or something. That's awful. That's terrible. That's the one I am sending. For the record, I had to clip at least Storge. Walter's asking me questions about my coffee bean dealer. I'm not telling.
Raj is hot.
Raj is hot.
It is good for Raj.
Yes, good for Raj indeed. I love you.
I love you.
Too much is like, Raj is hot. Good for Raj. Raj is like, I know. I am dapper AF. But I'm not telling. I know what he... Okay. There's fuel in there, but because we pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, alright, get it out of here. Oh! There's apparently still fuel in that line? And since there's two sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it.
This event may be recorded for training and quality.
So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, and was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. Yeah, unfortunately you got beat up too, so... Is it just like because I had an expensive colony earlier? It's like, no, we're just gonna keep this going. Just no, never let up. Just keep it going. Ambrosia addiction, why not? Let's add it to the pile. Disease gutworms, okay. What is this? Oh, good. Ducks join. I actually would like the ducks. The ducks would be lovely. Rare thrombo. We're gonna leave those alone. They're gonna eat all my plants. It's deeply upsetting. No, 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 no. Oh, Jesus. He didn't make any noise. And I just turned and there were lights. There were eyeballs. I'm gonna have failed this, like, at the door. Oh, come on, just give me a tower. Figure out check. Excellent news, the wonder has been built, completed the Great Monument. All of us are very proud to be part of the Glorious Empire. Character, excellent. You did a great job. We completed all the goals in the city. We can move on to the next place and create a new city in order to expand our glorious empire. That's good, because I was going to literally lose the next term. Great architect. The Emperor, I regret to inform you you have been dismissed from management due to low loyalty. Oh, okay. I won and I lost in the same turn. Excellent. Perfect. It's fine. This is the demo, by the way.
A very merry birthday to me, to who, to me, oh you. Right?
Mm-hmm. I missed what the second day was related to.
Statistics prove that you've one birthday every year. But there are 364 unbirthdays. That is why we're gathered here to cheer. Love.
Love, you sleep well. Okay. Not gonna lie, hearing Tomb sing like the unbirthday song while hearing like ominous music going in the background, it's certainly a vibe. I couldn't tell you what kind of vibe, but it's certainly a vibe. It's like just singing, just... It would be like if you had like the Disney princess song, but the whole time there's like these off tones going on the background. It's like, this is a villain song. Alright, chronophagy complete. Well, thank you. I definitely have a strong bias that I think she is the best. Alright. I mean, a little bit she's bringing up pizza. I mean, that alone really heavily weighs the scale. When you're like, feed me good food, really is putting that finger down on that scale real hard. That's why you think your wife is better than you? I mean, that's just facts. There's like not a think or a feel about that. That's just objectively true. And Shambler's approach. 29 Shamblers are approaching. So this is the Shambler's approach, not an assault. I would like to kill a bunch of these Shamblers, though, if it's something we can make happen. And the reason why I would want to do that is if we manage to knock down a bunch of Shamblers, a good chance we could potentially get ourselves some more Bioferrite, which I'm not so worried about that, but shards as well. They will be alive for only 3 days. I'll probably take them 2 days to get down here. The full group bunched up as one big ball, I probably don't want to mess with. Like, I could easily win that fight. It's just, is it worth the injury and everyone stopping to work to kite and all that stuff? Versus if they kind of split up and like one group goes over this way and the other group cuts over that way, then it becomes way easier. We roll in, kill that group, then kill the other group, and it's easy peasy. Versus if I just went out here, grabbed them, dropped my people there, and started opening fire, there is a chance we could win that fight, but it would be messy, and we would probably realistically take casualties. Maybe even a full-on wipe. Shamblers are one of those ones that people underestimate. They can be very dangerous in the sense that they got numbers, which shouldn't be underestimated, and they will punch through walls opposed to going through your, like, defensive lines, and that can make them really good at, like, flanking you if you're not careful. You have to be very mindful of which way they're going to attack and punch through your walls and how you can use that to your advantage versus just having your ranged people get hit from behind. I don't think I've gone... Ooh. Have I gone wiped by Shamblers? I don't think I've been wiped by Shamblers before. I've definitely been knocked down to the point that the Shamblers arguably killed my colony, but they weren't the ones who did the finishing blow. Like, they're the ones who, like, took me out at the knees so that the next thing could finish the job. Alright, do we have any other quests waiting? Not that I care about. So we found uranium. That's way up there, and I don't need that right now. Jeff would argue with you of who's more adorable, but you'd be like, shut up to him. Yeah, but I mean, that's just what you do. It's like everyone's kid is the cutest kid, unless they're like actively angry at their kid in the moment, at which point then they're not the cutest kid for today, but then tomorrow they'll go back to being the cutest kid. Or like they'll have the cutest niece or whatever. It's just one of those things. That's why you mentioned that there's a very strong bias. Because there is. Your cat literally greater than literally every other kid ever. I mean, again, bias is bias. From the perspective and experiences you have, it is a accurate and true statement. Alright. So it's looking like this is not what I was expecting. So what I was expecting is for them to cut, because usually they cut across the middle and they'll just go around you if you close all your doors. This would actually be kind of the worst case for me to attack, because they really are just chilling off on the edge of the map where I don't really have some place I could easily rolling retreat to in the first place. Now, if we were sitting on with like a bunch of bionic limbs or we had an impid colony, that's actually kind of one of the things I wanted to try sometime, is get like an impid colony and use the fact that you have got 1.4 times movement speed. And with situations like this, doing a kiting attack, like where you shoot and then you run, you shoot and you run, you would be able to do that easily with these. You target the one or two that are fast, because they're impids or whatever, and just run from the rest, and you should be able to leave them in the dust as long as you don't wait too long. Which is the big danger you have, is just not turning and burning fast enough. Because then what you could do is you could do like 2-3 waves where you have like this group and then this group. You know, they fire at it. This group runs back behind here while that group shoots. And then once they fire a volley, they run back. And you get the idea, you just do that rolling retreat. But to do that, you usually need to have a decent amount of speed over who you're trying to run from. Yeah, so these all start dying soon. Some of them are already down to under a day. There's apparently another shard up there I totally forgot about. That's fine. Yeah, so research-wise, I've been avoiding having our people go out of our way to do the cryosleep because we got a book. I might just go on my way to knock that out so that the research is ready for the ship, because we get the cryosleep, the one last ship research, and then literally it's a matter of grabbing Persona Core and then building the ship with the materials. So we're in really good shape on that one. The anomaly stuff is coming along really swimmingly. We've only got 6 more anomalies needed to be discovered, and then that one's done. Oh good, food poisoning. That'll help everybody. And then for the royalty, we are currently sitting at... I have 41 points, so we're right about to hit Baron, and that's only 2 ranks to go. So it's honestly looking like Anomaly at this rate might be the one that takes me the longest, which is surprising. I actually had that in reverse, that I'd probably get that. Let's see, you convince your CTO to at least get a junior, but you weren't able to find a decent person out of the 100 CVs, DevOps infrastructure as code in Linux. If you can't find a decent person out of 100 resumes, there's a couple things that could be causing that. One is what you're offering isn't high enough. that, you know, maybe you're offering entry-level pay for a job that really deserves more than that. Or you're being, like, you're listing too many requirements on the job. That's actually something that can get you. That you can kind of be like, we need all of these things. Or there's some other thing that people are seeing as kind of a red flag. That does happen. Like, if you ask too much or offer too little, you won't get the resumes in the first place. And again, I'm not there, so I have no idea. Very unhappy I'm not taking. Oh, right, I need to actually plug that in. The rest of this is fine. Let's grab the medicine. We burned through a lot of that. But yeah, no, if you're getting hundreds of resumes and can't find a single person out of hundreds of resumes that's, you know, capable of doing the job. Yeah, that's the big thing. The pay or the benefits just might not be competitive. The job requirements might be too high, or your standards might be too high. You do have to limit yourself to whatever market you exist in. So if you're asking for the moon and the stars, and you're not finding it, you're probably skipping up on literally dozens of people who wouldn't only do the job, but would do it extremely well. And I've seen that happen a lot. I've seen people like, we're not going to settle. And it ends up being, oh, they actually left the map. Interesting. So usually I have them when they do that, where they go by. They usually chill on the map until they all collapse, and then sometimes you get a little bit of free bioferrite or shards out of it. It's better if you attack them and knock them down quick, if you can do so safely. Or in a thing where you're not super worried about it. But so you ignore most requirements of job application anyways, unless it's like a degree they want. So the advice I've given people, and this is as someone who's been on the hiring side of things, is generally speaking, think of your requirements on most jobs as nice to have, with the exception of things that are potentially legally required. Such as, if you're applying to a job to be a doctor, obviously you have to actually have a medical license. If you're applying to a job to be a lawyer, you obviously need to have whatever required certifications or whatever to operate in that capacity in your area. Sure, those are actual requirements. But everything else is in the ballpark of nice to have. Now, obviously, if you have a job that says this is a Swift developer role, you're going to want to have at least some level of competency in Swift. But anything other than that one core thing, everything else is a nice to have. The big thing is to just be honest about it. So when you're going in, you have the application, they're like, okay, we asked for 3 years of JavaScript. Do you have 3 years? You'd be like, I do not, but I'm really capable of Swift here. And here's the reasons you want to hire me anyways, even though I don't have that one. And as long as you have a good argument there, most people will be like, okay. Now, it doesn't mean you won't have someone else who's just way more qualified apply at the same time, and they're probably going to choose that person unless there's something specifically for a reason not to. And that's the thing. Don't be upset if someone else snags a job because they are more qualified or whatever. That is a thing that is outside your control and you can do nothing about. Do be upset if you apply for a job and you go for the interview and you blow it so badly that putting yourself in their seat, you're like, okay, it wasn't a matter of someone else is a better candidate, so much as I was not worth hiring kind of thing. Because that is a thing you can get yourself into, is that, you know, you remove yourself from consideration, and that is something that is on your shoulders usually. And it'll happen. Like, don't beat yourself into the dirt over it, but that is something that is like, okay, clearly, you know, I flubbed. I need to learn from this. Alright, Basset, you sleep well and all that stuff. And you have fun with the new kitten and all that. Alright, you should still eat, even if there's no quote-unquote acceptable... Yeah, you took care of it. Yeah, and you just got angry that you ate low-class food. You can do a job without 5 years previous experience. Right. That's exactly what it's saying, is they're nice to have. Obviously, you have those things. It's going to give you a bit more of a leg up compared to anyone else applying, which means you're more likely to get the job. But I've known a number of times that people applied, like, didn't apply to the job because they didn't think they had a chance. And the poor company trying to hire literally wasn't getting in applications. There wasn't even like a bad role or anything. It's just people assumed they weren't going to get it. Or for when I was in college, I would apply to a whole lot of scholarships. And there were a bunch of these scholarships that were only like $200-300 here and there. They weren't big scholarships. They're not going to pay for your degree or your housing or anything, but you know, every little bit helps. And the reason I got the scholarship is nobody else applied. So it's kind of won by default. And that happened a lot because a lot of people just go, it's not worth my time to write this essay for $200 or whatever it is. It's a junior to mid-roll, decent pay. So many people put the Christmas tree of skills on their resume, but they have very limited knowledge about it during the interview. Oh, yeah, so one reality is you just can't meaningfully interview for a lot of technical skills. Because you'll have people who are very talented who just don't interview well. It also really depends on how you are doing your assessment of if people have skills. A lot of people like to do the kind of like test during, like they'll do like some trivia thing and all that. I actually push back when I have an interview nowadays that has those types of things. Like, don't get me wrong, you can talk to someone and realize that they're BSing you, and you should. But like a lot of things where you sit there, it's like, show me how to implement a sort in whatever language, or a bubble sort or whatever. And, you know, they'll have you wanting to do it on like a whiteboard or whatever. And I've raked some people over the coals on that one. It's like, I can solve your trivia, but it's not going to do us any good. There's these stuff like 5 years experience in Linux, certification in Linux Foundation, but didn't know how to use simple commands. If you're looking at specific commands, I would argue that's a bad interview. Like, if you're going, okay, you know, you've got your 5 years experience Linux, your Linux cert, but do you know how to, I'm trying to think of a Linux command, it's been too long. Like, do you know the proper syntax to change from this directory to that directory? And you go, that's a very rudimentary thing you probably know. But sitting there at a table talking to someone with no computer in front of you, you're going to struggle probably with that kind of thing, because that's more of like just a in-the-moment memory thing, not a thing you really consciously think about. And I've seen people absolutely fail on those kind of interviews, even though, like, very clearly they should and do know it. Just the interview process itself becomes a thing screening candidates who would otherwise be qualified. Alright, so 54. We have you, and you are relatively high. Alright, and... But yeah. Because genuinely, if you're getting through hundreds of people, that's one of those ones that you'd probably want to sit down and be like, okay, what can we do to... Like, what can we do to bring the candidates we're getting in here up to what we need? Like, what training can we provide? What going there? Because if you're getting through hundreds of candidates and not finding anyone, that's at a point that there's something you got to do on your end. You prep the technical interview with the computer, browser, with internet. They're allowed to Google even. It's more of a how you tackle the issue. Yeah, it's not too bad. As you know, a psychologist many, many years ago, she was invited to a job and told, you aren't getting this position, you're overqualified, but can you help me with my personal problems? I have gone into roles where I was definitely... You went in there and you almost have to be like, I understand I'm overqualified for this position. This is why I want it anyways. I have had to do that fight before. You, okay. Just knocked each other around a little bit. But if I walked into a job interview and they said, you're not going to get this job, by the way, though we still want to work through some stuff, I'm probably going to tell them they can kindly F off because that is incredibly unprofessional. Or, that's fine. You're gonna have to hire me on contract. By the way, that contract is going to be hell of expensive compared to the normal rate. Because this is my FU money rate. Maybe you could have asked for like 500. Exactly. Asked for like $500 per hour. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's, oh man, who was it I had that conversation with? Like, there's times where you have people reach out with you trying to do, like, contracting stuff, and they're people you don't want to work with. Like, for whatever reason. It could be ethical, moral, you don't like the way they operate their business, their benefits suck, like, whatever your reason is. They said a nasty thing to your face one time. Doesn't even matter why. But you don't really want to work with... Okay, so Persona Core we need. So we'd have 2 groups of Tox people attacking us. And they're gonna give me 7 troops. There's a good chance they're gonna have a Doomsday or something else in here. Now, the weird thing about this is I do need both of these. Yeah, or they're just an annoying client. And so you'll have what's called your FE rate. Oh, thank you. I love you.
I love you more. Enjoy.
You enjoy. But you'll have what's called the FU rate. And what the FU rate is it's a rate you give someone you don't actually want to work with that is so insultingly high that they go away. So instead of being like, I don't want to work with you, you just like triple the rate, and it's their way of saying, I don't want to work with you. And if they say yes, it's also the one where you go, all right, well, I'm going to swallow my pride in this one because literally I'm getting triple my normal rate or whatever you've done for your amount. So we get 2 groups of wasters, and they're going to be pretty decent sized groups. Realistically, they'll kind of come at the same time. So we're looking somewhere in the area, let's see what, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 14. But these ones are going to have flak armor. There's a good chance we might end up getting a Doomsday or a triple rocket in there. This is gonna be like actual strong stuff. But we are getting 7 troopers that we can use as expendable. And those are great when you're dealing with stuff like Doomsday. Because you see the enemy group has a Doomsday launcher, and you've got expendable people, you just run one of them out there to soak that Doomsday for you, so that all the people you care about don't have problem. I should accept this quest, probably for the Persona Core, because the Persona Core, I need to build a ship. So that would take care of that need. The honor's nice, but I can get honor in a lot of other ways. Now, we only get 1.2 days for that to happen. How much longer is this person here? Noble needing help. Okay, so they're going to leave in the next day. So we're going to wait a little while longer, cash in that honor. Then we're going to trigger that. It would be nice if I had researched mortars. I'm kind of regretting not having that, because there is a good chance these attacks could involve a siege attack. And that would be really bad for us, because we are set to mostly medium short range, with like Sentient Cookie being the exception with the particularly long range. And so there's a really good chance if they were to drop in, like they drop a siege raid up here, and they got a bunch of bolt action and sniper rifles, I don't have a good way of dealing with that, just by the nature of what's going on. Do we have these shield belts made? Why have we not made these shield belts? Oh, it's plasteel. I don't have plasteel. Yet it's right here this whole time that I've been ignoring. Okay, so that'll solve that. Because I've been sitting here being like, you're supposed to have shield belts, because that is one way of dealing with that scenario, is you just do a little dance with your shield belts out in front of the enemy, draw those hits in at you, while your other people get into position to cause some mayhem. So, like, again, if this is where the siege was, we might dance our people out here with the shield belts out at range where they can't hit real well, run our ranged over here. Well, that's real bad. Schedule, home zone, grab you two. You're gonna try and scooch around. Oh, you are literally everywhere. Okay, so it's a pretty bad one. I didn't see if anyone dropped in. I should have been paying attention. So we're gonna go grab our 2 melee. Grab our short rangers. Grab you two. Grab you two for right now. For the moment, we're going to take you and put you farther behind cover. We've got these two up here. We're going to have to watch out for that pod, and then there's another pod down there. What are you rocking? So you have an assault rifle. You are a very good shot. Alright, you are going to go around here. So you two are going to back up over here. Use this for cover. So back over here. Use this for cover. Scooch on down there, scooch on down here. And just do your best to make your way. They're in kind of a bit of trouble. I might be able to make this work. Okay. So these two are going to have to hold their own while the rest of people get in position to defend the home. It doesn't look like we have anyone in here. Do we have anything really exotic? Sniper rifle, is that a smoke launcher? No, incendiary launcher. EMP, which we don't care about. Sniper rifle, bolt action. So they're definitely on the long range heavy. Shotgun, toxic grenades, and assault rifle. So they're definitely on the longer range heavy. So anyone attacking the actual base shouldn't be a problem. The thing is, we got these two separated out. And you've got a smoke pack and a fire foam popper. So Bucky seems to be potentially chasing Cookie and them. You would just have tox grenades. So let's turn and fight that. We gotta keep an eye on all that. Okay. Okay, so you handled that one just fine. Okay, so you got that one. We've got you with a shotgun. You're still dropping down there. Alright, so over. We gotta be careful because they've got lots of sniper rifles. Please go down. Wait, you're like out already? Well, I mean, in that case, we're gonna go ahead and deal with any potential survivors. Yeah, it looks like they had a mood break, and because of their mood break, they, yeah, we finished the job. Come on. No, too late. It's fine. Okay, and you are a waster? Yeah, we can put that to use. And you're just bruised. Capture that man. And by that I mean, where do I have a room to put you? That's fine. We could probably make room. Because we don't have a waster. And they got a bunch of stuff we can take for genes. So we got all that. Unrestrict all you for right now. I'm surprised they broke that much. You have a current job that you're pricing like that? Yeah, I know it happens. Oh, you lost a leg. And you're dying rapidly. So we're just going to run up to you, and we're going to put that leg right back on. Where are you? There you go. It's like you never lost your leg in the first place. So what happened that you lost your leg so easily? Just kept punching. It's like literally just punched his leg off. I must have missed. Well, they must have had some pretty good stuff going on that they're slapping legs off, even though they got ranged weapons. That happens. Every once in a while, you have a pawn that rolls up and they'll be carrying like a shotgun or something with that. And then they're like 18 melee or whatever. Alright, we got some relations. And we are now one title less than the absolute top title we need for Donkey Duff to do the royalty stuff. We can go ahead real fast and begin the conversion ritual on PS, hoping that we can potentially get this knocked out where they're converted. You're already patched up, yeah. So prisoner, we'll start converting you. And then meanwhile, we go in here, insert. We'll do the waster first. And we're going to do a round of things in here to try and get some more bio stuff. Because if we get really lucky, we get some really good traits in here, we can juice up our pawns a lot. We've got very fast and we have very fast running and fast healing. Effective, so not enough to, win it or whatever, but we did get the chance to reform our ideology. Let's go ahead and do a reform. I'm gonna take on Prolicizer because we got these people are just not getting sorted out. And otherwise, we're gonna leave the rest alone. Because that way, with as many people as we have, they should just endlessly harass the people to slowly chip away at them, if nothing else. And then, like, the next time we level up, maybe Prolicizer goes away and we put something else in there. I'm just not well situated. Like, Transhumanist, I don't have what I need to set up. Most of the other ones create their own challenges I gotta deal with. Alright, so meanwhile, you work at getting the Waster in there for genes. Because these three are going to be good negatives we can use. Most of the other stuff I don't care. Like, super immunity is strong. But I got a lot of really good stuff already I want to put in and not enough negatives. And other positives I've got, it would probably take over super immunity. Like, very fast runner, I'm going to take over super immunity every time if I can fit it. Very fast runner is extremely good. And then we're going to strip their stuff off. Oh, right, we got our other Bioferrite sword, didn't we? Bioferrite longsword. Excellent. Oh, that's... Oh, I didn't realize it shows the ones equipped. Oh, that's a poor quality one? How big of a difference does that make? So if we look at this one, the poor quality one is 10.1739%. And yours is going to show your stats with it being equipped, isn't it? Either way, it's going to be higher. Yeah, I think in this case we go here, build, smelt weapons, do one-time deal, clear all, bioferrite. Oh, so we'll just do long sword. Yes, if it is below quality normal. And that means they should smelt it, and then we should get back. Because I believe you could smelt bioferrite. I've actually never had to worry about that. It could also be, actually, you know what you could do instead? Go here, cancel that. That not as good bioferrite sword is still probably better than the spear. We'll just want to get ourselves an even better one. Alright, meanwhile, We have the rewarded attack. They'll give me 7 troopers to help hold this down. We do want that Persona core. It's going to be 2 pretty significant fights. So we got super immunity and unattractive out of that, which is not the worst, all things considered. Not my birthday, but appreciate nevertheless. Let's go ahead and strip those flak pants off. And then get the tox thing out of there too. I don't really care if they take the clothes back, it's the armor I want. Yeah, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna quickly go through here. Research death refusal, provoke pickgate. Use an FG. We can only have one person who has every single day, but one as their birthday. The internet's not prepared for that many. We know Curie, Jess, and FG already. Oh, goody. We got shield belts. Alright, so, one thing we need to do real fast is assignments. Let's go to our manage apparel policy. So I'm going to quickly go here and delete these other policies. And grab this policy. I'm going to copy it. We're going to rename it to melee. We're going to go to utility. I'm going to say no to shield belts. We're going to go you. We're going to say yes to shield belts. We're going to go ahead and clean off almost all the other stuff. And the reason I'm doing this is I do want my melee people rocking shield belts. And then honestly, the rest I don't really care about. And so with that, we need to go to these two, and your melee, and your melee. So that way, one, make sure we don't have them running around with all that stuff. Because we want to get them with those shield belts on. Once you two have shield belts, okay, so you've got a shield belt already. You'll probably get one soon, because we got those. Yeah, they're making another one. We extracted fat body. It's not exactly what I was looking for, I'm gonna be honest. It's not really what I had on my my agenda of the different things I'd want. Yes, we got a very impressive, somewhat impressive rec room. Okay, so a rec room can still use some improvements. We do have our art table set up, right? Yeah, we just don't have materials for it, but we'll get there. Honestly, at this point, yeah, it's fine, whatever. Let's also go to our assignments and apparel policies. We don't want tox packs. I'm not going to use them. So taking that off the list because I've seen more than one person running around with them. Have you pop in here. And then meanwhile, we can go to quests. We are accepting for the Persona Core. It is done. Alright, schedule. We are restricting all of you to the home zone, all of you to the home zone. You all get yourself having a full recreation schedule, because they tend to send me people that suck with a lot of this stuff. Before anyone can start taking drugs or anything like that, because your ideology won't permit it. We got all you sorted out. We'll get all that handled. Work, they won't do anything. That's fine. So it'll be like 1.5 days. So in the meantime, we can go into here, furniture. Do we have a room that is not already busy? We do not. So that is going to be unfortunate for all of them. Hey, I really appreciate you bringing all of your meals and then dropping them off in my shelves. As long as my go juice and everything else. So we're going to get 2 pretty nasty waves. But we actually got a decent amount of firepower here. Do we have anyone who is a absolute liability? Honestly, of the groups I've gotten handed the Empire over the years, this does not seem to be a particularly awful group. Like, there's 1 or 2 in here that certainly aren't exactly champions. But all things considered, I have certainly gotten far worse. Meanwhile, you have an undergrounder who doesn't have anything in particular need. And a bunch of goodwill I could get by killing pigskins and our tile. We're going to leave that alone for right now. Once we get this settled, we might look into that. Because I want to say this one only has 1.5 days. Yeah, 1.2 days, and we're going for the Persona Core. Yeah, so you're getting the shield belt done. Cool. Berserk on you because you're a victim of other stuff. So, unfortunately, you're expendable now. So I'm not really that worried. Oh, you're gonna just deal with them? I can live with that. We got delicate out of PS. That's actually a pretty awful one. Gotta be honest, I don't care if you make it or not. I was gonna say, I got too many people for my place. I don't really have strong opinion on if or not you make it. You gotta be aware of your own toxic buildup extreme. Oh right, because that pigment had venom fangs. Yeah, they'll probably die anyways. Because I get a spare pigman. I can do without you. I'm glad to see we didn't even take a bruise in that fight. We just wrecked him because bioferrite swords are amazing. We got our shield belt there. So you've got a shield belt. You've also got a shield belt. So I'm going to go ahead and do, as it's going to sound a little weird, is I'm going to go to PS here. I'm going to give them the melee stats. That way they grab a shield belt. Because in a pinch, even though PS here can't fight, I always have the option of having them run out and like soak up a hit or two with a shield belt. And they should be relatively safe that way. Oh, I didn't get a choice to clean any of that out. That's honestly fine. The sniper rifles are good and all, and I probably would want to recover them, but it's not that urgent. The sniper rifle I would mostly use for the utility purpose of if we have, like, a siege thing, I could try and pop 1 or 2 of them with my sniper rifles at extreme range. I did actually capture a couple of sniper rifles. So if they put down a siege raid, I could switch the sniper rifle, try and crack off a couple of shots to get them to come after me before retreating back to get my stuff sorted out. I honestly should put a shelf like right here with the sniper rifles potentially on it. So I could run up, grab the sniper rifle, go out here, once the fight kicks off, run back, switch my weapons back, that kind of thing. Okay, inspired recruitment, don't care about that, we're not actually recruiting these people. And you should be here literally any second. There they are. So they're dropping right on top of me in my break room where all of the people that got brought in to help me are. So let's quickly grab every one of our people. I'm gonna run them over here. I'm gonna grab all of their people, and we're just gonna kind of chuck them across the top here, spread them out a little bit. That is a lot. That is a lot of people in there. Okay. Mohan Rai, I don't feel good about how this is probably going to be in the short term. It's going to be probably a big mess one. You go hide in the research room. The rest of you, you get ready to get involved, but maybe wait a second. Okay, do we have anyone that they think super dangerous? It's not looking like it yet. Okay, it's just guns. I mean, it's still something worth saying. Oh, JD, buddy. This is not the room. Alright, so we're gonna have you pop out here. You pop that door. The rest of you bunch up right here, so when the door pops open, you can start opening all hell. Cody gets in a position here. Nope, stop. I did that to myself. Why are you running at me? What do you know that I don't know? Okay, so jump on you. You go help over here. I cannot make out at all what's going on in here. I see why you're running in. You're running in to get us hit with the tox. How are you hits? Just some bruises? So we're on a challenge, because if I stand in the tox gas, it's gonna be a problem. But if I back off, you're gonna be shooting me in the back. I think we just have to take it and take the tox gas. Okay, and you still got people up here. I should have left that door open. Okay, you're fleeing. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Let him go. At least that far. Stop. Like, I'm letting you through. You don't need to keep the fight. Okay. We still got people all over the place. Do you have anything I really care about on you? I mean, that'd be nice, but I think right now the priority is get everyone patched up.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
So let's try and get this all going. As much as I'd like to get all the waster stuff sorted out, I don't think it's happening right now. Who else can we rescue? Rescue you. And go orders, allow. Is there anything we really care on them? They've got a bunch of flak. I do want to strip them. Medical emergency on you, because you got both your arms shot off. Okay, do you actually happen to have your... No, natural healing's not up. Start tending. Start tending. Who's hurt the worst? You got bruises. You got bruises. You're bleeding quite a bit, so Donkey Duff does need to be patched up. Most of the rest of you are okay. Strip you and strip you. We can go up here, and if we get to the point... You got a bunch of bruises. So capture them and them. You need help. So rescue them. Okay, you will not doctor. So we got all our doctors doing what they can. We still got this toxin in here, which is no good. So you eat and then you carry them. So we're doing what we can. We're patching up everyone we can. Nose are you okay? Goes one. Yeah, but noses are superficial. You don't need a nose. It's fine. Now, downsides, we're likely going to have another raid here any second now, which is pretty bad. This room got utterly trashed, which isn't great. It's very unlikely that I will be able to get these people ready for another round. I was surprised when it's like, oh, they're gonna drop pod right in there with us. That's what I was afraid. Attacks immediately. They're gonna breach our walls. They're on. Oh, that is more than I can handle, is what that is. So we can't really do anything about it for a few seconds. We're patching everyone up as fast as we can. That's a lot of shotguns and assault rifles. They're trying to stop the bleeding really fast. So you're tending to people. They're gonna breach right over here somewhere. I'm just trying to get everyone patched up as fast as we can so people don't die from bleeding out while we're doing this. I don't think I've got the time to get it sorted, though. So that's a lot of firepower coming in. If they could at least get a couple up here, we'd be good. So we have Stop Todd, Cody still need stuff. So you got bruises, you got actual bleeding. Okay, so working our way in now. As much as I don't want to get involved, the reality is we have to get involved. We're gonna get no help from these other people. PS is just gonna have to do what doctoring they can. I don't have great expectations for any of that. Oh, they already got a hole through. Grenades are ridiculous. So part of me was hoping I could get up close and get the fire spew across their line. That's not looking like it's gonna be a thing. We're definitely popping the commanding shout. So you got grenades. Please don't destroy my room there. Okay, that was just blood loss. They're starting to fight back. We're gonna drop a flare. Oh, the flare's on JD and not in a position to do anything. And we don't have another flare. We're gonna pop a smoke. We're gonna retreat. And the goal here is to try and get them to follow me. Okay, it's time to move on to the next spot. Meanwhile, where are you? You're tending to them. I left that door open. Honestly, that might bait them into kidnapping. I can live with that. So you go duck that corner. You duck this corner. You duck here. You duck there. Actually, don't hold that door. Okay, so we got that one. So we're picking off a couple here and there. That's fine. That's all the prisoners. It'd be really nice. Okay, so we're shooting into the smoke. Okay. I don't know what they're doing up there. It's working out okay for me because they keep feeding themselves into me in 1s and 2s. Okay, let's back off again. Same plan as last time. Get the shotguns down here. Get you behind a corner, get you along a wall. This is not the way we should do it. So Lily, that's fine. Just the ranged back here, but you here, you there. Get the shield belts out in front. Okay, fire going back and forth across both sides. Do we push? Ah, that's a lot. I should probably retreat. Sentient Cookie did get downed. Get you behind cover. That's the other prisoner. You do not leave that room in the middle of all that. Okay, so we need to retreat around the corner here because that is a whole lot bearing down on me. The question is, which way do I want to retreat? If we retreat this way, got less options, but I think it'll be faster. So let's drop a flare to hit the whole group. JD's downed. Non-super big danger, neither is Cookie. We are starting to build up a lot of hits against us, though. Cookie, please don't go to the fire. Decide to kidnap who they can and leave. Alright, we can probably make this work, because they might go in to kidnap these people pretty hard. Okay, let's try and make this work. You two get here, ready to intercept. Anyone who can get up, start getting the right to block the door. Everyone with a gun, shoot that man. Okay, so Cookie's still alive. They are fighting back when I was expecting them to start retreating. It's not super helpful. So let's get you back behind the wall again. Oh, we got all the toxic gas here still. So it's back off again. We have to try and go around. Okay, JD. Go grab a weapon. Or just get downed instantly in the gas. Please get up. Before someone grabs you and goes the other way and I can't stop them. So I'm letting most of them go. Not worried about that. Okay, so JD's back up again. Go this way. You're back up. Go this way. Just get out of here. Honest needs rescue. That's fine. Get on him. Cool, we got Sentient Cookie. Meanwhile, I could start holding up here. You go grab... I don't even care what weapon anymore. You go grab a gun. JD, you go grab a gun. All right. As soon as that one's down, we need to go in and do a lot of fixing. Wait, did you not get your guns? Oh, my bad. That's fine. You start dealing with all this fire. You're free to leave your room. Okay. Okay. So we need to deal with the fire. We need to bandage people up. So medical. Let's start assessing where we're at. Nothing we got to worry about there. Nothing to worry about there. So it looks like Lily's got some pretty bad injuries. Otherwise, mostly people are in okay shape. Pods have arrived at the Persona Core, so that's good news. You go haul that out of here. Please stop worrying about the fire. Yeah, all of you stop worrying about the fire. You worry about the doctoring. Honestly, if the whole field burns, I'm not super fussed by it. And honestly, if all they die, I'm not super fussed by that either. Now, they did destroy our common room pretty badly, which is not super shocker. Luckily, they let the production room alone. They broke the wall and then they left. For some reason, it followed you. It can happen. It's easy for, like, to pocket unfollow stuff like that. It does happen. Oh, did you lose your arms or your legs? You lost your arms, so once they get you patched up, you should be back in business. Schedule, we will unrestrict all of you, so you can haul bodies out here. What are you doing? Consuming a meal? Go fast. You've all got the fire basically handled. Everyone is getting patched up. This is going to be a whole big mess that everyone has to deal with. They destroyed our ideology stuff, tattered our clothes. You are not resting, sir. Fat chance on that. Meanwhile, you can prioritize cleaning the hospital, small child. It's what you can do right now. That we can hopefully limit some infections. What we did get is an alarming amount of guns. Unfortunately, a lot of bio-coded ones. I should be able to go in here. I think we already have a thing for destroying bio-coded weapons. Yeah. So they should slowly get that sorted out themselves. We'll need to recover our weapons, but we're... Oh yeah, one thing I've noticed is you can now tend to people while they're tending to people. You used to not be able to do that. We got... Okay, so you still need to be treated. So you treat them. You still need to be treated. So, Cody, you could tend to them. Let's see, so you can now cauterize the doctor's wounds while he's stitching up the own patient. Basically, it seems like that. Alright, so we did get an infection. We are going to jump that straight up to Glitter World. Nope, you are not done. Get the corpse out of here before corpse rot becomes the whole issue. Alright. Okay, is everyone treated now? Nope, you are not done. Till everyone's treated, there will be no going to sleep. Those are bruises, I can live with that. Alright, so it looks like JD's the last one who's actually got injuries. They did destroy our ground penetrating scanner, which is aggravating. We've got you here. So go ahead and rescue them. Because we might be able to get some standings or whatever for it. You've got you there. So you can try to rescue them as well. You're all patched up. We are running physically out of beds. Okay. There are so many weapons everywhere. We'll need to start hauling them all, but let's... So we got some of the stuff. If you get the chain shotgun, so I have the chain shotgun back. Okay, so everyone's at least armed decently now. They should make their way out as able. I honestly have no idea what equipment they did manage to destroy and all that. Corpse Obsession. Please just find a random corpse and don't dig up a friend. Cookie's being a jerk. Also, where are you taking that corpse? Let's allow you real fast so you can just bury that person again. Because right now the child's one of the people in the best shape, so we're having them deal with a lot of this. Alright. Dark visions. Yeah, a lot of people are gonna have mood breaks and all that. The big thing is, as long as we have Stop Todd here, gets through their infection fine. That's the only one who gets the dangerous one right now. I need to shift people around. Now we've got our weapons reorganized. So yeah, the good news, we got our Persona Core. It was messy, it was not clean. We didn't lose anyone, though some people got properly thrashed. The only actual long-term injury got was Marco's Police lost their nose. And unfortunately, they're the only one who can't unnatural heal themselves, so that nose loss is there. But considering what showed up to knock down her door, no deaths, I'll take it. And I didn't think of how well that smoke was going to work at this spot. I was mostly just trying to cover my break, but because of that, they kept trying to run in and out of the smoke to get better accuracy, and that worked out pretty well for us. It wasn't until they properly got into this corridor in numbers that we started taking a lot of hits. In hindsight, it might actually be worthwhile for me to put like a little bit of cover here if I'm going to retreat to that point. I don't think it's worth the effort now, but having a couple places I could fall back to that actually have cover might not be a bad move. So something like put some cover spots around here, since likely this would be a place I fall back to one way or the other. Okay, so you're just shearing stuff. So I'm going to have you take 2 seconds to haul these bodies out. It's just going to take us time to clean all this garbage up. There's going to be a lot of mood breaks until we get that all hauled out of here. Alright, so you've got just the infection left, and you are winning against it solidly. Cody's back in action, so that's really good. Alright, so got that out, so at least we don't immediately have more people dying to corpse stink. We've run out of prepared food because I've been holding on to the package meals. Because again, everyone and their sister is currently injured. And understandable about the EMT of sorts in our colony, who's had a really rough day of trying to patch up all the holes in everybody after watching, you know, absolute war breaking loose, and immediately ended their shift by slamming back a beer. You know what? I can understand that. Finishing the shift, staring out in the middle distance while sipping at a beer. Just trying to get through the day. Alright, so we're having our first couple people recover. So probably want to do is if we get Preach Health up, we're probably going to want to use that on Lily. They are an impid, which means they heal slowly. So they're going to be probably the one out of commission the longest. A bunch of the others are actually getting pretty close to being back in business. Alright, so you did take a permanent injury to your leg, so we'll put unnatural healing on you to get that leg injury patched up permanently. Yeah, a lot of them... I'm just surprised at how fast all of these ones, you know, went down with their full-on flak and all that. All the Empire people, they just got absolutely shredded because of the number difference. Yeah, so you're still mad because you got divorced. It should be getting ready to run out. Yeah, it literally runs out today. That's fine. So that means basically once we finish this last bar of research here, that we're well on our way to. I've got the Persona Core and everything else I would need for the ship. Obviously, I don't have enough components or advanced components or anything like that quite yet. But that's not to be unexpected. I'm going to probably have to caravan off the map, and like when I get there, try and deal with it on the other side is more than likely how that's going to happen. So that's good news. We're pretty close to set up for the regular old ship. I got 6 more advanced entities to do for the monolith, which is probably what's going to hold us up the most. What else do we got? Royalty-wise, we are 1 rank below what I need for the royalty ending. So it's basically the monolith that's holding us up, and then caravanning to the other side of the world. And then it's once we get there, trying to slap down enough defenses to survive with the amount of wealth we're going to have, which is going to be the most tenuous part of this run. Berserk, because you're ravenously hungry. Look, normally I try to keep you alive, but right now, my patience isn't very high, because half the colony is shredded. So if you could just take a nap. Look, your limbs are popping off faster than you can do anything. If you could just fall down, that's fine, your head fell off. It's okay. I also like that he was supposedly starving while he had food in the room with him. Well, ravenously hungry, I should say, not starving. Cool, so you're all healed as well. You got some bruises. Okay, so when you've got your thing up, Donkey Duff needs a heal. Alright, so all the corpses are starting to get funky. Okay, unnatural healing is up, so let's go ahead and have you use that on Donkey Duff to try and patch up that big scar on their leg. Cool. That's that sorted. Then we'll preach health over to Lily so they can actually heal up in a meaningful time span. Could you not read your book in the rotting corpses? I'm kind of going every time someone stops in here. I'm just taking a moment to be like, take that corpse out, take that corpse out. There's so many bodies everywhere. Okay, got preach health on you. Cool, so everyone's good now. Schedule, we'll need to go to, sorry, assignments. Get everyone back into normal medicine, or the cheaper medicine. So we're slowly bouncing back. We still got more corpses to get out of here, a lot more cleanup to do. The whole place is an absolute mess. But Senshi Cookie is going to be able to start rebuilding everything. Meanwhile, we can insert the next person. Yeah, so we did lose the last of like the pigskin people we had here. That's fine. Is there any more corpses in here? Yes, get the corpse out first. I do want everything rebuilt, but the corpses need to go first. And our cook is Donkey Duff, who's got a lot of catching up to do. Yeah, and they're all mad because observed rotting corpses is just their state of being right now. There'll be no relaxing while there's corpses. Oh, I've run out of space out here for the corpses. Hang on. Do researching. Instead of doing that, all 3 more corpses. You're researching. Instead of doing that, haul another couple of corpses. As long as there's more corpses out here, there's more mood breaks on the horizon. Okay. So I think we got all the corpses out of this whole area. We got them out of this area, none went in here. So at that point, I think other than this corridor here, and outside the perimeter, we got all that. We've got our holes in the walls patched up now, all of our doors closed. So we should stop having all those mood penalties popping up from all the corpses laying around. A panther is hunting Stop Todd. Look. Panther, I'm really not in the mood to deal with your garbage. Honestly, Stop Todd can probably solo you if we're being... open, like, accurate about this. That's not what I wanted. There. Solved. Okay. So I got guns to haul. What are you moving slow? Food poisoning. Cool. That's certainly something we need on the whole pile of stuff going on here. Okay, so slowly but surely I should get all this cleaned up. You're doing some learning, and by that I mean you are cleaning. I guess they're considering that a temple right now. Trying to uncurse all of these places from their seas of blood everywhere. We can get a mech cluster of dear goodness. Okay, so we'd have a centipede, 2 lancers, 3 militars, 2 pikemen, 2 scorchers, a scyther, a tesser, a toxic spewer, 2 power cores, 2 or a drop pod node. Follow that. You can take that and leave. I totally forgot that's there. We don't have enough time to deal with it, so we'll drop that off. You're still cleaning. How hungry are you? That's fine. We'll get you there. Little by little, we are de-scuffing the whole base. Interestingly enough, Marco's Please just gained a level in crafting sitting there? Oh, you're reading a book. That makes sense. Okay, so you've almost got your leg healed up, and everyone's good. There's solar flare. Cool. Love to see it. Not really. The corpse heap is real. Okay, so we are slowly picking away at FPS. Because the fun challenge is where you have to do every quest. Yeah, no, that's a good one. That's kind of why I like Guilty. Guilty really pressures you into taking a lot of quests you otherwise would probably not touch. And so there's times where a quest comes by and you're like, okay, realistically this quest is not any good for me. But if I say no, the end result of that will end up being everyone taking a mood penalty that stacks. So while I don't actually want the result, like the new pawn or whatever, you know, the mood penalty could potentially take my colony from in a state where I have things settled well to slowly making them worse and worse. Like, you know, when you're dealing with, like, muscle parasites and then it pops up, you're like, well, crap, everyone's still pissed off because of intense pain from muscle parasites. And then if I throw on the, like, 8 or whatever penalty is for not helping a refugee or whatever, and get really rough. Gotcha, the very last learning. So you modded an ideology questing meme that gives you mood hits for failing or refusing quests and buffs for succeeding. Yeah, Guilty kind of does that. It's just if it's a charity quest as opposed to any. Alright, so we've got this all sorted. Everyone's patched up and in good shape. You're dealing with mood penalties from all the corpse stuff and the psychic bond distance that I can't fix. Okay, you just went berserk. Unfortunately for you, I actually don't care about your well-being anymore. It would be nice to keep you around, but... if you just go ahead and not die but fall down, that's perfect. Good job, I appreciate your contribution. Because now you're missing a leg, and I don't have to deal with it. It is going to be curious if I could still, like, convert them where they don't have ears, because they shouldn't be able to hear me anymore. But, you know, I don't particularly care one way or the other. The guilty mood hits are brutal and you love it? Yeah, no, exactly. Sign language? Assuming they know it. It's interesting that they still have the toxic buildup. And that it hurt them as waster. That was from fighting, there was a pigman in there that had Venom Fang. So it just bit the crap out of him. There's so many guns in here. Fortunately, most of them are bio-coded. So question is, do I care about your situation to do it enough times? Yeah, no, we want to keep going, because I've got awful animals, but I want to get the awful cooking and all that. I want to get these negatives, because then that should be enough negatives to do stuff here. Because right now I've got poor shooting. Most of my people you don't want to have that. So I've got, like, very fast here. I could take, like, the poor animals, the awful plants. But we wouldn't want to give awful shooting. And that still has us on the thing. So we want to get more negatives. Do you have smelting? Yes, I do. Right there. Allow bio-coded. We're just short on crafters and a bunch of stuff, so we're just kind of dealing right now. None of my people have a passion in crafting, so we're making them do it anyways, and that's just our existence. So still stone out there, we got queued up the hall. Royal Tribute Collector, that's fine. When you get the next trade caravan, it should be a good time. Alright, you convert. Yes. One more time ought to do it. And then PS will also be converted. And that will be just Cody as the only one left who still needs to be converted. Yeah, I keep being tempted to just throw them in there and effectively finish the job. But I'm also like, you know what? Especially the fact they've knocked off a bunch of limbs and all that. I'm down to keep trying to go and get the negatives I want out of this person. Okay, and the last of all the blood and all that's getting cleaned up from the fight. We still have people trying to haul around stuff and all that. Yeah, these are all the bio-coated weapons. Everything else basically got cleaned up already. And this room's just straight up full. We need a trade caravan rolling through. Wait, did they destroy the ground here? Oh, I see. Right. It was, bridge there because it's just all the mud and all that. And it appears I'm out of wood, so let's go ahead and get that resolved. Let's go down here and chop down a handful of trees. We don't need a lot. Meanwhile, we're getting lots of bioferrite. Did we make our next bioferrite sword yet? Cool, so they are starting to destroy all that. So they got their shield belt. There is a spare in here somewhere. That's fine. We have an awful quality bioferrite sword. So let's go here to smelt weapon. Do forever details. We'll go in here for right now. Remove the ranged, and anything that is below normal that is a melee weapon, we'll put on that list. I will want to go in here, actually. Yeah, okay, that's the smeltable ones. Yeah, anything below normal, get rid of it. So stuff like that bioferrite longsword, get it out of here. It's a poor, or it's an awful quality. We'll go smelt, apparel, do forever. If it is below 70 quality and it's not utility. Alright, so we've got everything for the ship now. So literally we can start building the ship anytime we want. We'll start getting gene processor. Start getting all that stuff. So pretty much the ship is ready to rock and roll. We got the persona core in here somewhere. I've lost track of it. It doesn't matter, it's in there. So we've got the persona core. We've got all the research. The thing we'd want to do from here is just get basically to the ship to the stars. So ship to the stars and that are in a relatively good shape. We're working on the royalty thing actively, and we're working on this. So I'm going to try and give this elite expectations. Alright, what can I do to get you... No psychic rituals, right. Impressive bedroom, very impressive dining thing. Mad tortoises. Alright. So we've got 2 over there. Is that it? Yeah, I got 2 to the left and 2 to the right. Honestly, Cookie can step out and deal with their thing. I don't really need them to break for no reason. Well, nerve spikered it to the heart. All right. So with all this, we can do a chronophagy on Scar there. So who is the oldest now? We got 44, 53 is gonna be it. Scar's gonna pop in there. We have, you have a bonus. You have a bonus. I thought there's one more person with a bonus in here. You have a tiny bonus, okay. Okay, so we can keep de-aging our people before we get bad backs and frail and all that. Because now I'm starting to get more than enough bioferrite just gradually. And every time we do this kind of thing, it will... That's actually not a bad person. I'm not going to take him. But that wouldn't have been a bad person to take. Granted, at this stage, we've knocked off limbs. We're aging them and all that, so it's a little late. I don't think I would take them anyways. I need a crafter, not their stuff. But that is not a bad pawn. Alright, so another 10 years. And we get our next round of everyone popping in there in 5 days. So yeah, you have elite expectations. And that's a bit of a difficulty to handle. We've got comfort, impressive dining room, all that. Chinchilla has self-tamed and chosen death. We're probably at the point I really should be splitting up some of these rooms in their own independent rooms. We didn't really give ourselves space for a lot of that. One of the things we will deal with when we caravan over to our location is getting the stuff set up so our mood requirements don't get out of hand rapidly is going to be a difficult thing to do. Alright. I think we're just going to have to live with a lot of that. How am I going to get you to not have more issues? Yeah, because we're not keeping up on our simple meals. Donkey Dust trying, which that's a matter of my kitchen's up here and the raw food's down there. It's just too much of a run. So I do think we're at that stage where let's reinstall this light over here, and we're gonna make a mini kitchen right there. People run back and forth through it, which will be bad for it, but I'm gonna need to make that happen. So go production. I'll put an electric stove here. Let's make sure we got supporting weight there. Yeah. So put an electric stove here. We'll end up putting another one there. And they can run through. I'll go granite. Put a light here. And a light there. How am I doing on power, by the way? We're low. We're really low, actually. Man, I'm not ready to set up an geothermal. We'll have to. Got one down there. That's not really going to be easy to hook up to the rest of the base. We can actually do it this way. So that one wouldn't be too bad. I could bridge that over to that one. This one's pretty far out of the way. That one's really far out of the way. That one might as well be on the moon. So I think that's going to be the reality, is we'll be going down here. I will pause them from building that. We can start getting all this set up while we wait. And do we have weight support the whole way? Yes. Cool, so what we could do here then... Let's give ourselves another little hallway we can work with. And put a granite door there, there, and there. There and there. And we can go to power, and we can run right on through the middle. Now we'll need to go furniture on the wall lights. Okay. So we can bridge all that together. I don't need to put down our proximity sensor or anything like that. We've already got the one for the main base. That's going to take us a while. We'll probably need to home zone all that. Let's wait to do that till it's actually built, though. So we've got you. We've got the drone coming down. Let's see. For a low power test, it's going to push our people towards insanity for 5 days. But they're willing to give me stuff. I'm going to take it. It's going to be a bad time. But that might be enough to finish up the rest. I was going to... Yeah, it's medium. Entity escape on the tough spike. Go say hi. Honestly... Go back them up. Okay, that was fast. You take its leg off or something? Yes, just a couple bruises. And you cut it up pretty good. Alright, I don't even remember what the thing... So we got the plasteel. Oh, right, we were getting honor. You were about to run away. Oh, I see what happened here. Hey, send your cookie, dropping that immediately. Before all the Alpaca just rush off on their own. Okay, that'll take care of that. Alright, so we got the medium psychic drone. That is going to be a bad time for us. We did take the honor. What should happen is, if we look at Donkey Duff, we check our status. So we're at the 52 out of 65 I need for the main title, the big title. So that's really good. So I probably have like 1, maybe 2 more honor rewards, and they'll be good. Cool, we did convert the prisoner to our ideology, which I did just because we can while we were waiting on other things. Yeah, you got 3 more days so we can do those. You are getting the stoves online, so let's go bills, add, cook meals, do until you have 50. Survival meals forever. Tea forever. And then we can go to cook vegetarian fine meals until we have that, and vegetarian lavish meals forever. And then we'll move that from there down to here once we've got that all sorted out. You do not need to be restricted to the home zone now. I was just trying to remember why we... Oh, right, we had the medium psychic drone. Right. That's the reason why we weren't running around too much, is I was about to do the anomaly thing when we accepted the medium psychic drone for the honor and the plasteel. Because we need the plasteel for a good couple things. So that's going to do pretty good for us and all that. We still got our many couples here. Well, multiple couples here. a year past your issues. Alright. The big question is how I'm going to deal with some of these mood things. And you're still fixing all that, which requires slate. Okay. And I do have a drill down here, which I could move around till I see slate, which isn't necessarily the worst idea. I just haven't been bothering. Right, you can't burn apparel because you're out. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so we'll get all the granite here. I made sure to have a couple different exits, so as I need to move around, we've got that big outcropping there for the geothermal. Because we are pushing right up to the limit of what that geothermal can, or our current power grid can handle. How are we doing in bioferrite? Not amazing, but we're alright. And we're making ourselves a new bioferrite sword, so here's hoping we get something better than the last time, because the last one was an awful one. Normal. You know what? Honestly, normal is acceptable. Because you have excellent and you have poor. So go grab the normal one. Meanwhile, you go visit our guest here and explain to them that there will be no fighting. If you just take off that other leg, it'd make my life easier. You're gonna kill him, aren't you? Perfect! Good job! So now, as long as we can patch this person up before they die... Actually, you go ahead and do it right now. As long as I patch this person up before they die, they can never break out again. So they've become a non-issue for me to deal with. Because we have... Not by, like, surgically removing their legs and being trolly like that. We have removed both their legs by the fact that they keep breaking out, and we keep stopping them, and they keep getting hurt doing it. Right, so we still have the specialized limbs there. There's our Persona Core. So let's grab a bunch of these guns that I'm not going to use. And clean all of that up as best we can. The sniper rifles are worth keeping around for utility reasons. Is there anything I particularly want from you that I can afford? Oh, take these drugs. We have plenty of medicine. The jump packs I don't think we need. I think I'd rather have the other stuff. Let's just take the cash. For this time. So do we want that pawn? No. So this pawn, what we're doing is we're using them to try and get genes out of them while we're waiting for our stuff. I want to get the negatives like the poor animals, plants, and whatever else. Yeah, the poor animals, cooking, and artists that we've got on them. So that we can go over here and grab the very fast running and some of the other good stuff I've already got. I've got a lot of positives and almost no negatives that are really worth using, so I need more negatives. And wasters have a decent number of negatives I can leverage. Okay. Yeah, so 2 days we can take our Impid, our High Mate, and the Waster and run them through the bio stuff. Gene Processor. I don't really need to be crafting guns. I'm not really worried about the auto doors. We're not going to worry about the moisture pumps because we are going to be running out of here. Let's grab the Archogenetics just in case we get lucky and get like an exotic trades good person show up with like Deathless or something really amazing. Because we get something like, you know, something like Deathless or one of these other ones, then we can do that. Alright, Manhunter Pack, that's going to probably be a really big group. Oh yeah, that'd be 36 guinea pigs. You brought it all. Honestly, for this one, I just don't feel like dealing with it. So if I can have you just pop that door, put everyone into the home zone for right now. We're just gonna close the door and pretend it's a not me problem. And as long as we don't have anyone like step outside the door, have a break or whatever, then it'll remain a not me problem. Added bonus, I could probably deal with this other stuff here. I was gonna say I could probably trigger an anomaly thing. And depending on what shows up, like if we have a devourer, then these things should just maul the crap out of the devourer. But the problem is we don't know what we'll get, and this medium psychic drone is still a concern. Yeah, so it's for 5.1 days. I only now realized I could click on that and it tells me what we got going on. Alright. So, the possibilities that we can run into for this, if I pop this. Let's consider. The Revenant would be a bad time. Metal Horror would honestly not be that big. The Noceosphere would be a non-issue. The Blood Rain would honestly be ideal because it wouldn't change literally anything. The Golden Cube would be a problem. Those could be a problem. The Heart would be pretty bad. These two would be fine. Honestly, I feel like this is not a bad time to do it. It's not a smart idea if I'm being totally honest. But I could see ways that this could work out in my favor. And I think there's more of those than negatives. Roll them bones? Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you gotta gamba. And we're gonna gamba with our lives. It's just what you do. Because I'm hoping we'll get the Juggernauts or the Devourers. Because honestly, these guinea pigs, they could probably win, because the Devourer would grab one of them, take a good 10, 20, 30 seconds to digest it, while a billion other guinea pigs just chipped away at them. Just making sure they don't try and go out and around. Blood Rain's also fine, because if we get Blood Rain, it's just going to berserk the animals, which is what we're already dealing with. Yeah, Moderate Psychic Drone is a bad time. Okay, we'll hold that door open. Meanwhile, we'll reinstall you down here. That is not the best choice. Now, this might work out that those might attack the flesh beasts. I honestly don't know what that'll work like. If they attack the flesh beasts, then this works out to my favor. But that's going to be the heart. You recently had Blood Rain is terrifying. A Blood Rain is you lock the doors and you hide. As long as you keep indoors, the Blood Rain's not that big a deal. But if you're like doing a not walled in base or whatever, Blood Rain is horrible. Alright, we got the Flesh Mass Heart. So my hope is that we're going to see the big wall of guinea pig moving up towards this. Now, there's no reason to do anything about the Flesh Heart unless either A, it puts a spitter too close to my base, or B, it gets its 3 Flesh Mass out. So, it is one we kind of just want to wait on, but as you can see, it's going to rapidly grow and take over area. I'm okay with this. It does appear that they don't really care. There is a trick I can actually use that I only learned recently. Do we have materials that can easily block off a room? So run everyone in here real fast. We're gonna tell it structures, build a granite wall right at the door. So as long as there's a door between me and the enemies, they will sit there and just run around. But if I go, and let's get the bricks in place, and before you build it, step to the other side. But if I build a wall in between, then what ends up happening is they'll de-aggro from me, because they don't know how to get to me, and we have just sent them on their way. Go forth, my minions! Kill the flesh beasts! Okay, meanwhile, deconstruct that. In the Sea of Guinea. So that still works at 1.6? Yeah, I mean, the big thing is they just don't have a way of dealing with it. Because, like, you could have your base enclosed, and that makes more sense just let that happen. So this is where you don't underestimate the power of guinea pigs. Because keep in mind, there's actually a couple of the dangerous flesh beasts in there. And while the guinea pigs are certainly taking casualties, they are solidly winning that fight. Okay, so with that, we're going to hold that door open. Let the guinea pigs in. Because they've all wiped each other out. There's 2 guinea pigs left. And 1 spike. Oh, I'm not sure if you can go to our fences, can you? Yeah, you're not blocked by fences. They're small enough that it shouldn't be a thing. Okay. Yep, so some of them might get back up, but a lot of them are just going to bleed out and die. So far I've only seen 1 of the nerve clusters, because this is what we're after. I got to destroy 3 of those to take that thing out, but they don't spawn immediately, so we just got to let this thing kind of just do its magic. And then once we've got it pretty far along, we can start tearing it all apart. Okay, so we're starting to run out of power on these. That's kind of a problem. So for right now, let's turn off that smelter. It uses a very large amount of power. Do we have enough for a conversion ritual? Not yet. So we'll start chipping away at Cody to get Cody on board as well. Are you dropping frames or bad internet? I have dropped no frames tonight. So I'm not saying it's necessarily whatever, but it's not on my end. So it could be like an ingest server problem on Twitch. It could be something between you and, you know, Twitch's servers, like your ISPs or whatever. Like where the actual problem lies, I don't know. But I'm not dropping frames. Ambrosia Sprout. Cool. We can do chronophagia again. So we're going to. So we got 31, 44, 42. So 44 is our oldest person right now. I kind of wish you could sort this by the psychic sensitivity. So you didn't have to like kind of go through and look for it. Has he been getting issues on your stream? It seems to be stable right now, for now. Yeah, no, like I said, it could definitely be on Twitch's side. Like, the ingest server I'm connected to might be having problem, which is still Twitch. But, like, there's not a whole lot I can do about it. You wish you could sort the ritual screen at all? Yeah. So good news is that means I only got 5 more after this anomaly one. And we can re-allow those doors. Because now we should have some spare power, and we do. Chronophagy complete. So we've gotten even younger. On in 3 hours, we can have the Impid pop in. We'll do our rotation. Still waiting for our next set of, the next 2 sets of nerve clusters to pop up. Because then usually what I'll do is, if I have an incinerator or something, well, there's this next one. If I have incinerator, you can just dump the incinerator in there, run back, and kind of deal with your stuff. It won't fully spread, but it will shred a lot of it. Okay. So let's get Lily in there. Yeah, keep spawning stuff. There's also a good chance with all our allies, we might end up having an ally show up and start cleaning this up for me. Which works out really well when they do that. Yeah, no, chronophagy is really strong. I don't do a lot of awful things to the pawns. I am down to chronophagy, because de-aging them, the only options you get is chronophagy or the biosculpting things, and the biosculpting things just take forever. Yeah, you've got elite expectations. Minor pain. Right, because you got a flesh mass lung. Forgot about that. Oh, did we have anyone else with any long-term scars or anything we need to deal with? Just the nose being shot off, which you can't unnatural heal yourself. I just double checking since we definitely used to not be able to. I was like, alright, did they sneak that in on accident? The best thing to do is make a prisoner very old, then use them, rip their brain out of them for enhanced mechs and mechanator. You could do that. I also sometimes will push them to the point where they can barely walk, and then if it's a faction you can befriend, you send them on their way and you actually get reputation out of it. Or in this case, we're using prisoners for genes as well. Deep red skin. Well, it's not really useful. Alright, so we gotta wait just a little longer on the high mate. Yeah, one of the downsides we have is we're using mostly short and medium range weapons, and that being right next to the heart is going to be pretty aggravating to deal with. I'm not going to be able to avoid the acid very well. It doesn't have a really fast fire rate, but it's relatively fast. So you could try to bait it in. Okay, so you got the next person on the list. Get in there. You also take Hussars to do that because you don't want to deal with them. Oh yeah, no, Hussars have so many really good genes, but they're just awful to deal with. So yeah, no, it's the same kind of thing where you're like, okay, I want what I can get out of you. I don't want you staying though. I don't want to deal with your drama. Okay. Still waiting for that third nerve bundle to pop up. Visitor. Hey, Turtle. You should be very careful about which way you walk off the map, buddy. I'll tell you that much. You're really gonna want to think about where you're going. Okay, so you don't have a whole lot of money. You don't have anything I really want. So, what we'll probably do here... So give you that book. And that's got you sorted there. We could also pop back down and do another trade with you where I gift stuff. So gifting stuff wise, we're not going to be using Delicate. We're not going to be using fat body. Awful plants we might use. The red skin we're not going to use. Super immunity is good, but I'm probably not going to use that either in this particular run. We can go ahead and give you the spears. We can give you your worn out face masks, worn out flak vest, bunch of these shirts and all that. Have an alpaca, whatever. Take these clothes as well. Take a pile of Sai-T. And honestly, I think we're in a relatively good area. Take the bolt action. I probably won't use that. I want to just push it till I get... There we go. Cool. So keep that all solidified. Meanwhile, where the heck... Why are you, like, just straight up... Oh, you're in there starving. Well, under moderate psychic drone. That's unfortunate. Can I have someone feed you? I never did try that. No. Alright, so somewhere in here, we have specialized limbs. Alright. Keep forgetting I have that. I need you to pop out and immediately find something to eat. Because you're maximum anger. We got a caravan approaching. Okay, so we don't have the third nerve. Okay, so we got all 3 nerve bundles. Alright, how much longer do you have? So you'll be ready to attack again in 2 hours. Let's try and get rid of that real quick. And then the other ones will be a little bit more work. Definitely not gonna get remotely in position in time. But my hope is you're probably gonna smack that guy. Are you gonna get out of range in time? You probably are. I'm not gonna be able to get to it in time. Alright, so let's clean this stuff out, start working our way in towards these 2 nerve bundles on the bottom here. If we're lucky, they'll draw the spit off of that thing. I'm not super worried if they don't. But we need to get to all 3 of these nerve bundles. That's gonna be the hard one. Yeah, so we can avoid that one. We'll need to push in this area. All 3 of them are under that spitter, so I'm going to have to bait the spit. Which sucks. It's acid. It does a lot of damage. I did not see you, but we did manage to dodge it. Okay. So that's the new target. We get rid of you first. It's got a 2 in-game hour cooldown. It's kind of like an artillery. We need to deal with that. Yeah, you'll be okay in a minute. Okay, so start shooting. Now, after you destroy enough of like the flesh stuff here, they will respawn by throwing a bunch of enemies at you. And so we gotta be a little bit careful. Come on. Get it before it grows in there. Okay, so we got that spitter done. Meanwhile, time for you to get in. Meanwhile, that's all gonna die on its own because we have detached it from the rest of the group. Gonna try and tunnel through here real fast. Okay, and you can reach me down here. Alright, so stop Todd, bait the acid. Nicely done, sir. We'll deal with you real quick. Okay, so let's start carving into this. We'll probably have at least one immune response from this before we get anywhere. So you stand on this side. You stand on the... Yeah, you... That should do. Okay, start shooting over there again. Cool, so we've got that. Who is our best researcher we have up here? Marcos, please. So you're going to go here and start analyzing. So you've got 1 hour. How long is it going to take you? You're going to be fast. Okay. So pretty soon I'm going to want to back out again. So I can bait the acid. Cool. So you got that sorted. How much longer do I have the next acid spit? We got 1 in-game hour. So same deal. Get you all into position. Grab you. Start just shooting up in this general direction. We'll probably trigger an immune response pretty quick. Okay, flesh mass response. So it's... Okay, how much longer? Half an in-game hour. Okay, we need to get out from underneath that. So you hit that. You hit this. You don't even worry about shooting. You just get out of here before you get acided as one big group. Okay, and how much longer? 5 seconds. Start running. Okay, so let's bait this. Okay, so you did take a hit, not a bad one. Let's pop that node, and then we're gonna have to back off and get stuff. Cool. So that'll be good. We have 2 of those done. The next time we'll get all our stuff up, we'll pop that one, and then we'll work our way in from that right side. Cool. Plus, we can technically have another one spawn where it's a little bit easier to get at than right on top of it. We'll still have to fight our way to the heart itself once we got all 3. But that's pretty good. We only got 1 person bathed by acid a little bit. And the only reason we're backing off is we got a lot of people risking mood breaks because they're hungry and tired and all that. Meanwhile, yeah, once you've eaten something, we'll run down to see if we can't help out with this. Okay, let's trade with them real fast before they leave. Oh, hey. I don't know where you came from. Alright, let's try that again. Alright, so we've only got a couple in there. So yeah, so I've got that node there. All the other ones of the enemy seem to be trapped in there. This is going to probably get at least 2 more rounds of growing before we go. Most likely what I'm going to have to do is, like, punch through here, destroy that, punch through there, bait that shot out, and just start digging in. It's going to take some work. Got past healing. The rest of those are all fine. It's another normal quality biofright longsword. Got a good couple of heavy SMGs. I probably don't need that many. We'll get rid of the damaged one. Here are the grenades. You've got a bunch of alpaca clothes that we could probably just get rid of. Get rid of that. Keep the many pairs of flak pants we're apparently collecting. And I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good with that. Yeah, so once you're all patched up from your acid burn, people's moods are a bit better. Minor pain because of flesh mass lung. Yeah, so we've got to figure out what we can do to get ourselves some better moods on Cookie. We need to get the better meals being made, but I only have one person cooking. I don't really want to take Marco's pleas off of that. They're one of my main researchers. Off the research, I mean, to get them cooking. That might just be what's necessary. Part of me is hoping that Mohan Rai, when they get their first age up, is going to help alleviate some of this issue. Yeah, so you've got cover here, and you've got cover there. Yeah, so my options are I can go up this way, then over, or I can go and deliberately try and avoid that side. I can just try and carve straight into here. Oh, you got me a new bundle? Ah, that's perfect. That's a great spot for a bundle for me. It's already in a growth phase. It's gonna take me a minute, but then we can go and grab that. How's everyone's needs doing? They probably all need recreation. Yeah, so everyone needs a little bit of food, and then Stop Todd needs a little recreation. So we're gonna give them just a minute to rest, get their food. Once that's done, we will make another go at it. Part of me is also hoping this caravan will leave to the northwest, and that when they do, they'll pick up a bunch of the enemies and I can have them distract. Where are you going, anyways? You're clearly on a mission. Okay. Okay, so I think we're good. Grab everyone again. It's time to start rolling. And we're going for that nerve bundle over there. So plan is basically cut across this way, carve up, destroy that bundle. And then we're going to try and carve straight into the heart. And we do that, then we just back out and we let it sort itself out. We'll probably trigger immune response at least once, maybe twice. If it does have a couple growing phases while I'm working on it, I could see it getting to 3 times. If we get up to 3 times, there's a good chance I'll have been chewed up enough I'll have to back off and try again. Alright. Cool. So double checking. Ah, that's not good. Okay, so we got a new acid spitting spot here. They've got triple overlap. There's not going to be a clean way of doing this. So I've got our first one here. So yeah, looking at our range, we get involved into it in this. So we're going to get right up here. And just like before, I'm going to have one of my melee run in to try and bait out the spit. Because we can keep them moving, so there's a good chance I could probably... Ooh, we got poor cooking. Nice dodge. Okay, so that one's offline for a minute. Let's get this one. So you all move up. Nice dodge again. Alright. So I think the plan is get that nerve and start popping these acid spitters. So you are on either side to be ready to respond. Start carving in here. You don't have a whole lot of time before you're going to be able to spit again. Okay, that's enough clearing out for that. Get the nerve cluster, it's the most important part right now. Okay, Marcos, please, you're on that. Meanwhile, the rest of you hopefully don't trigger immune response too fast. Start carving in this way. Okay, analysis complete, so if we get to the heart, we can finish it off. I do think we need to start dealing with these spitters, though, because I'm going to have to carve in there far, and I'm probably going to have to deal with some random BS while we're at it. Okay, so we popped a bunch of that. And I'll kill it from afar if possible. Come on. Okay, one acid spitter down. That one's far enough. If I go straight up, we'll be fine. You've still got a bit of time. We're definitely going to get an immune response before this is over. Okay. Reposition you close to intercept those. There's the flesh mass response. It's actually not the best timing, but we can work with it. How much longer till you spit? Okay, so I'm going to cut across here. I needed you to actually come after me. Okay, get you in position. How bad is your hip? Minor bleed. We're out of the range, right? Yeah, we're out of the range. Cool. And you took another hit, but nothing minor. Or nothing major. Alright, so you've got 0.3 hours so you can fire again. Does anyone here need to be touched? Oh, that's the finger spike. I got, like, momentary, like, what? Okay, so right now, you start tending to them. And Stop Todd's gonna get ready to grab the attention of another acid spit. I did take that one, but that's okay. Minor leg hit. Get everyone in here. We got to push to the heart. We're probably going to get at least one more immune response out of it. But if we start carving, we might be able to get through this in good time. Okay, move up. Alright, move up again. What's your range? Okay. So move up again. We're gonna try and squeeze in because I don't actually have to kill that acid spitter. If I go in here and I can just manage to get to the heart for just a couple seconds to do the thing I need to do to it, that'll kill it. All right, so don't worry about shooting anymore. Marcos Police is already on it. Said stop shooting. Said stop shooting. And then we retreat out of here as fast as we can. Come on, hurry, it's starting to grow again. Okay, it's convulsing. Get home. Alright. And we will want to grab that nucleus, but I'm going to worry about that once we've got a little bit of this sorted. Why are you running? What do you know that I don't know? Okay. That door is off limits. I didn't see when you got in here. But once again, we got an enemy inside our base. So grab our away team. Get them in here, get them dealing with it. We'll have to mop up some of these loose enemies in here, which is fine. But we'll need to grab that to suppress that. It does look like all the poison spitters are already gone. They seem to disappear instantly. Please stop trashing my lights. All right. Okay. And then we can go here and let you out and let you out. Alright, so we did get the heart defeated. We just need to patch people up. Then we're going to have to deal with the leftovers, and we got to grab the flesh mass nucleus. That's a really good source for advanced research, as well as it gives you a ridiculous amount of meat, which is pretty good. We only got a couple of bruises here. We got one spike bite, we got one... Yeah, we got two little spike scratches, and then we got an acid burn. And none of them were particularly bad. We did get poor cooking out of there, which should allow me to do some stuff. Alright, so recombined. We got poor cooking, awful plants, poor shooting. That gives me +6. It'd be really nice if I get the fast runner and fast wound healing. So we could do that for our melee pawns. So we make them bad at cooking, plants, and shooting. Give them melee and fast wound healing. I'll have to look at... that's another thing I'd like to be able to compare that screen. So you actually are good at plants. You are one we can take that. So Cody can afford to be that. So let's go here and start getting it recombined. So we have poor shooting, awful plants, cooking, strong melee, and fast wound healing. So that would be a pretty good one. It doesn't give me the very fast runner I really, really want, but I don't have enough negatives to make that happen. And that would at least help for now. So that'll be our first one, because fast wound healing and all that will be really strong. Plus the melee bonus. Alright. So as soon as you heal up... Oh, we should also check. Do I still have a... Okay. As soon as that one's healed up and people have gotten a chance to eat and all that, we're going to run up here, clean all this crap out, because I need to get to that nucleus before it starts being a problem, or we'll just get another one. Let's go through like the whole thing all over again. I actually imagine if it breaks back out, you probably don't have to hit the nucleus 3 times again. You just have to get to it and restart the whole killing it step. Okay, that one seems to be beelining to me. Let's grab all of you. Alright. So the next one's down here. Okay, and then there's the next one. Okay, we got 2 more over here on the left. 1 more up there. 1 more back there. Alright, we got 1 here, 1 up there, and then 1 over there. And honestly, once I get this one gone, I'm probably going to go ahead... Actually, we can go ahead and get PS to start running up here. Oh, wait. You came after me. That's perfect. Yeah, it's going to take me a minute, so we'll cross through here, get that one while we wait for that to clear up. Yeah, so just basically grabbing PST4 and having them grab that. Okay. And now I just got that last one up here. Oh, no, we got 1 over there as well. Actually cross down here, because that one might come after PS while we're cutting across. That's fine, I don't need to worry about. That must have been the one that was down here in this corner. You almost wish you could, like, set these things to be hunted, similar to, like, the normal stuff. And that once you set to be hunted, it would just gradually go around and fight the things. Because especially with some of our stronger people, like our melee pawns, they really don't have to worry about getting in too much trouble. Okay, Chronophagy still has 1 day to get itself all sorted out, and that'll be fine. Getting everything repaired. At this point, we don't need to be restricted back into our zone, so we can get construction back underway. Not seeing any more red anythings moving around. Yep, and so now we got this in here. I'm not really worried about researching it, so we're going to put on maintain only. Even though it would give me a lot more advanced research for anomaly, I honestly am not too worried about what's left here. There's more stuff I could go after, like ghoul enhancements and all that, but I'll probably not end up using them. Meanwhile, you have the elite expectations that we've been juggling. That's going to be some work. Oh. Open that door. We start trying moving the drill around, see if we can't get some slate to pop up. We have an Outlander. We got pollution. Honestly, I'll accept that. So waste packs arrived, and those are perfect right the where they are. Yeah, and you'll die. Cool. So we basically got free stuff. Because we're not going to be staying here long term. We're going to go and caravan over the ship to the stars to do all the endings in one place. So if I jack the whole place up with pollution, I'm not particularly sweating it. We got 4 more advanced things on the monolith to deal with. Let's get that involved soon enough. It'd be really nice to get this online first, but I'm not sweating it too bad. And the number of packaged meals we get are slowly climbing. Eventually I'll make a concentrated effort to just make a big pile of packaged meals. Yeah, this is the gene assembler for Cody. I'll start working through some of the rest of the list. So for Donkey Duff is our cook, so they don't get to have the poor cooking. Chronophagy. You're my target. We're at 33 is our oldest I'm seeing. 42. 44. Alright. You're slowly seeming to be getting more and more people with some sensitivity. I'm not sure where that's coming from. Alright, so pretty soon we're gonna lose that person. Oh, hi, Uranium. How you doing? We're gonna lose that person for that purpose. Because they are Go Juice dependent and we are not giving them Go Juice and we're causing them brain scars, their consciousness is going to keep declining until it eventually kills them. Alright. Hide in your room, I can live with that. Cool. All right. Yeah, so they officially got to the point of bad back because of age. So they'll probably stop being useful for us pretty soon. We can go ahead and give them medicine. That should give us a little bit of a mood bonus, which we direly need. Let's have you move this drill and see what it says. I'm hoping it'll switch to saying slate. Because I need a little bit of slate for furniture and flooring and all that. Granite, we're still in good shape. Still granite. So I'll reinstall you. Up a bit farther. Alright, like 2 more of those, and then Cody should be converted, and everyone will be back in the same ideology. Actually, 1 more, because you got hit up again. And I shouldn't have to worry about it from there. Alright, so I'm going to need more storage for all those package meals. I wasn't going to put the package meals in here because they don't need to go in here. I'm going to start letting them be in there though, because this is getting full. And I've got all the extra shelf space in there, so who cares? Alright, so in just a minute we're going to knock out Cody by giving them the fast healing and all that. We're going to start trying to genetically alter everybody. And by that I mean we're about to be attacked by mechs. So it looks like 4 Scorchers, 2 Pikemen, 2 Lancers, 2 Tessers. That is an awful time. For this engagement, I think you grab the EMPs. Should still be in here somewhere. They're gonna prepare, so everyone's restricted to the home zone. Would have been nice if that was more done and we could have used that to just drop EMPs. Yeah, no, the EMPs are pretty close to spent. Oh, right. Hey. You need to run over here and drop your shield belt for a minute. You can come back for once you're done. Alright, so you got friends moving in. Thank you, friends. May your deaths not be terrible. You could probably take a couple out with you. That is an alarming amount of fire they've got, though. Okay. So, alright. Melee 1, be staged. We'll grab our 2 guys here. You 2 can go in the back. Mohan Rai staying out of this entirely. And you can bring the EMPs in here. I mean, you got 1 Scorcher so far. You got 2 Scorchers. Three Scorchers. You're taking some pretty heavy losses. But you got all 4 of the Scorchers, which is honestly my biggest concern out of this. You're gonna retreat pretty soon, because you are getting pretty piecemealed by the Lancers and the Pikemen. Is that a separate group that came in? You might actually win this. That rain is doing work for you. They might win this. It's gonna be close, because they only got 1 or 2 more people getting knocked down before they'll retreat. I think, unfortunately, they're down to their longest range people versus their longest range people. And that rain is making everyone miss a whole lot. But might just be a numbers game. If they get that Tesser down, there'll be a much better chance. Alright, Cody. Change of plans. Did you re-grab your shield belt already? You did not. I want you to grab your sword. Okay, so they are fleeing. Yeah, they came into 2 waves, which helped them a lot. Where's your shield belt, though? Because there's a good shield belt in here, too. Okay, so let's find that shield belt. You have the excellent one. PS grab the good one. That's fine for right now. So you go ahead. I've already lost track of it. It was over here somewhere. Grab the shield belt. Okay, all of you get ready to roll in. Because they're down to just a couple. Actually, they're probably going to win this fight. But still, we'll roll in. Because they probably only have 1 or 2 more getting downed as well. Thanks, man. I'm in the middle of one thing, but let me sort this out. Because with this many down, you could just run over to that Lancer. And done. Alright. So allow all those. Except these. Schedule, get them all unrestricted. Okay. You rescue them. Yeah, no, they honestly did pretty well. That rain did a number for them. If they didn't have the rain, those Lancers would have been taking out one person like every 2-3 shots. And I think between those Lancers and those Pikemans, they would have just chewed through them one by one by one. Still, the only thing we took is one bruise, so that's pretty good. So get them all patched up. All right. This poor guy. Poor Scar in the closet lost both of his legs on his prison break. And genuinely not memeing, we didn't deliberately remove his legs. He just kept breaking out, and we have people with swords, and you know, that tends to cause the loss of limbs or lives. Right, so you finish that one, so we're going to order operations. We will be putting that in Cody. So that's going to give Cody better healing and all that, so that's going to be a really big thing. The next contestant after that will probably be Donkey Duff. So we can go check what we can do with Donkey Duff. So we don't want poor cooking on Donkey Duff, nor do we want poor shooting. So that's going to limit us. So we got poor plants, so that's 2. So I got 2 to work with. So I could just give them the healing, which would be great. Strong immunity is really nice as well. But in this particular case, there's not a whole lot else I could do. I could give them elongated fingers and give them a little bit of a stuff going on. I might do that for right now, because I believe if we replace the genes, it'll wipe out whatever we had before and give it different ones. So I think that would be good, fast healing, and we give up their ability to do plants for it. So we can get back in the fight much faster. Hey Liz, how's it going? And I've just... there's the alert. And thank you Liz so much for the... that bug went. But thank you so much for converting your... it says, it doesn't tell me what is a primary gifted sub, but thank you so much for continuing your gifted sub. That's where we go. But basically, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. The alert clearly broke on that one. But I do appreciate that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. Because thank you, user, for subscribing for sub months. Alright, so we got people getting heat stroke. Oh, that's actually... even with the AC turned down, that's not enough for those rooms. Yeah, it's a lot of the stuff like upgrading subs and continuing gifting subs that a lot of the alerts have weird stuff happen. That whenever Twitch makes a change, those are usually the ones that struggle. Heatstroke is so relatable? Yep. As someone in Florida? Yep. That it is. And you're still working on all that stuff, that's fine. We still need more power. We actually are getting... ooh, that is a lot of alpaca wool. Okay, well, the next time we have a, trade thing, you're in New York. I do hear New York gets some pretty bad heat waves. Like, just not not designed for high heat, and they occasionally get hit by it. Oh yeah, I didn't realize. Yeah, Cody's turning blue. It'll take just a little while before they pop back up. And PS will get one for Donkey Duff. We're just gonna go down the line of trying to get people all sorts of goodies. Get the fast healing, all that stuff. Yeah, no, 101 at 50%. You know, 50% humidity. That's pretty close to what we have, but the difference is the houses here are designed with that in mind versus someplace like New York or Michigan or Ohio, because it's just not normal weather. They're not going to be designed with that type of stuff in mind, so it's not going to be nearly as hospitable, and it's very inhospitable here to begin with. Alright, meanwhile, I think it's time we execute this next Sight Stealer to make sure we got room in case something good comes through. Mad Alpaca, that's fine. Grab all of you. Just run them up here. Cool. Problem solved. And the alpaca are going fine. And the food with the alpaca is holding up alright. So I might even go in here and let the alpaca population build up a little bit more. Xenogerm is completed. Cool, so this will be Donkey Duff's. So our next contestant is also not a cook. They're construction mining. So I can go here, awful plants, poor cooking. So we get +3 to work with, so we can do fast wound healing and elongated fingers. You don't have an AC, you spent all day trying to get your young son's cat cool, because cats can't sweat? Yeah. Alright, so we got another mech attack happening. So let's really quickly go in and cancel doing the Xenogerm thing. Get everyone back to the home zone. So it's 4 Lancers, a Pikeman, and a Centurion. Well, hopefully you'll be up very, very soon. Yeah, they're gonna prepare. Because, and there is a Scyther in there, just one. Because that is a whole mess of long range and shields to keep them covered. So I'm not a huge fan of that. Is there something I could throw at us in the meantime? I can do the ancient hack thing, but that won't bring anyone in time. And thank you for the 100 biddies. I do appreciate that. I don't know why it didn't play the sound. A lot of the alerts have been broken today. I'm hoping this person gets up in time. I don't think they will. I really don't want Mohan Rai to get involved. Most likely if they do, that's them getting brained. We'll have you on the EMPs just in case we don't get the chance to do otherwise. And then if Cody does get up in time, we'll swap the weapons around. Okay, so Cody was not going to be up in time. So we're going to deliberately put Stop Todd right in the middle there. That way they'll try to absorb some hits with that. I'm a little worried about accidentally EMPing my own shield belt. I should have removed that tile so that we can reliably poke through with this stuff. So the hope here is that they get separated out. If the Centurion stays that far behind, that would be the dream. I'm hoping with Stop Todd. Never mind, they already lost their shield belt. That was probably inevitable. Okay, the Centurion is lagging way behind. Come on, finish it. Before it gets immune. Okay. It's looking really good. They were just staying in the middle, and we're managing to hit them with the EMP. And just shredding them with the chain shotguns. So get you out of the way. So my hope here is, as the Centurion comes around, we snag it with the EMP to break its shields. And then once we break its shields, we manage to get the Bioferrite sword onto it, and then just basically throw damage into it. But the first thing is we gotta get that shield down. Nothing matters until the shield drops. Okay, shields dealt with. Come on. Nicely done. We killed the Scyther, right? I don't remember... Oh, no, we didn't. I was like, I don't remember actually seeing the Scyther get hit. Okay. So the Scyther did go wherever the Scyther planned on going. Okay, so schedules, unrestrict all of you. Because the last enemy's right here in the hallway, so it doesn't really matter. Okay. So meanwhile, JD can go back over here. You had a submachine gun. And everyone's back in business. And the only injury was Stop Todd took a couple of headbutts from the Centurion. That was your Spotify? Gotcha. I mean, don't get me wrong. RimWorld do got some banger tracks. Okay, you moved it. You're still on granite, so toggle the power. Move it over here. Now just keep moving around till we figure out the spot that we can get Slate. You love P music? You're excited for the new music in Odyssey? I know, right? We're getting new music by the same people who, or the same person who's done all the music in the game in the past. Alright, one more time and Cody should be converted, and then everyone is on the same ideology again. We do need to get the better meals in here, which means I need another cook. Is what's boiling down to. I just need another cook. Or what I could also need is to stop having so much Psychite tea being produced. Because we're not really using it. For the moment, since I already have an army of the leaves laying around, let's go switch that over to corn. And switch you over to corn. Because I've got literally thousands of Psychoid leaf in here. So I just don't need that anymore. Meanwhile, you've got plate of cloth and all that. Everyone's fully healed. Right, so we need to go to Donkey Duff, operations, add operation, implant you there, confirm. Because you're making the next one. So you're very confused because of licensing? This man goes off on tunes. Yeah. Yep. Yep. No, I avoid messing with DMCA. It is way too dangerous a thing to mess with. Like, there's stuff you can split your tracks and all that, and you'll probably get away with it and all that. It's as well as things that things go wrong. Depressive, greedy, careful shooter with no passions in anything I care about. Alright, well, she could just stay out of here. You're not like some Xenotype I care about, not your baseliner. Yep, not gonna worry about that. Cool, so you're working on that. Donkey Duff is currently down for their they're getting gene implanted. We're just gonna work through the list. I need more negatives. We need some Neanderthals, some Pigment, and Hussar, and all that to show up so we can get some negatives out of them. Okay, and that's the Xenogerm for Sentient Cookie. We're gonna wait till this one ends, though. And then we'll line up the one for JD. Then we'll go to Marcos, please. We probably won't worry about Mohan Rai right now. And then the big one is if I want to try to make changes to Lilypad. Because potentially I could get rid of the slow wound healing for something else. Because that's a 2. So it's possible I could go and get that switched over to something else and I'd have to take on some negatives to accomplish that, which could be rough. There's a medium psychic drone, which is awful. Okay. So who is our oldest one now? 43 is probably it. Cool. And bring you in here. Alright. That'll probably be the point that Scar basically dies. Because we're pushing Scar into the 80s and everything. So what I'll probably do is once this is over, we're gonna finish the job on Scar using grabbing the genes out of him. Let's see, by the way, the stream is still the best without some random Spotify song you thought you were playing. Just say because you like the song. Obviously because it's on your playlist. But yeah, no, I gotcha. And thank you for the compliment. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream and all that. Sentient Cookie's got that almost enclosed where I'll be able to make that part of the home zone and have more power coming in. Little by little. Okay, so we've got that. So at this point, it is time to finish Scar off. Because we're not going to be dealing with them age-wise for much longer. And pretty much everything's awful about them. So we're just going to go ahead and toss them in the machine. Alright, we've got a deal maker. Baseliner, so they got... Gotcha, so they got Joyous again. So this will be really good. So we're going to bring the person in there. They'll help with our mood stuff. We don't care if they betray us, and JD is apparently going to have a child. That's cool. I missed what the second thing was. You have a quest. I don't want to deal with it. Alright. So let's have Sentient Cookie go out there and talk to them. We are going to welcome them in, and we're going to immediately turn off doctoring and cooking. There is a chance this is a metal horror. So we are going to allow them to join. And we're going to say recreation. That's fine. Work. They could do all this stuff. They are already set to not doctor and all that. We don't care about them hunting. They can help with the plants, I guess. Okay. And we'll scooch them over there. We're not going to give them a better weapon. We're going to make them just deal with what they got. We're also not going to name them until we know what their deal is. So they'll likely do something wrong one or the other within the first, like, 30 days or so. So get that all sorted. What is your ideology? It's probably terrible, right? Animal personhood. Yup. That is not going to be a person who can deal with their living in our colony. We are going to have to deal with that. Because all of this over here is going to have them super pissed off. All that red. We basically have the opposite ideology of animal personhood. We have human primacy. Speaking of which, JD is officially high enough that it is worth me to going and saying social and production specialist. Let's double check this. Production specialist. So faster construction, quality of crafting. Won't be able to cook, grow, mine, plant, cut, haul, or whatever. That is not what we want. What? Do I have the right person? No, it would be the wrong person. That would have been really bad. It's Lily. Lily is the one who's going to become a production specialist. Cool. Oh, the promotion-ish thing? Yeah. It'll immediately give the buff to build even faster. Okay, so you'll be back on your feet soon. So we're gonna go ahead and go to you. Say implant that germ, confirm. Oh, I totally forgot you were even in here. It was one of the people who came to help us. So I went ahead and picked them up and patched them up because I figured if they're gonna help me, the least I can do is rescue them. Alright, well Cody's already converted, so I don't even have to worry about that. So that means when the conversion ritual pops up, we'll try and just immediately convert Flinch. So there's the one for Sentient Cookie. So JD here does plants and animals. So if we were to do that, we could take the cooking one, but plants and animals we don't want to penalize. So that's a bit rough. That means I've got 1 point to work with unless I want to go negatives. We don't want to take poor shooting. They are a ranged player character. We'll give them the elongated fingers. Until we can get some new negatives in there. Oh, you didn't get anyone in there. Hey. Go ahead and extract those genes. And then don't worry about it. We're just turning this into a normal room. No specific reason. It's probably fine. So probably do a skip abduction relatively soon. And then start working on getting whatever new stuff we can get. We only need 4 more of those as well. Because right now I'm trying to focus on getting our people through... getting them all healing and all that. So skip abduction is bioferrite. It's 60. I should have plenty. I do not. I'm a liar. Oh, I have a bunch that's not in storage. Not that much, though. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so you have the converting. So Sentient Cookie is going to be down for a day. Actually, only a day. That's fine. So begin conversion ritual. We'll try and see if we can't get a masterful conversion on Flinch and just deal with that instantly. Because animal personhood is not going to go well here. So we're going to start working on trying to get them converted. We don't know what's going on. There's a number of things they can have wrong with them. They can have where their mind crumbles. They can have where their organs rot. They could betray us. And terrible. Cool. Alright, and we got awful at animals by itself. That's actually not that bad. That'll be good because I haven't been able to take that. Are you going to ship win or like life win? We are going for all of the endings. If you look at the title, the plan is to do all endings, so we only need a little bit more of the honor to be able to get that ready. We actually have everything researched for the ship, and the persona core. We're starting to get our packaged meals for Ship to the Stars, and I need 4 more of the advanced anomaly things. Once we get that, we caravan over to Ship to the Stars, and we are going to have to move really fast when we get there, because our wealth is going to be astronomical, so I'm going to have to build defenses, build the other ship. You know, we have to wait till the monolith shows up, which it should be able to upgrade almost instantly and everything. And then once we've got all that, it's just basically pushing the go button on all the different endings, and then, you know, holding on to our butts. But we'll have to get a pretty strong defensive position built pretty fast, because 2 full ships on the map is going to be a ridiculous amount of wealth. That'd do the honor. I have enough granite. Toggle that. Cancel the move. Do this. How long do I have to build that? How long do I have to build it once I accept it? 35 days. And I have to protect it for 15 days, or I take a minor reputation hit. We are going to accept that. Meanwhile, I don't really care about the waste pack infestation up there. That's fine. Yeah, we could do that. So we'll take the honor. Donkey Duff. Plunk it down right there. Okay. We'll also go over here. That's gonna be terrible. We'll also go over here and say zone, build roof. Do not build a roof over this entire area. Okay, meanwhile we can go to work, plan cut 1, 1, and 1. And I'm not going to make it a big priority. We've got tons of raw food there. They can take care of it as they can take care of it. We need a mining person? Do I not have it? Oh, Sentient Cookie's down. Right, that's fine. So that's going to be the big challenge, is Sentient Cookie's going to be split duty on all that. We'll make it so if anyone just doesn't have anything better to do, they'll hit the drill. They'll get some granite chunks going. And that'll let me keep that supply going. Okay, so Sentient Cookie's back up. We got a combat supplier. And blanket. So, okay, so you're already making the next one for JD. Okay, so operation, install that into JD. Okay, so after that would be Lily. Let's skip Lily because they're going to be complicated. And as far as for you, You are a cook and an animals person, so we'll keep that in mind. So you're a cook and an animals person, so we don't use those. You are going to be shooting, so we can have you have awful plants. And that's all I've got available for negatives we can use for you. So just like before, we'll do the elongated fingers to make you better at just doing work in general. Hey, Zax, how's it going? Alright. So take the Psi T. We're low on penioxylin, so that's good to know. They don't have the base materials. I totally forgot we had the Tech Prof core sitting there. We can go ahead and get you all out of here. We'll keep those 2 sniper rifles. Got some worn armor, a worn helmet. Okay. And we are available to go outside of here. Yeah, so you're going up here and grabbing that steel. We need to bring that in base, which means we need people on this. We also need someone to get that put in place, because I need to start choosing what everything's going to be built out, get Sentient Cookie to work and all that, because we don't have a huge amount of time, but we do have some. We don't have anyone available to go in there for 14 hours. Now we can go through the rotation of everyone going in there. Are we doing well in that heat? Well, if it's hot where you are, yeah, no, so far I'm doing pretty well. Florida's pretty much always hot, but at least our houses are built with hot in mind. If you have AC, they're not designed to not have AC. The way they design it, the airflow is pretty terrible, but that's so the AC and all that cool stays in your house. Whereas, like, when you go to a lot of our places, they'll have, like, very high airflow to help regulate temperature as well. Is there some... What is your deal? Why are you angry? Because innocent prisoner died. You're making Psi T. You're making a face mask. You're growing stuff. Did you already get the blade out of there? Cool. So in that case, I'm going to have you haul some of that steel down manually. So instead of just grabbing what you need, you just do it. Alright, so we want to do granite, 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 granite. Alright, and there's a lot of work to be done there. At least we got the joyous presence here now. Because that'll help a little bit. We need the fancier meals. See, this is why you think New York City is meant for high heat. It always gets like this in the summer. You open all the doors for a lovely breeze. Yeah. There's a lot of places you can find where they still got their buildings made really well for airflow and all that. Hey, we patched that person up and we got a bunch of rep. Combat ship? Oh, not that. Call the combat supplier. Alright, let's see what goodies we can get. So we got a little bit more Psi T. Cataphract armor would be nice. We don't have nearly enough money to make that work. We could probably just part with the normal quality bioferrite longsword. Got a recurve bow. Probably get rid of that chain shotgun. They're really good. Well, let's get rid of the sniper rifles. Just trying to clear out inventory. Okay. So you got robust digestion and pale, neither of which I need. We'll take a little bit of money. Your building was made in 1910? Yep, mine was definitely nowhere near that old. Mine definitely was made in the 90s. Okay. How are you doing? So wake up, get a snack, and you're climbing into the machine. Meanwhile, if you go ahead and haul that corpse out of there. Because they're trying to hope for some other goodies we can get out of that. Getting really worried about actually getting that built. Okay, new plan with this one, build granite, do until you have 1,000, and we'll just ignore the range. Roll that corpse. Yes, it is. So you got that fully enclosed. Then pop that door now, so you don't have to run through it. Production commands up, so we'll just pop it again. You have a random component laying on the ground outside. And as soon as this research is done, I'm going to immediately grab the recon armor and then tech prof core it. Which should be like any time now. Grayless hair. Don't bank that. So next one is in 6 days. Inspired surgery, don't care about it. So we're waiting to see what's going on with our new recruit here. Before I trigger more anomaly nonsense. If it looks like it's going to take a while, we'll just do the anomaly nonsense. But I do want to at least get the Tech Prof core thing figured out, because I'll just lose track of that. So JD is up. We are making Marcos Please thing. And then we could potentially go out of our way to do Flinch's thing. They would be plants and animals as their things they do. So we could hit their cooking and all that. And then we'll look to see if we want to mess with PS or Lily. They're just much harder to do the these characters because it's hard to mess with them. So there's Archogenetics, which is good. So let's get the Recon armor because I think that's the absolute most expensive thing I can grab right now. So I'm gonna hit that. I'm gonna immediately tell PS that, hey, use the Sub Persona Core, and it should instantly research that. Okay, we now have Recon armor. So now we're gonna start researching Marine armor. We can go to you, convert, flinch. And then this is going to Lily, was it? No. It's going to Marcos. So we'll go here, operations, Marcos please, confirm. Okay, so your plants and animals, as I recall, on flinch. Cool. Let's go here. Plants and animals we don't want to mess with. So cooking we can penalize. We don't want to penalize shooting. And we don't have any other negatives we can grab, so we're just going to elongate fingers. Call it a day. Move on. Versus the best way to make money is organ selling. Organ selling and drugs both make really, really good money. Chronophagia is available again, but we don't have a contestant. as it were. Okay, so you had inspired surgery for that? So it's only 1 day, so that's pretty good. Meanwhile, as far as home zone goes, this is now a home zone. Because it is enclosed. I should remove that as a home zone. What are your main wares in this colony? Oh, I'm not going out of my way to make anything specific. We do have a lot of Psi-T just by happenstance. But I usually don't go out of my way to make money in the game. Wealth is very dangerous in RimWorld. It can get you killed. So a lot of times it's actually in your interest to not accrue wealth. Because the threats you face are scaled based on your wealth. Like the severity, I should say. Yep, so you're making components. You got the advanced components sitting around, so that's good news. Alright. Still a bunch of steel over there. We do need to get those hauling. I just realized... Oh, that's not a wall. Okay. We got that plasteel. That disaster is still up there. That's actually a downright nasty looking infestation or whatever. That's not a me problem. That's a someone else problem. Alright, so Cookie's getting that enclosed for us. And we'll start to build it. We probably need to be very careful. 1 second. Let's go to zones. Expand allowed, area 1. And we'll go here. Got provoke pit gate, don't care about it. Okay, so we got that. Now we'll go to zones, and we will clear zone, area 1. So definitely remove that whole area. Want to remove the area behind it so no one tries to path through it. Probably over here as well. Yeah, so take this entire corner out. Now schedule, all of them are going to be restricted to area 1. And that's just so that way as they grab brick, we don't have anyone cut across. Oh, we got a wedding going on. That'll be good for moods. No, you're good. A lot of people are just getting to that hour in the evening where everyone starts lurking and all that because they're getting all tired. But no, you're good. It's only a problem if you have other people chatting and you're just like overruling them kind of thing. But if other people aren't chatting and you're chatting a bunch, that's fine. Like usually it's the wall of text thing where like someone goes wall of text 1 minute, wall of text 1 minute, wall of text, and no one else can kind of get conversation through. That's about the only time it gets to be a real problem. They are literally almost converted Flinch during the wedding by just harassing them. Yeah, and a lot of people are talking about also playing RimWorld. Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of people who are doing their own thing. A lot of, like, when you look at Twitch, it's somewhere in the area of like 70% of all viewers lurk at any given time. So if we have, 100 people sitting here, watching the stream, it means only about 20 to 30 tops are probably participating in chat. Like on any capacity. But as you get to the later in the evenings, it tends to be less and less as people get sleepy. Yeah, no, like putting a big paragraph up is totally fine. It's just when things get over here Groot's immediately getting automod, you know, popping off. Groots, do we have to have you in my office again? No, it's fine. No, but what difficulty? Oh, I am on Strive to Survive. I used to do a bunch of like 500% naked brutality, but I kind of find I don't really like the way it pushes you into being a lot more min-maxy. There's certainly a lot of fun to be in that kind of a challenge, but it is something that can become a pretty big detractor when all of your colonies start to feel kind of the same. Alright, order implantation on Flinch. Ideology forbids. Okay, well we'll deal with that. Don't worry. As you can confirm, did statistics around 2017 from chat to viewership. The channels you modded, 65% of the viewers were lurkers, sometimes more. Yeah, and it's different channels depending on like the vibe and what they're going on. If you have a channel that has a lot more active content, like, you know, they're doing a lot of like chat interaction, that kind of stuff, you'll have a slightly higher rate of people who are active in chat. Whereas like a channel like this, I do tend to do a lot more of a chill, relaxed kind of thing. You'll have tend to have a higher rate of lurkers and all that. You want to make a drink for all the difficulty names? You've been bartending on your days off? That wouldn't be hard. Like you might have to challenge figuring out stuff. Oh no, you're good. You're good, Groots. You're good. Thank you for the 100 biddies. I was teasing about like, can I see you in the office? Auto mod jumps and stuff. Like, granted, that one you can obviously tell why. It wasn't anything like super awful or whatever. It was just a fun tease, some banter. And Automod was like, no. I'm not sure what you do for Blood and Dust. Probably a Bloody Mary with something on top of it. Like, I have no idea if, like, putting, like, a sprinkling of Parmesan or something on top of, like, a Bloody Mary would work, or it would just get soggy and gross. But, you know, someone bartending could see it. But I could see something like a Bloody Mary variation for a Blood and Dust. It could also be something like a Bloody Mary, and then you get, you know, something to eat with it. Some Tajin on the rim? Yeah, I don't like Bloody Marys, so I'm not the demographic on that one. I've tried a few times. Tomato juice, like just drinking tomato, is a weird one for me. Now, granted, I'll wreck some tomato sauce. Like, I will take like spaghetti and just go way over the top with the tomato sauce. But like drinking, it's also drinking spicy. Like, I love eating spicy, but spicy as a drink is always kind of weird to me. Let's see, blood orange and whiskey, like blood and sand, but prop with a scotch. Dusty, gotcha. Yeah, there's definitely things you could do. Like, that's the thing. I feel like there's stuff you do, like stuff like Strive to Survive. That's just probably just making any drink you kind of want, just probably something a little on the harder side. I don't think like Strive to Survive, you would have like a specific thematic thing that hits. Mechanoid clusters landing nearby and will initially remain dormant. So it's just a mechanoid cluster. What do we got though? Oh. Ooh, actually that's pretty bad. So the interesting thing is this is blocking the vision of these. We do have a centipede, we got some militars, and not drop pod that I'm seeing there. So it kind of sucks with some of what's going on here. Now, the interesting thing is these bugs could actually take care of that, probably, if we could kick them off. But if I kick them off and it doesn't sort itself out, that'll be kind of a thing. Wait, what? Oh, there we go. Must have clicked the wrong initial thing. Alright, so home zone all you for a minute. Because what I could probably do... Cool, so you're now my ideology. That means we can implant you. Do I still have a particularly long-range weapon? Because I think we actually got rid of our sniper rifles. Because what I'm thinking we do is I'm thinking we deliberately piss off the mechs. And then we run this way and have whoever runs that way just get the heck out of Dodge. Because then I could potentially get the things set off. If we still had the sniper rifles, this is where you'd use it. You'd pop the one sniper rifle off the one side, and you'd do the other set, and you'd be good. But I think I literally just sold them. Of course I did. And I don't have mortars to do it either, because I've actually skipped doing it. So guys, we have breakfast, cocktail. I could see that. Because we got 3 mega spiders, and a whole bunch of the little ones. Like, it's a pretty good amount there. This could easily trigger to get another wave of them off too. Because if I can get both of those to go, these two problems could sort each other out. But first, I gotta wake it up. Which shouldn't be hard. I just need... So you've got the longest range. So I'm gonna have you run out here. I'm gonna have you poke this and get to cover. And then you'll probably poke that and run away. Meanwhile, Sentient Cookie. I'm gonna take you. Actually, not Sentient Cookie. We'll take PS and do this. So PS, we're gonna unrestrict you. What? Haul it. Close that door. Okay, so range in those is pretty short. It's a bit more dangerous than I should be doing. Start running. Cool, so we are in the clear here. Alright, and you start running. Because the good news is you're an impid, so you should move at a 1.5 times speed. So I should be able to just run you inside here. This door is closed. And we might have to do the thing where I go into a room and I put up a piece of stone and block it. But that'll be fine if we have to. Yeah, I got a really strong lead on this. Okay, you're in there. Okay, so they've lost track of us. So do they go to the mechs or do they run around? It looks like they're turning and burning on the mechs. So that should work out well. Because they don't even need them to win the fight. If they just soften that up enough to make it where you can just roll in and deal with it, that's good enough for me. Because they shouldn't retreat. They're bugs. And they're leading with the small ones that are hard to hit, which is even better. Alright, one tiny little scarab down. That fire is doing a number. Yeah, the fire is going to make this a very one-sided fight. Because not staying on target. So, the Scyther got pretty messed up. They did do a lot of damage. Didn't really get much of anything on the Centipede. Yeah, so the bugs mostly got thoroughly thrashed. Which is not exactly what I was hoping for. Now, if they keep baiting out like this, that'd be ideal. Did they actually kill the second centipede? Because there was two of them, right? There was one with the blaster, and then one that just had the Inferno, whatever. Yes, they're all turning around. Alright, so. I'm gonna put you back on Area 1. That's gonna be a medium psychic drone that's gonna kick off in 6 days. So the really big downside here is we didn't actually do anything about them. So let's clear the allowed area. Let's take another big slice off of it so we don't get anywhere near those mechs. And these are all rotting now. So we might get lucky and get another round of infestation here. Yeah, I don't think they killed any. They damaged a bunch. But yeah, that Inferno just kept catching them on fire and scattering them. I mean, they got a Militar, but that's not really that impressive. Oh, you stay in the home zone. I do not have mortars, so no. If I did have mortars, yeah, I could just blast it. So now the next downside is because I did that, I've already set everything off. Now the good news is, other than the Inferno gun, they don't really have a lot of long range. So in theory, I could walk from this side using this as cover. I was kind of hoping they'd destroy some of those big guns and I wouldn't have to worry about it. But it just didn't work out that way. Yeah, honestly, with this mess, it's just that centipede that's the problem. The other ones, I could, like I said, I could just walk along here, scooch over, drop the EMP, kind of tiptoe around, blast that, get the EMP, you know, get the idea, like, just slowly work our way around. Honestly, we actually probably still have fire foam poppers on, or not fire foam, smoke poppers on our people. I could honestly just run up and smoke pop to deal with the turrets. It's just that stuff. And the only one there that's a problem is still that centipede. Which I do have a fire foam popper on it, so it's not even that bad. Let's wait till this is all resolved, because it's about to be done. And you're still dealing with your coma. Okay. If I wanted to get rid of the slow wound healing, what do you do here? You don't cook. You're physically incapable. So if I gave you poor cooking, and we switch slow to fast, I would need 3 more negative, because the slow to fast would be going from a 2 positive to whatever negative. We can grab the plants, which you already have bad plants. You already have bad plants and animals as part of Impid? Yes. Yeah, so if I wanted to go for that, we'd have a lot of problems. It's fine, we'll deal with that later. What is your range in that thing? Yeah, it's pretty long. Okay. So I think what I want to do is I want to try to get over from this side. And I want to try and bait the mechs over and start shredding a bunch of the mechs away from their big scary guns. Which should be pretty doable. The only one who can really reach me on any real length is the burner. And I'm hoping if I just do the fire foam popper, it becomes a moot point. Because we should have a smoke pack on one of our people. Okay, so you're back up and ready. And everyone's good for at least another day. Alright. So I don't even think I'm going to roll in with EMP on this one. I think I'd rather just have the firepower. I do not... Yeah, so I have the smoke pack and I have the fire foam popper. I'm going to start moving in over here. Like I said, the goal here is to try to stay where these guns can't reach us and draw them in on me. Okay. If I can just get them to come after me. Then we can make this happen. And the reason you're doing this is you're my fastest runner, and you can put yourself out if you catch fire. All right. Okay, we angered them. That's what we want. Keep going straight. Duck down this way. Okay, let's back up. Chimera's approach. Oh, you suck so much, game. Alright, we need to get out of this situation now. Forget what we were doing over there. Those chimeras are entirely too much to leave alone. Schedule, home zone it all. Keep running. So you're the only one who took a hit. Just a bruise. It's fine. That is a lot more chimeras than I think we can handle in a straight-up fight. We will have to pop this door open, otherwise they'll just go through my wall. And that's no good. Chimera are attacking, so they've given me no chance to respond. Alright, this is gonna be a real messy time. Change shotguns. Get you involved. Get you involved. Honestly, let's get you in here with the preparedness to retreat you if needed. Can I get them to switch targets over there? So I'm wondering if I close this door, can I get them to go over there? I think they'll just attack the wall, and if that happens, things are going to get bad real fast. I do think we take the chance on it, though. Are you going for the path, or are you going for the wall? Yep, they're just gonna go for it. That's fine. That's too late. I probably had to have that before they attacked. Okay, this is genuinely a situation I don't need the cover. It's gonna do me no good. So instead, just mash everyone in here as close as we can. Okay, some of the Chimera did split off to attack the mechs. Will they turn around? They're going at the mechs. Now, Chimera are going to demolish this fight. This is a very one-sided fight. So the important bit is by the time they start destroying that, I want to get this door open. That hopefully they knock down a good half of them. Okay, so meanwhile, we open this door again. And the reason we're opening the door again is so when this is done, that they will target us and not try and go through my wall. If they go through the wall, we'll probably survive, but it'll be a bad time. We might actually get lucky, and if these explode, we might do some pretty good damage on them. So, they did kill one Chimera I'm seeing is dead. A whole lot of them have a lot of injuries on it, so that's gonna help. Okay, so they managed to kill 2 Chimera. Or at least down 2 Chimera. The others got pretty badly hurt. I don't think enough that's not gonna be a real messy fight though. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna bleed out too much too fast, but a lot are injured, so there's a good chance we can knock them. One of the good things is that their rage speed is running out. I don't think it'll stay knocked off completely. Oh, JD's still on the way. Okay. Alright. Borga's about to have a bad time? Yeah, but they're not a colonist, so they might not have a problem at all. Oh, or they are chasing Borka. That's actually mildly inconvenient, actually. Borka, please stop running. So you're a slow one. Let's see if we can't finish the job on you real fast while they're chasing. Yeah, Borka's over here grabbing berries and stuff. One hit. Took the torso to almost half. 2 hit. Almost took the arm off. 3 hit and they're down. Alright, once again, everyone back into position for like the 3rd time. I was curious if any of them were gonna have like shattered spine or whatever. Okay, first one down. Because we get lucky and you break a spine or whatever, it's one you can keep locked up and not have to worry about. Because Chimera can be a little bit dangerous to keep in your containment. You know, if they happen to go in right when someone's like researching or extracting bioferrite and they pop out, they can shred that one person before you have a chance to help. Okay, we've got 2 more that are mostly dead. And 1 more. Yeah, so you're all dead. Okay, so if you two are... Yeah, so is there any of you that's not in bad shape? You're relatively good, so we're going to run you up here. Now have you finish that thing off before a bunch of people start getting headaches. So it actually worked out pretty okay. I think the strategy I was using before the Chimera showed up would have worked as well. Because you notice we knocked a couple of them, we would have retreated, knocked a couple of them, would have retreated. And then when we got the Inferno Centipede by itself, we would just run up the melee on top of it, finish the job. So I think it would have been fine. Alright, so let's get the Impet in there. You're not starving, right? Okay. Did any Chimera live? No. No, they did not. There was a couple that were up here bleeding, but I don't think I'd want to keep a Chimera anyways. Like I said, it's one of those ones that's usually okay, but if you get unlucky and I happen to have someone in here going and grabbing the bioferrite and it breaks out, that pawn is usually either, they're at least knocked, but potentially dead. Everything worked out? You didn't know anomaly creatures would target mechs? Yeah. So a lot of the things like animals and mechs will fight each other if they're both hostile. Most raids will fight mechs. The insects will fight mechs. The anomaly stuff will typically fight mechs. I know there's like 1 or 2 things that won't fight each other. But a lot of stuff will fight each other. It just sometimes it takes a little encouraging. So we're getting too much food. I'm gonna go ahead and let the alpaca population continue to explode. And everyone's all converted, so there's nothing for you to do your preachy stuff on. Right, and we don't have the penioxylin going right now. Okay, so everyone's out of their stuff. We've got Cookie out here doing their best to get the construction going. The quest that Cookie has, we have 26 days to get it done. We are going through a decent amount of granite. So I need more stuff crafted. Weak immunity is what we got out of there. That's probably one we don't want to keep. It is a negative, but weak immunity is a pretty frustrating negative to go on. It can be pretty difficult to deal with a lot of pretty dangerous things with weak immunity. Also, let's change our zones a little bit. So dumping zone here, storage, clear, important, allow rotten, corpses, animal-like. Go here, storage, no animal corpses. You know, you got people making all the flak jackets and all that. And everyone in the colony is slowly turning blue. Right, and so Lily here was... Well, actually, we just got genes from Lily, so that won't help anything. Yeah, so the next one is in 8 days. We can start messing with the next person's genes. Hey, Box Fox, how's it going? Yeah. If I was going to do mechs, I would have needed to do them a long time ago to make it worth the while. Speaking of which... we need more goodies. Right, no, what I actually need... that's preferred. That's important. Yeah, so we should start moving those package meals down here. How the colony? It's doing good. Just finished a mech cluster a minute ago, so we're cleaning up after that. We've got everything lined up for building our ship. We're starting to get the packaged meals for Ship to the Stars. I'm down to 3 more advanced monolith entities before that's ready, and I've got a very small amount more. I think this honor here, when we build this structure, I believe that honor will be enough to have the royalty stuff set up. So that means 3 more things from the anomaly stuff, and like 1 more mission of Empire, and then we will be ready to caravan as soon as I've got the food. Which is pretty much going to boil down to me just cranking up the food production to its max, and then just getting a ridiculous number of packaged meals. Because I want to grab all the packaged meals, all these components and advanced components. We'll grab the Persona Core that we've got already on standby, and just start hauling all of that over. The big challenge I'm going to run into on the other side is I'm not going to have anything there when I start. So we need to start tossing down a bunch of stuff for food and getting us brick cut as fast as we can. Are we going to marine helmet or just stick with flak? Probably just flak. Genuinely, I don't often do the marine armor and all that. It's not bad, it's just very costly material-wise. Like, we look at the, right now I've got recon armor, for example. So that's advanced components, uranium, and plasteel, which is a bit of a pain to get a hold of. And the marine armor is kind of up there. And then also, one of the low-key things that people don't tend to catch about the marine armor is the marine armor covers your whole body, so every hit on it damages the marine armor. Which is true of flak, but flak is like this area gets hit and that area gets hit, so it's not one of those things that you get like all the different areas. So like your pants will wear out at a different rate than your vest will wear out at a different rate than your helmet. But for the marine armor, it'll be everything but the helmet. You know, you get hit anywhere it takes damage. So you actually wear out the marine armor significantly faster than you would for the equivalents of flak. It is stronger, and like if I get a hold of it, I will use it. But generally I don't tend to worry about it. Cool, so we are getting some... yes, we are starting to cut some blocks of granite. That's good. That way Cookie can keep doing what they're doing. So one thing we can do to help out here, have our farm people go and just hack that all down. Because that'll be much faster than if Cookie tries to do it. Of course, you leave wood in the door. They always do. Black has several layers too. Yeah, no, the marine armor definitely gives you more protection. If we're talking raw protection, it is definitely the better one. There's just, it's not it's not straight up like this is just better in all ways. There's like a higher material cost and it wears out faster. Yeah, so just like that, we're getting everything ripped up so Sentient Cookie can just build. Alright. I totally forgot JD was even having a kid. With everything going on, I forgot that was even on the table. It's not particularly convenient, but it is what it is. Alright, how long have you been here? It's probably not actually that long, is it? 2 weeks. Because by day 30, whatever's going on with Flinch will probably happen. My guess is going to be Metal Horror, and just there's been no opportunity for it to spread. Nah, we would have probably seen a Gray Flesh by now, so probably not Metal Horror. I'm going to say probably Betrayal way later, Sightstealer Betrayal. I've done a lot of wood in the past. The unfortunate thing is with a lot of raids, you end up needing to do stone just to manage the fire threat. Especially with Impids. Impids cause lots and lots of problems. I'm trying to get this built really fast before I summon the next thing for Anomaly. Because my fear is if we keep getting beat up and all that with Anomaly, I won't finish it in time and fail the quest. Go haul those components so they don't rot. You go haul those to bring them in. You go haul those to bring them in. Okay, I'm running out of room for steel. Like storage is full. Oh, hey, store. Wood. Don't put it there, please. Alright, so Cookie's doing their best to build as fast as they can. Oh, you do wood only for 90% of your stuff there? Yeah, no, so, like, I actually didn't have the wood already set aside for that. I probably should have made it out of wood, because we have more than enough wood to do it. I was just like, alright, I gotta, like, I had like 2,800 granite just sitting there, like, yeah, let's just use the granite. I've got tons of it. I'm not super worried about it. Wait, are you actually hunting? Okay, so we got stuff here. Susceptible we don't want. Grayless hair we don't want. Take the Psi T. Do you have anything I want though? You probably don't. It's always the big problem I've been running into with a lot of these runs. Yeah. So I can go ahead and take their money. Before it goes too far, trade them again. I'm gonna gift them the rest of the Psi T. And we have them at 100 reputation. Maxed out. And our wealth is getting pretty dang high. Cool. Yeah, so Cookie's making pretty good progress on that. The brick is a little bit of a concern. I don't think we're making the brick fast enough. That's okay. We're also slowly getting rid of all that smoke leaf that, or not smoke leaf, psychoid that we've been building up. We stopped growing it because it is getting such a surplus. So we're just letting them slowly make it into more and more side tea for the time being. Alright. You still need to get that on. Alright. Yeah, we're straight up running out of stone to cut on the map. Which would be an interesting problem. That does happen when you have a colony that lasts for a while and they're using so much stone. Well, no mech handler? No, I usually don't use the mech handler. They're really good. Just not needed. Yeah, because I could have a hauler and all that running around. But honestly, with your characters, once you specialize them, they'll outrun a mech any day of the week. Yeah, so Cookie's getting that all built. All that corpse out of there before it starts causing mood breaks. You like the hauler bots? Oh yeah, I know the hauler bots, the aggro bots, and the cleaning bots are all really good. Master work hat. Cool. There's still so much to be made, so much granite needed to do it. You can't change it midway. Yeah, no, it's fine. So many corpses there. Why is this one component that no one... Not one component, 17 components. No one will haul that. I couldn't figure out why. We need a freaking trade ship or something that's got some serious money who will take all this alpaca wool. I've got a giant mountain of alpaca wool to get rid of. What I probably should do is once we finish the current research, which I don't remember what that was, but once we finish the current research, marine armor. Well, heck, with marine armor with that, let's ignore doing more of it. And instead, where is my launching ship? The, transport pod. Transport pod needs biofuel refining. Alright, let's get the transport pod online, because if I get the transport pod online, I can just start hucking stuff at my neighbors as a way of reducing the stuff I've got here and keeping friends and all that. Canceling the blueprint allows you to change material. I'm probably not going to chance it, because I haven't canceled in forever, and I just want to, like, I feel like we'll be fine getting it done. We still got 22 days to get it made. I've got more than enough granite around here. I got to drill on granite down here if it gets close. And we still have 700 in storage, so we're not in a bad spot. And honestly, the failing condition on that one is also not that bad. It's just I lose 10 rep. No, Box, that's just out to the channel. Everyone's got those timers. Reminding people about stuff like their Twitch Prime and to make sure they follow. Because very genuinely, when you remind people, it's like, oh yeah, don't forget to follow. It's almost every other time you'll end up getting a couple of followers because people, you know, just forget. Like, you got brought in by a raid, you don't think about the fact you're not following. It's like, oh yeah, I am enjoying the content. Maybe I will follow. I'm actually pretty bad about not doing it when I should. Like, I'll do it usually at the end of stream when I'm wrapping up. But, like, as I'm going, I'm pretty bad about, like, not doing those call to actions very often. Because it's also those things that, you know, if you do way too much of it, can get a little obnoxious. There's definitely a balance to be there. So you got 3 days until you can try the high mate again for some stuff. Alright. I'm honestly surprised. So we still haven't had a metal horror. This is honestly one of the latest I've gone into a round without metal horror. We also haven't had a revenant. Usually I've had these two by now. So that's one of the things that's been a little bit of a head scratcher. You miss streaming and having the time? Yeah. It is a whole thing. Alright. I'm half tempted to turn off one of these benches so that they actually start using the ground penetrating scanner more. I think I'm gonna actually do that. Because the research, I'm not as worried about it. But, we can do that to start getting our stuff, because I believe we're getting really low on steel and uranium and plasteel. Those are things we're going to need for some other stuff, so I want to get them to at least start working on scanning for things. It's also possible we get more materials for other stuff that way. Like, basically deprioritize the research a little bit. And you're still doing ridiculous on your food, aren't you? Right, we got the alpaca. I've been just kind of letting them breed wildly. And food, we're doing pretty okay. So we're still holding at several hundred granite, and this is getting done. The big ones are these two stellies here. Those are gonna be big costs. The tables aren't exactly cheap. So we don't quite have enough granite made to finish all of it right now, but the fact that we're getting some as we're going constantly is helping. Okay. I'm really curious about... I'm going to prioritize doing that piece of stone, because I'm a little worried if they build the stele first, I won't be able to get to that tile to do it. There we go. I don't have to worry about that. So we're getting close to done. Then we'll be able to bring the geothermal online so we can turn back our smelter online. So it's a bioferrite fuel. Now we need the transport pods. Inspired recruitment I don't need because we're not recruiting anyone. Is there someone I could turn into a dedicated hauler? Probably leave it alone. That's fine. Probably leave it alone. We'll probably want to go and get someone to do that relatively soon. Just get someone who all they do is haul. It's really good to have, especially if you can get a like very fast runner and then a hauler and just cut them loose. Yeah, we're making perfectly good time. We got 20 days left. I've got one more stele, one more table, and just some random bits. We still got plenty of granite on the map to cut into brick, so we should be fine. You are having a... Right, you're taking so long to build that you're starving. Don't care about any clips. 2 days so our next one gets in. Entity escape on the Noctil. Alright, that's fine. Hey, Noctil. Cut the crap, buddy. I am prepared to cut you. Alright, so we did lose a Noctil. That's fine. Are you all getting full? Eject contents. Yeah, I'm getting to the point where we're getting so much work here that people are not having a time. Shelter for a night. Paralytic Abasia for that time. Yep, on Donkey Duff. Alright, and there you go. So we'll just run you down to... Alright, Stop Todd's already on it. Okay. Cool. So we can just take care of them for the 12 days. Or 18 days, whatever it is. That'll pretty much guarantee our royalty rank. Yeah, because... You're at 52, and I need 65, and we're getting 18 coming in between this and the other one. Exotic goods trader, yes, that's a good one. Alright, here's hoping for some really good stuff. Okay, so Nutrimine would be good. I love the Nutrimine. Holy crap, let's not take all that. Alright, so you can take that. Let's pop down here. Do we have anything we really want? Warm plus dark vision, toxic immune, slow. Okay, so we don't want any of the things here. Great bows, we don't care about that. Not worry about bionics right now. I apparently have a bunch of disruptor flare packs for some reason, which is not really what we're looking for. So the downside is, I do actually want a lot of Nutrimine, but I can't take that much. Let's try 300. 400. Okay. And we could go in here and give up a lot of alpaca. So we're going to cut down the alpaca population tremendously for a bit. I think that'll be good. And that'll give us a very large amount of Nutrimine to get our, you know, stuff to prevent us from getting sick. Yeah, we're getting the transport pods going, that's good. We got a lot of chem fuel. So my thought is if we get the transport pods online, we'll be able to get the transport pods and just start firing alpaca wool at everybody for a while. That'll bring our wealth down a bit, get ourselves more allies. So you got 17 days left on... Oh, that's not the right one. 17 days left on you. And then we have the 19 days in the construction. Alright, so this guy's gonna leave right before the construction's required to be done. Alright. So is Donkey Duff in a relationship now? Donkey Duff is not in a relationship right now. So let's see if we can't fix that. That's fine. Yeah, so it won't psychic bond. It's fine. I didn't think it would. But that's okay. So let's see here. So social, you're in a relationship, you're in a relationship. Sentient Cookie is not. You're in a relationship, you're in a relationship. Marcos, please. Not gonna get anywhere. Finch. So Flinch could actually get Marcos Please to hook up, which is interesting. They're gonna almost certainly break up, but sure. Flinch flirted with Marcos Please by exaggerating her own body. Marcos Please became aroused and agreed to become Flinch's lover. Cool. So we are compressing our use of bedrooms. By giving everyone to be couples within the colony who can. So we don't have an even distribution, so Sentient Cookie is the outlier, unfortunately. So my bad, Sentient Cookie. Yeah. We'll get there. Weirdly enough, with the way de-aging works, Mohan Rai might gradually get older, and then we de-age you down to Mohan Rai's age. And it gets weird when you think about the implications of that. It's best not to think about the implications of any of that. Oh hey, you should eat first, and then we'll have you hop in there. Break up, Flinch and Marcos, please. Well, I didn't think that was gonna last for more than a couple of seconds. I didn't realize it was gonna be quite literally that much of just a short one. So you got broken up with by Flinch, and you're totally just chill about it and you don't care. So let's console you real fast, because I goofed on that one. Alright, Luxury, take it easy. Okay. I mean, the relationship did last like 30 seconds, so I am happy to see that they got over it pretty quick. They were like, hey, you want to go out? Yes. Never mind. Oh. Okay. Which genuinely would actually feel pretty terrible. That's all slate. That's all slate. Okay, so we do have granite still around. I was getting a little worried there. So we've almost got that stuff. Let's see, I wonder if you can pop a age lower ritual on an old pawn to age up a kid. Probably. I don't know, I haven't done it. It could be that they're immune under a certain age as well. Like, the only way to know would be to test. Thin body. That doesn't do anything. Alright, we got a colonist having a baby. So we've got about a 90% chance of a good outcome, about a 1% chance of a fatal outcome. Go clean up the hospital. Do we have another baby on the way? It was just the one, right? Huh. And we have a healthy baby. Welcome to the colony. So let's name our brand new baby in the colony. Which is... Do we already have a Luxray? No, we don't. Luxray didn't die. Okay. The colonies all blend together, so after a while you're like, wait, did we have this person here already? Alright. We can go to you, feeding. Urgent on anyone. Literally anyone who can feed the baby right away. Please feed mom. Don't let mom starve. It's really mean if you let mom starve. Alright, so we literally have just this one little patch of wall here, a couple tiles of floor in the Stelly, and we still have 17 days left, so that's pretty much a gimme. Simple meals rotted in storage. It has been a long time since I've seen that message. The hay rotting in storage makes sense because we got a mountain of hay there. Meanwhile, animals, needless to say, we did knock the population. Alright, so you got a raid showing up. They're gonna prepare. So it's all melee. Okay, it's all melee impids. That gets pretty gnarly. So schedule, home zone. So hopefully you get up from your exhaustion before things get too far. Yes, it's all melee, and they're impids, so we can't do much like fire or anything to like restrict them. That's a good longsword. Is that better than the one we got? Yeah. So go ahead and get that upgrade on your sword real fast. Okay, so JD's back up. You're gonna eat your meal. You're gonna grab your gun. And it's about as ready as we're going to be for this fight. Now, our chance of being able to kite this is pretty negligible, so we're going to try and just hold our ground on it. Now, the last time we had an Impid raid rolled through, it was bad. It was much bigger than this. We had about 50 imps, and they were split up in two raids that attacked at the same time. One was just a straight-up melee raid, and the other one had a mix of melee and range, but was a breacher raid on top of it. So you get the idea. I'm kind of hoping that the three people running by will split up the group. Okay, so we can grab you. We'll put you there to try and get you to absorb some hits. We've got you there. You have the fire foam popper. Grab you. Grab you two. We're gonna keep Mohan Rai out of this one if we can. Okay, so it does look like a couple might be splitting off to try and go after these ones. Not that many, unfortunately. There. So we did cancel the one building, which got the guy to go other ways. What are you doing? You're trying to breach? No, you're going after them. Okay, so they did split up, not as much as we had hoped. So I'm gonna try to bait the fire breathing. Yeah, we're gonna try and bait the fire breathing on them. So we can keep them doing that. We can get them to breathe the fire onto the melee. We should be okay. I do have a fire foam popper right here. They're having problems pathing because of the fire. Something got broken. So I did break one of the tables, which is a bit annoying. So we get healing factors if we're willing to fight 41 Panther. Oh, hey. Stop. You don't need to go through that door. Well, we can get there before we can break the door, but I'm not sure we will. Okay. So none... Oh, actually, I take that back. One did survive. Oh, wait, I don't have a place for you to go. I was gonna grab them to toss them in to try and get more of the genes from the impids, but there's nothing. Is that in my home zone now? Yeah, don't put that in the home zone. Let it burn. Get those corpses out of here. Schedule on, restrict all of you. Yes, I did destroy that table down there. And then I had to cancel that one. So we did burn a little bit of granite on that, but that's fine. We can also go down here to orders. Cut plant there. And there. We're definitely going to want Cookie to get that closed off. Cookie's prioritizing that? We definitely want Cookie to get that closed off. Oh, blueprint's missing stuff? Granite and granite. Okay, and we got 5 days till next in there. Okay, so we got transport pods. So that's good news. So we can go back to just doing the marine arm because we can. But the transport pods are going to go to miscellaneous, transport pod launcher. I don't need these anymore. Transport pod launcher. We'll open a little hole there. Build the transport pod launcher there. And hopefully they get that all closed off and finished. But we still have... So healing factors is a really good one. And if we manage to close that off, we can make that part of the home zone. And literally we could just close the door and just let the army of panthers run around for a while. I wouldn't actually have to fight them or anything. We probably don't have enough time for that, though. I also don't think I'm going to take the time to make the implants for healing factors for everybody. Because it is a really good one. Like, a really good one to have that healing bonus. Because, like, if you get that, and I think it was, what, stone skin? Again, you can make your people pretty durable and bounce back from a pretty rough fight pretty quickly. As long as someone doesn't get domed, they usually come back pretty well. Okay, we can go Misk. Put the pod launcher there. I want to prioritize building this wall. If we accept, how long will it be? 18 hours. Because a plasteel would be good, or the healing factor. The cooking book would also not be bad. Get the last two. And that'll enclose this. Starvation on you, already being dealt with. Build the last tile. Okay, you're trying to build that. We're gonna try and close this off, because we get all of that done will be good. Also go orders. Cut plants out here. We did find steel underground, finally. You wait till the last minute to accept it in hopes that I'll be able to get down here and close that, and then get all of this put in the home zone. So that while the Panthers are running around, we can just keep working on what we're working on, not even have to worry about it. Okay, we grabbed it. Alright, so, they're going to show up in 18 hours. It's not going to give me a whole lot of time to work on it. And we have no acceptable food for the guest. That's fine. They'll figure it out. Or they won't. I don't really care. We can go here and say you are in the home zone. Worst case. Okay, fast running out of time. Anyone else able to do construction? Okay, you're cooking meals. And send your cookies on the walls already. That's good enough. Alright, so this is in the home zone as well. How much longer do I have? 10 hours? Yeah, I can get down here and get the last corner there. And then we can restrict everyone inside the area. We will want PS to slam that door closed. Okay, schedule everyone to the home zone. Because we're about to have everything get messy. Alright. Meanwhile, I'm gonna take a precaution. And I'm gonna restrict all these doors on the bottom side. Because this is one case that someone might go out that door and run all the way over here, as opposed to going through this way. So just as a precaution, slamming a bunch of these outside doors and saying you can't go this way. Actually do it to all the doors. Alright, so Manhunter pack of 41 Panthers. Everyone should be restricted inside our secure perimeter, and we shouldn't have a problem. But you never know how these things go. And there is a temptation to go bop that. Or to do a ritual thing. In case we get something show up that's dangerous, because then we can get them to fight each other. But that's another one of those things that's a little risky to do. I think we do it, though. Alright. Void provocation. We can have you... Alright, so let's poke it, because I'm kind of hoping we'll get Devourers. If we get Devourers in here with all those Panthers, that'll be one of our best possible outcomes. Pit Gate would be pretty bad, but manageable. Even the Metal Horror would be fine, we just stay indoors and don't worry about it. Oh yeah, no, like having little windows you can shoot out of. Obviously, there's mods that add that. For the base game, this is part of the balance, though, so because otherwise you could just sit there and shoot from impunity kind of thing. Oh, you actually did get knocked. This whole time that hasn't happened. So you should be up in a minute. Alright, what's gonna show up? Okay, for just a second there, I had thought I'd broken a hole in my wall, and I was about to be like, you... That is a little rough, though, because of its position. But we'll get there. So we only need 2 more entities to be able to have the anomaly ending ready. I will have to go out and deal with that eventually, but most likely the Panthers will have scattered by then. I just realized I cannot cut brick while we're trapped in here. Is there something else where I can draw people in? I could do the spaceship hack. I don't think it'll matter. I don't think the Panthers will be able to get there in time. Yeah, the Panthers aren't going to do that. That's just going to be left to be destroyed. I was curious if it landed down in this area and the raids kept coming. The Panthers and the Raiders would kind of take care of each other. Starvation on our guest again. Any other quests we can do here? We're not doing the ceremonies, because I'll just fail and it'll be forever. All the other ones have got to go places. So they should start either needing to sleep or to leave the tile relatively soon because they're not getting food. Because that's how I'm dealing with this one. Is just ignoring them. Okay, so meanwhile we have... Where are you at? Impressive construction has 13 days. Yeah, we're pretty close to the being finished with it anyways. Yeah, it's only gone up almost 10%. That'll be fine. They'll be sorted out one way or the other long before we have that. Why are you moving so slow? Oh, you're just wandering. So you have nothing to do. Right. That's fine. Okay, and there's the raid. They're gonna go trash this thing. And I don't think the Panther's gonna do anything, so it's totally fine. That's just what it is. So he should be leaving any time now. Because they've been here for over a day, so starvation should be a concern. Like, that one's clearly moving slower. Quest failed, don't care. Because even in failing the quest, I get components in uranium. So even in failure, I am rewarded. Yeah, why are you moving so much slower than all your friends? They're all cruising all over the place. Oh, I think it's because they're at the point where they're leaving. They've hit the level of hunger that they're just noping out. The others shouldn't be too far behind them. Yeah, so we're watching one by one as they go trickling off the map. But it should be a thing where we start seeing them go a little bit faster, because it's a matter of how hungry they were when they hit the tile. Yeah, so 13 days for you, 11 days for you. Alright. Meanwhile, really fast, we're just hanging ad break now. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to quickly do that, grab myself a drink and all that, stretch my legs, and all that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay. There's fuel in there, but because we pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, alright, get it out of here. Oh! There's apparently still fuel in that line? On the wheels, on the wheels! Yeah, we just turned around. Is that not how you turn around? That is the OSHA approved method of turning your vehicle around.
Jesus, that one was torture.
We'll deal with that in a minute. I don't know how to make you take off your pants. Destroy it all.
Hey,
I know this spot should be safe. Oh, okay. Safe from above, I should preface. There's probably another zombie that was chilling down behind one of these machines. Mayhaps not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some. And that's why you hold shift when you hear the noise. Don't you do that. Ooh. Well, I'm amped. Who's amped?
Because, like, I have to look at you, so it's nice that you're handsome.
Love.
Love. What happened to you? You lost to a guinea pig? What? Is the guinea pig still around? Panther. Friend. Buddy. You lost to a guinea pig. A guinea pig straight up ruined you. Hardcore guinea pig, I'm saying that much. Magic. The real money is over here. So how do you feel about this corner? Done. All right, and we are back. Okay, just snuck in a little bit of my dinner there real fast because I was getting hungry. So we just got our manhunting panthers. We're just kind of running around and just letting them stay out there. Because we need to get the construction done over here. We called in the anomaly, which gave us the corrupted obelisk over here. So it's only 2 more things we need for anomaly. When this is done and this guy's out, we should be ready for the royalty. The ship to stars just got to go there. We've got our research and our persona core already for the other ship. So basically, we got pretty close to everything lined up. We got a bunch of the panthers are starting to make their way off the map now as well, so that's good. Because there's no reason for me to really fight this. Half of them are gonna rot because of Scarlia, however you pronounce it. So a bunch of them are gonna go for that. We're gonna potentially get a bunch of injuries that don't do us any good. Sure, we'll get a tiny bit of shooting XP and maybe some melee XP, but there's just way more to lose than to gain. And I got a bunch of them scattered getting out of here. Yeah, and you're only at 60%, so we got time. We found steel underground, because we're actually getting some of that scanning done. What are you working on? Oh, you're smoothing the one tile of wall. Oh, you were scaring me, Cookies. Like, don't stand in that door. I don't remember which one this one is. I think that's the one that clones us. And I think the one that's got like the C shape to it, I think is the one that teleports you away. Either way, I don't care which one's which. Yeah, because you can't mine, because that's what it'd probably have you do if nothing else. All right, let's just try and get this sorted real fast. You have the baby. So a lot of them, when they wake up, they should just run away. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so these ones are all retreating off the tile because they're hungry. So I'm trying to just get rid of the others so I can start opening this up before this gets too bad. Open fire on that one. Okay, so schedule, unrestrict all of you. And go to our doors. And allow all the doors. Cool. Yeah, so we should be in the clear. They should be able to suppress this. And that'll be good. The last of them are just running away. Cool, so when they walk off the tile, that should be considered a victory. And then that should give us... I don't remember what we're doing that for. Oh, right, healing factors and a bunch of uranium. I don't really care about the uranium that much. It's still useful. But the healing factors could be a nice one if we need more time here. I can put a couple of those implants in people because they're really good. Alright, so checking on our quests. We have 10 more days in that one and 12 more days in the shelter. Okay, that's just the usual thing that says where it can affect things at a distance. We don't know which one it is. If it's a cloning one, I'm not even sure who I'd want to use it on. We don't have, like, usually I like to use it on kind of a jack-of-all-trades pawn, and we really don't have those in this colony. I think JD is kind of the closest because they could do construction or growing. And research. But we really don't have a great candidate for any of that. And you still need 2 more. Let's wait until we got that at least sorted out enough, because that might be the teleport one. If that's a teleport one, we'll probably want to go out of our way to deal with it. Because usually the teleport one, I just shoot the crap out of it to force me to teleport in en masse into the place. Right, how long have you been here? 25 days. So Flinch is either going to betray us, or leave, or stay in the next 5 days. I'd like Flinch to stay because Joyous is a pretty solid buff. Even though he's not I mean, he's... like, kind, beautiful, and joyous is really nice. Beautiful's a little annoying, but that's just all positive things. There's nothing to be upset about with any of that. The high social and shooting is good. having plants in there is not bad. The animals and artistic are a little lacking, so... Alright, so we got healing factor and all that, so we can have you quickly apply that for researching. And we got all of our uranium in. I like that you're apparently applying it in a research bench that's turned off, but you know, that's fine. Yeah, so all the ore we're finding right now is kind of way off on its own. Okay, you have tattered apparel. What's tattered? Your helmets. That's fine. They'll work out. Oh, you're doing slate. Let's intervene here. Granite's higher priority. We got silver just outside the base. Cool. Getting the last of the big stuff done here. Okay, so we're back in the granite. Yeah, so we still have entirely too much of the hay grass, which isn't surprising. We gave up a lot of our alpaca for a bunch of money. I still think I have a whole bunch of money laying around all over the place too. What I need is I need... Oh wait, you're built. Auto build the transport pod. Yeah, so you can have them build the transport pod, and then I'm just gonna throw alpaca wool as one giant mass at one of my neighbors. Start clearing all this junk out. Alright, growth moment on Mohan Rai. So we're definitely taking the shooting. Yeah, I'll take these three. Shooting, mining, social. Because social's always good, shooting's always good if you're not going to be a melee one, and mining. We don't got a whole lot of great stuff here, so we're going to grab great memory, because that's a really solid one. And then the other ones we probably wouldn't take. So... Oh, select 2 passions? Oh, I misread. I do need someone to be a dedicated mining person, so we're going to drop the social. Helps if you actually read what you're doing. Okay, so we're not going to worry about hunting, and you just became my mining person. Which is great, because I don't have one of those. So they'll start getting us some granite chunks to keep our granite going. And then the hope would be that we get steel or something inside our perimeter and we start plunking it down to get those materials. All right. You know, you got a decent amount of food happening. The big thing is I just need... One of the things we might be running into is not enough variety in the crops we're growing. How are we doing on our cotton? Are we just sitting on a bunch? I mean, we're sitting on a pretty good clump. Probably time I take one of these cotton fields, and let's switch this over to strawberries, just so I have a different variety of crops. So I have enough different things for making, like, lavish vegetarian meals and all that, because I'm just a little heavy on the corn. Minor pain because of your flesh mass lung, that's fine. Hide in room because you ate without table. You're getting pretty close to being completely out of granite out here. That's okay. 1 poison prisoner. So we could have Tony join, who still doesn't have what I need. We could get a ton of goodwill and all that. We get 3 pretty big raids. I don't think we do that one, because we should have our honor sorted. I don't really care that much about the goodwill. I'm about to have a giant mountain of alpaca wool that I could literally probably bury them alive in alpaca wool, so I could just buy their friendship. So that quest isn't really offering me anything but potentially things to go wrong. We're not going to accept or fail it yet. We're just going to leave it there and see where things shake out with this stuff I've got. Because I can always change my mind, like, because you attack, 17 days? That's a long time. Some of these ones will attack in like 2 days, and sometimes if I have like a really dangerous, the Devourers are coming, you might be able to trigger it right away and get your 2 threats to take care of each other. But yeah, 17 days. The odds you're going to time that against anything meaningful is pretty slim. So we got 50 there, and honestly, the rest of that stone should just wrap that up. I built these things for invisible creatures, and we haven't had anything invisible show up since I built them. No revenants or sight stealers or anything. Alright. Shamblers approach. A small group of 3 shambling corpses. What? Huh? 3? What do you know that I don't know, game? You've already hit me with groups of like 30 and 40 of them. This is a minor threat? I mean, I get that it's a minor threat, but there's minor and then there's like negligible. Because usually, even with like minor threats, usually I get a bit more against me. This is effectively just a free shard and some XP. Like, at first I was like, wait, is this supposed to be like a metal horror thing that they're deliberately trying to get me hit so they can roll up the metal horror? But that's fine. It's sorted. That's what it is. Your dog died, it's been a rough couple days. I'm sorry to hear that. That's never a good time. It's always kind of hard to lose a pet. We've got Steel Underground, really close to base. You think it's worse to lose a pet than a person? I could see argument for that. Because, like, a person, you have the opportunity to say goodbye or whatever, and there's an understanding, that kind of stuff. I could see an argument for that. Yeah, no, I'm sorry to hear that, man. It's not a good time. So void provocation can be done again. Probably gonna wait on that for a minute to at least know which one of these I'm looking at. If this is the cloning one, I'll immediately go to just void provocation again. If that's the teleport one, we're gonna escalate and deal with it. Entire just game by? Yeah, that's about what you can, like, pretty much what you can do in those situations. Let's wait. Oh, I'm out of steel, like out of steel? I mean, there's still a bunch up there. You just need to haul it. Like, I need a dedicated hauler. Anyone ready for this? Yes. So Lily's ready to climb back in the machine. Are you good there? Yeah. So Lily can hop on in to the gene extractor. You'll be going on vacation for about a week, so adventures will be had. That's good. That's a kind of good thing to give yourself a little bit of distraction, so, like, you're not just stuck in the funk of dealing with that kind of thing. Like, you know, be able to take your time with it. Because that's usually when I'm dealing stuff. My usual way is to trying to stay so busy I don't have time to focus on whatever it is. Let me process it at my own pace. Mad rhinoceros. Okay, how many are we talking? 3? Fair enough, we can handle that. You have the baby. You don't anymore, you chuck the baby on the ground. Alright, let's start working our way around. We will go deal with the other 2 rhinoceros. Yeah, it's been a bit of digestion. It's happened faster than you'd anticipate, but that's life. Yeah, that is one of the things when it comes to, like, dealing with loss and all that, that I've lost a lot of people, some very suddenly with no warning, and some it's been the complete opposite. And I've kind of come to terms that between the 2 of them, I would rather have the fast with no warning one. There's definitely a lot of negatives to it, but between that and, you know, watching someone you care about just go really slowly, it's not a good time. Neither of them's fun, neither of them's good. But I feel like I'd rather, because it's like I feel like I can't start working on it until it's said and done. Like, I can't start working my way through what I'm going through until I've hit that point. And so when someone's fighting, like, chronic disease or whatever, you're just kind of waiting to be able to start healing. And it's not a good feeling. Cold weakness. Cold weakness is one I might actually consider. It's 9 degrees is what the difference is. If I remember, yeah, 9 degrees, which is, you know, significant. But if I'm able to put something like very fast movement or healing or something like that and take on cold weakness is one I can probably mitigate relatively easy, you know, get our parkas, all that kind of stuff. Versus, like, you know, recovering from bullet wounds, you can kind of only do so much. Where's the ship launch location? It's on the cooler side, but not super cold. So we go way up here. It's right here. So it is brisk. Like, it's considered temperate forest, but it's really on that fence of being boreal. It's a bit above freezing. It's going to be a very long grow season. So it is a colder tile without being a really, really cold tile, but it's like, it's right on that fence where it could very easily have gone boreal forest. It is a very cold, temperate forest. Which is the reason I'm not plugging that into someone right now. How much are you worth? 1? I still feel like with the parkas and everything, what is your temperature tolerance? Well, that's comfortable. Comfortable's fine. That might be too cold for that. But that's okay. We're not urgently looking at that one. Now, for these ones that we've already been messing with, wait, Stop Todd's not changed? Oh right. So Stop Todd, what do we have for you? So you do plants, medical, social, and melee. All right. I totally forgot we're even working on that. That's fine. Recombine. So you're not doing plants. You can get the bad shooting. You can have cooking be terrible. So plants we need to deal with. So you've got 4 here. So we can give you... So I got the choice. I can give you strong. I think that's what we're going to do. So bad at animals, bad at shooting, bad at cooking. But you're going to get a boost to melee and fast healing. You just double check to be that's actually good. Yeah, because you had plants and no animals or cooking. Cool. So Stop Todd's going to get himself an upgrade. I forgot we had skipped him earlier because we didn't have as many negatives, and one of the only negatives I had was plants. Right, that's what I was going to say, is when I was clicking over to that, I can choose someone like this. So if I wanted to recreate this, right now this is just awful plants and then fast wound healing. If I re-implant them, it'll just switch to something else. Like, it'll switch to whatever the new one, and it'll wipe out the old one. If I remember correctly. Like, I don't believe it augments. I believe it replaces. With the exception of if you're talking like their baseline whatever stuff. So where is the healing factor? So that requires prosthetics, which I haven't done prosthetics yet. Alright, let's get the prosthetics sorted. You still haven't had a chance to do that. This is almost done. What is Sentry Cookie working on right now? You're working on the geothermal, which is fine. We got time. Not a lot of time, but we got time, because it's just that table, that door, and those 5 tiles. Another waste drop. So we can get a Psychic Reader and a Psychic Harmonizer, and some Plasteel. So the Psychic Harmonizer is really good if you've got someone who's, like, going to be predispositioned to be happy almost all the time. They'll you know, do that. The Psychic Reader helps with social. So the problem is, this is the one we'd consider doing normally, because I believe they have the very happy, so plus 10 by genetics. But the issue we have is the Psychic Bond Disturbance has got them permanently at minus 10. Which is not great. We'll see what we could do with that. Wait. Health? What's going on with health? Oh, that's fine. Donkey Duck could do it instead. Alright, so we got a big mound of Site T. You can take that. We've got a lot of Pentioxylin, so we don't need to worry about that. Components are fine for the moment. Plasteel would be nice. We could get the Cataphract. I can probably make that happen, but here's what we want to look for. So we've got Pollution Stimulus. Major Cell Instability is low-key actually a really good one for us. That's a really, really good negative for us to take on, because most of the negative things we'd have to deal with it, we can just use the healing thing to get rid of. Joy Wire would be an interesting one, because our person already has the bond broken, we could joy wire them and then give them the other thing, so they boost moods, and just have it as like the most upsetting and disturbing way of keeping everyone happy nearby them. They're just a beacon of happiness that's got problems. I'm not gonna do it though. What we're gonna do is we're gonna grab that, we're gonna chuck it in the bank, because major cell instability is pretty strong. Let's cancel this one that's being made. Yeah, so major cell instability reduces your lifespan a good amount. So you see it's +4. It reduces the rate you gain immunity, and it has a chance of causing cancer. So it's pretty awful. But when you can just instantly heal a lot of those problems, who cares? So with that, we can now give you very fast. We could go ahead and get those two out of here. So I still got 2 more. So we can have you heal stronger. I was trying to remember with the strong melee damage. I think it's literally just damage. Yeah, so it's just damage. Not other stuff. Because we don't want to give you awful plants. And we already have awful animals, so like putting this in here doesn't do anything. We're also at maximum complexity anyways. So yeah, we're going to get very fast runner and fast wound healing, but we're giving up the bonus damage, which I am absolutely okay with. Like, the bonus damage is nice and all. I'd love to get that in there, but very fast runner, I'd love to get in there more. So that's for Stop Todd. Let's see, Bliss Lobotomy, Sanguine, Joy Wire, Undergrounder. They're just someone you chuck into a wall and just let them make people happy. I just realized I forgot to do something real important. There we go. Okay, cool. Quest expires, we're not doing it. Alright, we got another geothermal online, and that means I could turn this bench back online. And then once we get that, I'll put a cremation station in there too. There's just cash. There's like probably $10,000 in cash just laying on the ground everywhere because they don't have a dedicated hauler dealing with it. Okay, so now we have enough of this so we can swap those out. We could do our fair thing. So let Cookie quickly get that done, and then we'll do our fair trying to get the bonus. Alright. And with that, we have a brand new title of Archon. And for those who don't know, Archon is the title we require for Royal Ascent, so we just have to accept the thing. And then we'll just have to make a bedroom good enough. So that means pretty much we've got ourselves locked in for dealing with the royalty ending when we're on the other side. So we got the ship ending ready, ship to stars would go there, royalty endings lined up. So we're just waiting on the anomaly ending to be lined up. And then once we have the anomaly ending lined up, we caravan over, and then all hell breaks loose. Then bad things happen. Then drama. Right, so we got that done, so now we'll do production. And what I'm going to do up here is we're going to make a granite furnace. Space is occupied. By what? The light? Is that really a thing that I can't build under a light? They're putting it here. We don't have any of the other benches lining up there. Let them move the light and we'll see what happens. Alright. Meanwhile, as a precaution, since we're getting ready to switch over, stop making dusters and start making parkas. Okay. And also, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nah, we'll leave it on 1 for right now. We could get a lot of money if I were to do that, but money's not a problem. I've got enough money to deal with. I don't have hauling. And I'm trying to avoid making my storage even bigger than I normally do. I normally actually make a much bigger storage. Okay, so load group, items. Let's go down here to alpaca wool. So you can actually handle the full amount. So let's go ahead and say 2,600 alpaca wool. Sci-T. Let's see. What else do you want to go ahead and put in there? Just load it up with corpses and throw the corpses at them. We can grab these weapons we don't care about. We'll send them a bioferrite sword. You can have my worn out flak pants. My shirt. We'll send over like 500 cloth. And we could send over a bunch of hay. Meanwhile, is there someone I can prioritize this? So Flinch does art and grind stuff. What we're going to probably do is I'm going to have you deprioritize on that. I'm going to have you become my hauler, Flinch. Oh, you've probably been here long enough that we don't have to worry about you anymore. Yep, so Flinch is going to just stay. Flinch is here for good from the looks of it. So in that case, I'm going to go ahead and give you a heavy SMG, and you're going to get an actual name. So that is going to be Rongor. That makes us all slightly happier. We got on our drone hack mission. And then you weren't a doctorate thing that we were preventing you from doing. No. We already got everyone's ideology flipped over? Yeah. I mean, other than the guests who are going to be leaving, so I don't really care about them. Yeah, so we got a big pile of steel over here I could get at. It's probably worth doing that. I will burn that every single time. Okay, we'll see. Yeah, so you got all that built, you got all that built, you're wrapping up this. Everything else is getting done over here. We moved the lights, let's see if I can't put this under there now. Okay, so that's the bit of information, is apparently I cannot put the cremation station under a light, so we can have them start cremating corpses just to help out with that. Meanwhile, we could grab Donkey Duff and have you go there. We're definitely going to need to do something to try to deal with the elite expectations we got in you. Meanwhile, you cannot afford remotely what I'm throwing at you. Take the revolver, I don't care. I forgot, we're still loading this pod. Let's not mess things up. We're getting things loaded in there, it's fine. Clean the kitchen real fast because food poisoning's happening. Okay, Xenogerm is completed. So this is the one for Stop Todd. Okay. Alright. So then for you, you don't have any things we gotta worry about, so let's get the next Xenogerm set up for our melee people. So shooting, cooking, animals, plants. Oh, we can take the animals out and go for the fast runner. That's already hitting our maximum complexity we can handle. So we are at the point now that we've been putting off for a while, which is to put a gene processor in here. I don't believe I have plasteel here, which will be a problem. Oh, I got a bunch of scattered plasteel. I'm not sure if we have enough for a gene processor, though. Meanwhile, you're getting really upset because you're ravenously hungry. Okay, you got that sorted out. Okay, so you leave in 2 days. And you're still loading that up. Alright. Oh, and you're moving really slowly because food poisoning. That's fair. That'll be good. That'll be getting a lot out of there. Once we get this, we can tell them to start burning all the corpses versus having them haul it out and having to go outside the perimeter again. So we can go ahead and delete that. Because that'll just be cremate corpses. Yes. Just all of them. All of them but unnatural and, like, fresh animal corpses. Yep, more food poisoning. Really wish there's a place I could put that worthwhile. Let's toggle the power off on the drill for right now. I just don't want them... Like, if it's not steel or something, we need the steel. My big hesitation with this one is just the fact that it's all this area around it. I'd kind of want to box this whole area in, because if I leave it exposed and wood, then they'll just keep having it broken again and again. It's probably... Honestly, we have blight. We'll take care of that. We can do that. And now I can move the drill out there. Okay. So let them work on that. We're going to need to... Something that I'm still waiting to see which obelisk this is. Whether it's the cloning obelisk or the teleport one. That's what we've been waiting on before I summon the next thing. There's the prosthetics we've been waiting on, so now we should be able to get the healing factor going. Which would be something we'd use extra materials on to give ourselves all fast healing. Did I make yours? Or did I get interrupted? I got interrupted. Oh, right, because I want to put down the gene processor. Which we have the plasteel components and steel for. Probably have the steel for? Yeah, we still have the steel for, but we're running low. Alright, obelisk type products. You learn more about the obelisk. This device has the power to duplicate intelligent creatures in theory. It can reproduce duplicates without limit. The obelisk appears damaged and unstable, so its energy levels rises unless suppressed. If it were to fully activate, it would go into a duplication loop, chaotically pumping out large numbers of flawed human duplicates. Marcus Please thinks he could probably safely shut it down to the obelisk, but this will need significantly more time for study. Cool. Now I can intentionally provoke it. So with that, that is one we want to keep. We do have unnatural healing. And unnatural healing plus this obelisk is amazing because it lets you just spit out free pawns every time it comes off cooldown, which is pretty awesome. So the question, though, is if I were to start duplicating people, who would we even want to duplicate? Because we've got plenty of growers. Sentient Cookie be one to consider because we don't have construction mining people. We have a couple people who can construction. So getting a mining person would be really good. And I don't believe we could do anything with the creepers. I'm pretty sure the creepers are ineligible. I'm pretty sure if we go here and choose duplicate... Actually, it's gonna let me? I'm down to try. Yeah, because I remember it was supposed to be... Did they change that? It used to be you couldn't clone creepers. Because I could start... I mean, we don't want to clone this one. But Beautiful, Kind, and Joyous... Obelisk Failure. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. So that probably did... Okay, yeah, so you couldn't clone creepers. I was pretty sure that wasn't a thing, but when it was, like, letting me activate, I'm like, can I? I'm down. Alright, so let's see. Looking at what we've got here... What is our most all-arounder pawn? JD2v0 is a pretty all-arounder pawn. The Tortured Artist is pretty terrible as incapable of social, but they're tough, kind, and they have plants, construction, shooting, and all of that. So I think that might be who we go for. So I think I'm going to make that happen. This is usually where we want to get, like, one of the kids to adulthood. Because you can have, like, a designer pawn with just a ridiculous number of passions. I'm gonna do it. Welcome to having two of you around, JD. Well, the other JD sucks. The other JD's a big old jerk. Here, you can just stay out of it. Well, Burst Clone was not a winner. JD cloned themselves, got in a fight with themselves, and then killed themselves. Because it has a whole bunch of different possibilities. Like, a lot of times you'll actually get, like, health problems out of it. Oh, yeah, you. You're... Yeah, you don't have a natural mood bonus to you, I don't think. But you are pretty happy. We'll leave it alone. The gold can be useful. Okay, where did it put the waste packs? That's actually not a great place for it. I'm gonna let it sit there anyways, though. But we might have to deal with some stuff out of that. Meanwhile... You can go ahead and haul that inside. We got some gold and all that for making implants and whatnot. Well, for making advanced components, I believe, take gold. Yeah, when those start popping, that's going to be a bad time, but that's okay. That's a later me problem. I don't care about that. Later me can deal with later me problems. Okay, and it did look like we needed even more stuff, so we're going to go over here. I'm going to actually choose rice on that one. So we're cutting way back at our cotton production, and we're going to be making more rice and strawberries so we can make more, like, lavish meals and all that kind of stuff. The alpaca population should be starting to build up again. So we'll start getting more meat into the roster. So loading is still in progress. And we peeled out a lot of the goods here. The big question is going to be... when it comes to doing the drop pod, how far I can launch it, like who I can get it to. I believe there was Empire. Rewarded defense. Let's see. You want to save your caravans, they will send a group of imps that it's going to be all of that. And they're basically, ooh, Gene Strong Crafting. Gene Strong Crafting. So it's going to be a group that's almost entirely archers, which should be pretty easy for us to handle in our existing defenses. Because they'll come in here and just feed themselves into the grinder. The shuttle has arrived, which is perfect. Get this person out of my colony. But then we can put ourselves inside our perimeter. Cool. And we get that sorted out, so zone, home, and boom, bills, add cremate corpse, due forever details if it is not fresh. Yeah, if it's not fresh, just cremate it. Boom, cremate corpse, due forever details if it is human-like and is not a colonist. And then we can leave that alone for now. And so with that, we should stop dragging corpses all over the place and just burn them. Okay, so they've got that sorted. They're going to get that light turned on. And then with that, that should be the end of what we got going on there. Okay, so what we're going to go ahead and do is I am going to accept this. We are going to get attacked in about 2 days. And then honestly, just because I'm worried about forgetting, we can just home zone everyone. We don't really need to go out and do any more brick cutting anywhere nearby. I could get this enclosed and get the drill on the steel. Probably, actually that probably is worth doing. We'll let them work on that for a little bit. We just gotta watch that when we start getting down to the 2 days, get everyone back in. It should be a straightforward fight that we just do here. I have noticed my door is closed, which would have ruined everything because it would have wall breached if I did that. This means they only might wall breach. What am I doing? I literally just want to... Come on, go here. Alright. One of the things I am considering is not for right now with the way we set up our defenses on this base, but when we go to the next location, do I want to swap my weapons? Because I am feeling like I really want to lean in and go a lot more heavy on the chain shotguns, but the problem with the way I set this defensive line up, which has worked relatively well for us, I can only put the first row as chain shotguns. Everything else is, it'd be too far away. Like, I mean, it wouldn't be too far away, but we'd hit in the middle of the box, which could be fine to just stagger the shots. But you get the idea. Versus this one, we're kind of taking advantage of different ranges and the benefits and cons of each range. Alright. Do we have someone else who could be a cook? That would be another argument for cloning, is just cloning our cook. so I have 2 cooks. Either way, it was a hostile one, so it would have died, so it doesn't matter. Right, we took you... Who do we take? Yeah, we took Rongor off of focusing on, the other stuff. Okay, so Rongor is still loading this thing up. Little by little. Just get as much junk out of here as we can. Oh hey, the fair, that's right. I almost forgot about the fair. Yep. We're gonna have a party just to have a party. Because the desire to party is a good enough reason to party. Okay, so we had a fun event. Love to see it. Everyone's gonna get a mood bonus. Why is there hay in here? Don't put the hay in the freezer. Oh, hey man, don't do that. I set you to corpses, yes. Fresh or rotten, yes. You go down there and hold that one. Okay, we got a heat wave. Quests, we're at 1.2 days, so I almost forgot. So get everyone in here. We didn't get that enclosed. That's A-okay by me. Make sure all the stuff's zoned home that should be. Cool. So very soon we're going to have the attack. Unfortunately, we are having a heat wave, which is going to hurt us and not going to have any meaningful impact on the impids. But this is an attack I feel pretty comfortable about. Rhinoceros Shamblers. A group of shambling, rotting rhinoceros corpses are approaching. They'll wander through the area. I didn't realize they could be specific animal shamblers. Well, depending on where the raid comes in, that could potentially take care of itself. Probably unlikely. Yeah, so we got less than a fifth of a day before this raid gets here. Kind of hoping they do show up over here on the left side or up there, and that they duke it out, because that'd just be fun to watch. I feel like the impids would actually do pretty okay with the fire. Alright, any second now. What's your deal? You're upset because you're hot. Okay, so it's 22 people, all of them ranged. Was attacks immediately, or are they going to prepare? They are going to prepare. That's perfect. That gives more opportunity for factions to see each other. Okay, so you can't finish. We will launch the pod. And we can boost them by 169 reputation. Because we're just sending, like, 50,000 worth of alpaca wool at them. Enemy is now neutral. And almost enough to jump them all the way from full-on enemy to allied. Not quite, but very close. Okay, everyone take a quick 2-second freezer dive. As the heat the stroke fall off real quick. Yeah, it's fine. Just trying to get the heat stroke off from the heat wave before everything goes off. Come on, you. I don't think they're gonna engage each other. I think they're gonna go and just come right down for us. It could be if I close the doors, they'd go after each other. I don't think it's that relevant. But there's a small chance they might engage each other. Oh, they are splitting their group up. That's perfect. Okay. Get our melee here. Get the chain shotguns there. Get you two here. You two here. You stay out of it. Alright. Actually, I'm going to give it a couple seconds. We have like 20 seconds left of an ad break. I don't want people to miss the fight because this will be a fun one. Because it does look like the Impids are going to split off half and half, maybe to going after the Shamblers and half to me, which means they're just going to get absolutely shredded on both ends. I do think the Impids will win against the Shamblers. I just think they'll take some pretty bad losses. But we'll let that go for a couple more seconds, and... Alright, welcome back for everyone who got stuck in ads. We do have the Impids are coming. It looks like the one group is splitting off to go after the Shamblers, and the other one's coming after me. Got everyone already on their way in position. I am curious to see. I think the Impids will win. I do think when the Rhinos get on them, though... well, no, because Shamblers don't care about fire, I don't believe. Like, they'll take damage from it, but I don't think they'll retreat. Which is the main thing that fire does, is it scatters you. Yeah, I still think the Impids are gonna win by a fair margin. But yeah, they've already taken like 3-4 losses. Alright, sadly I gotta go worry about my own fight down here. So it looks like we got 10 in the corridor. And we'll see if we can't catch any of them and maybe get ourselves someone new. Iron Will, no dumb labor. Kind recluse, trigger happy. Delicate. Psychically deaf, great memory I can work with. But no. They died. Kind, nervous, gourmand, that. Yeah, none of these are particularly good. No one worth going after. Okay, so Psyformer. We're going to use that. And then this is the other reason we wanted that. Is strong crafting as one of the things we got in here. So that gives me options. We did get the gene processor, so let's go ahead and work on the next person. So we had Cody's gonna be our next one. Just melee, medical, and social is all they got going on. So if we look at them, so melee, medical, and social, so we can get the cooking, plants, no shooting. Major cell instability, so we got lots of stuff going on here so far as the negatives going on. We can pop in here and say We can get rid of that, poor animals. You're very fast. I still got 2 points to spare, so we can have fast healing. I still got a little bit more we could throw in there. Let's see. So we can add awful plants, but the problem is that adds the 2 complexity, and then I have nothing else I can do with it. Which I might still do, because that would reduce their hunger rate. Which is not nothing. We'll do it. So we're gonna need another one of those. We got supplies coming in. That'd be jump packs. I'm not doing that one. Yeah, it's fine. Alright. So they're just working away and getting all that sorted out. We've got this all being handled. We already handled the impid raid without any real problems whatsoever, so that's fine. So we're basically waiting on 2 more anomaly things. Alright. Once the heat wave passes, we're gonna pop the anomaly. Or not the anomaly, we're gonna pop the void provocation again. Because these are gonna get out of here soon enough. So we're going to work on continuing to up the genes on it to be good. Alright, so what do we got we can put in this now? Items. We can grab the not so great leather, the other leather, the sheep wool we collected at some point, the Sai-T, the pod. Oh, the blinding pulse we probably want. Oh, we already have good or better on that stuff. We could drop that off. Some worn out clothing. And let's see what else we can drop. I'm pretty good on the food stuff. We'll toss the twisted meat in there because we're not going to use it. And then honestly, we can keep the rest the way it is. Feels like it should get a lot more in there, but that's fine. Okay, so Heatwave shouldn't last too much longer. All the rest of this going fine. They'll be out of our hair very soon. I don't really have a reason to go after them. Like, I could hunt them, but they might give me a shard, or they might give me, bioferrite. Bioferrite I got just popping in constantly and reusing it constantly. And then the shards would be nice, but not really worth going after. Oh, and Donkey Duff can pop in the blinding pulse. Just to get out of her inventory. Okay, the heat wave is over. So we're gonna go ahead and pop in here and void provocate. We're not gonna wait. So we grab you, because you're the one at... No, you're the one at 125. Yeah, you're 140. So you there. 115. There you go. So we got everyone restricted in here, and we're just taking care of ourselves. We're going to try and void provocate. I don't have a particular one we'd want right now. A Revenant would be a nice, easy target for us at this point. Like, a Revenant would show up and just get its face pushed in. The Metal Horror would probably be pretty handleable, because I don't think we've done anything to make us eligible for a Metal Horror to show up in my colony in a long while. Which means, realistically, if we get a Metal Horror, it'll probably be a joiner will try and join us. And then it'll be a little bit too obvious. Devourer attack. That is actually one of our worst case scenarios in this particular moment. I think we can manage it just fine. This might be a scenario where it might be worth breaking out our incinerator. The question is, the Devour attack, that's going to probably be right in. Which is not ideal. And how long are you going to be down for? 17 more seconds. I need you up and running. So we can get one of them broken away like that by itself. We should jump on it and kill it before it can do anything really aggressive. Where are you going, by the way? Because when they group up, that's when they're more of a problem. Okay, so you're back up. Go get your crossbow right now. We need you on that nerve spiker. Where are you going? The door should be open, right? Yeah, the door's open. Okay, everyone else. Because Devourers are mostly a DPS check. Alright. So, the plan here is, hey, P.S., have you ever wanted to see the inside of a Devourer's gaping maw? Because, that's what you're gonna do. So, deliberately baiting the Devourer to jump on P.S. That's at least the plan. And the reason for that is P.S. can't actually do any damage in this fight. Or they'll just all ignore P.S. It's fine. Okay, so one Devourer down with minor acid burns. Alright. I was hoping I could get them to split up more. We probably can if I take the time to really move around a bunch. Let's see if we can't get into position real quick. We're going to probably be late to this party, which is not what we want. Oh no, they're going to have to climb up the barricades. That might slow them down a bunch. Cool, so you're going to attack the wall. We've got some flares. We're going to definitely want to use the flare. So it's on Rongor. Rongor just has that. And all of them? No, there's one more. You'll probably get back up in a minute. Okay, and then you two go finish that one off, and everyone else should be good to get back into perimeter. Oh, wait, we got one that got back up. That's always the thing that gets me in trouble with these, is they really do have a tendency to get back up a lot, even with like multiple brain injuries and everything. Okay. You two go down there, finish that one off. You should be in the clear. Come on. Okay. And you're still up there? Did you check it existed? Yeah. Alright, so pretty good. What do we have? The minor bruises, minor bruises, minor bruises. Yeah, so we got some acid burns on us, but nothing too serious. The Devourers are mostly a DPS check where they jump on you and you've just got to DPS them down before they kill the person inside. They can get dangerous since they do take people out of the fight. It limits your DPS. But honestly, with the amount, like, most of our guns here are more DPS oriented than, like, utility. With the exception of our Nerve Spiker. So we're not packing a lot of weapons that are going to be like the sniper rifle where we can hit from really far away or whatever. It's mostly stuff for just throwing a lot of damage into a target. Yeah, so the Rhino Shamblers are almost done. I've got literally one more. We got a Mech Hive showing up. Don't love that. Okay. 6 Lancers, 4 Pikemen, a Militar, and a Scyther. So this is all lots of range. On this particular one, I think we're gonna have you. Who do we want to? We'll have Rongor switch to the EMPs. Which I've already lost. They're in here somewhere. Okay. Another trick you can do sometimes is if I have a sniper rifle or something, I could potentially manhunter pack these. Not sniper rifle, but basically I could manhunter pack those. They could go after the mechs if there's enough room. Alright, so another round of all of this. We are just going to be holding them right here at this spot. So get Rongor in on this spot because we need you to be a little bit closer up front. But you're going to sit this one out. Make sure everyone's got a path. Because apparently it's a day for fighting. So this time we've got a lot of really nasty range coming in. I'll get you two... Honestly, get you two pretty far back here. So we hopefully don't EMP you early on. And just have you ready to sweep in. Yeah, so it looks like the Lancers are all taking a strong lead. The Pikemen are going to be late to the party, and somewhere in there's the Scyther. You should be very careful where you go, child. Please get the EMP in there. Please get the EMP back there. I still need to take these blocks out where you can EMP through the wall. Okay, so we got one pretty nasty cut to leg. I'm actually going to have you retreat out and let PS deal with you. I'm not going to need you in this fight either way. There's no reason to not just let you have the chance to retreat and get... Please, you're stressing me out by missing those EMPs and letting them get those shots off. It's a long corridor, it's really hard to EMP with there. So the trick is, if I take this corner out and I drop the EMP against this wall, it'll actually cover that whole area. So I could do this exact same coverage from the safety on that side if I actually set it up right. But I haven't. So I don't. Alright, so Rongor's fine. Grab the SMG. Yeah, so the only injury we had with that one is we got one good cut to the leg from the scyther. And otherwise all's fine. We can unrestrict everyone because those shamblers are just about to disappear. And then we do another void provocation and we get something new. Then that'll be all of the various ending stuff lined up. And then it's a matter of caravanning. Now the big problem is I don't have enough food for the caravan. But that's actually a mitigatable thing. Silver is not very heavy. So it could just load up a ton of silver for all of our alpaca and all that as well. And then just we, go hopping town to town and just buy a bunch of food at each one. Like it would be a manageable thing. Yeah, last year died now. Cookie armored up? Yep. Everyone's got their armor. Alright, sorry about that. Meanwhile, we still are working on our best to get biotech stuff doing. Do we not have more plasteel that? I mean, we were going to. Yeah, we got the plasteel. Well, actually, we're not running any bionic limbs or archotech limbs. We did have an archotech limb we did a quest for. And it was a really nasty impid raid, and the game trolled us by, while we were fighting the raid, there was a fire up here, and it dropped the Archotech limb, like, right in the center of the fire. And it very much was one of those things I'm like... What? Okay. Okay, we're allied with the pig people. So no more pig raids. Okay, so just need the components, and then we can go and keep that. Anyone else need to be inserted in here? We can put PS in there, make sure you're not starving. Yeah, you'll be fine. So we can add more complexity. So you already got you on the really good one, right? Yeah. Right, so that one's going to Cody, I believe. Yes. So implant that into Cody. Next up is Donkey Duff, who is our cook, but does not do plants or animals on a real level. So we can't do that, so we can do awful animals, awful plants, major cell instability, the fast wound healing, move real quick, and elongated fingers. Yeah, being on its own doesn't do anything for us. Wait, if I... Oh, it's poor animals versus awful animals. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, that works. Yeah, so we won't be, like, basically, fast runner, elongate fingers, all that stuff, it's fine. So that'll be for Donkey Duff.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? And we're just kind of knocking out what we can while we wait for this, but we probably won't drag this out anymore. I think this is one of those things that I could spend, like, if I try to prep it to be perfect, I will never leave kind of things. So it will be one of those things that we probably just load up everything. We see where we're at with it. And if we got to make adjustments, we make adjustments. So Lux right here is probably right... No, you got a little while left till you age up. Because we're not going to bring a bunch of the benches as much as I'd love to. Extracted, very happy. Cancel that. Recombine. Okay. So let's see. We're definitely taking that negative. We'll take the that thing. Oh, we don't have the very happy in there yet. Now we check. Major instability. Awful animals. What is very happy? What is the cost? 2? I would like that, because it isn't that 10? Yeah. Alright. So, you're my cook, so we don't give you poor cooking. You're shooting. We want the... You don't need to do plants. So we've got 8 points to work with. Moving fast is always amazing. And I highly recommend everyone do it. Guess that'll... Either way, it'll be 5. The fast wound healing is big. And very happy. I don't want to give you poor shooting. We could give you a little extra hunger. Because very, very happy makes people super manageable. Cold weakness is a decent penalty. We're going to a cold tile. So you're -4 shooting, -4 cooking. I wish I had one more point of something we could put here. I think we're just gonna let you be hungrier, I think. Because the problem with the hunger rate is that means a lot more of running back and forth. Well, no, I should probably make you our very happy one. And the reason I'm thinking we should let this one be very happy... Cooking is almost always good, in your opinion? The poor cooking? Because this is my cook. That's the thing, it's their cook and a ranged person, so we don't really want to take those. So I could see giving up the fast healing, which I don't like doing because the fast healing is really strong. I could give up very fast runner, but that's also strong. So you're gonna overwrite the high mate's genes now? We'll see. I'm gonna get the other ones first. So the problem is, like, I've got to choose between these. Or, you know what? This one I'm gonna take it. So this is our person who's going to be having the most mood penalties because they're going to be getting a really high title. So if I give them very happy, it'll help mitigate the very high title stuff. So it's probably worth, for that individual, allowing them to be the one that has the higher hunger than is necessarily what I want. If they're the cook, they like to be close to food. This is also a fair point. I didn't think about that, but that is a very fair point. The cook is the one who's probably going to spend the most time next to food. All right. And we're pretty much exhausted. Yeah, we've exhausted all our stuff for making Sai tea, which is fine. I'm not going to drag it all with me. Masterwork, black helmet. Cool. spending a lot of time cut. Oh, it's the power line. That's fair. We can go ahead and have our plant cutting, or our farming people just deal with that. Because, like, for overwriting... The one thing I find for, like, overwriting the other ones like this is it doesn't overwrite from the baseline. This is what I'm overwriting from. So if I gave them, like, better plants, we'd have a really bad metabolic efficiency. So there's a lot of tinkering, because you have to kind of, like, erase stuff off of them to make room for other stuff. So, like, I would love to take Lily here and take, you know, very specifically that slow wound healing and make it fast, but I'm going to have to come up with 4. That's not too bad. I can give them major cell instability and just swap those two. And that should be a break even on the metabolic rate and be good. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, because you now have the fast wound healing very fast, and then a bunch of penalties we don't care about. Because we can just use psychic rituals to de-age people as needed in the other place. Plus, once we get to the other side, I'm probably not spending a huge amount of time there any more than necessary. And we will be getting rid of a bunch of pawns by, you know, this ship goes, well, 1 or 2 people that aren't really good in the fight get sent off. That ship goes, okay, well, we'll send a, you know, someone off with that. You know, send someone with the Empire, that kind of thing. And then whoever's left behind will be Arco-Nexusing. Yeah, you build the walls, let them cut down the trees. Okay, so... your turn to climb in the machine. And then you should be up very soon. Okay, they're still making the gene thing for putting in Donkey Duff. Because if we close that off, we can make that part of the home zone. And that'll be useful for me, because then what I can do is I can move my drill from over here. There's a patch of steel in here. I can plunk it over there because we're low on steel. Disease lung rot on Rongor. Because there's all the corpses that have ever corpsed. Please, for the love of everything, I know I told you to put them there. That is my mistake. So you just do some laps getting rid of all those rotting corpses. Yeah, so you're almost certainly gonna get lung rot, but we're just leaning in on it. I'm letting you be maximum exposure. That's fine. You get it sorted out so no one else does. Okay, that's good. Alright, and meanwhile, the way we're gonna deal with that is, I don't think you should have lung rot. So I got 1 instance of lung rot off of you. Could you treat them? Okay, so we got that moved. So let's reinstall you. And then they could start drilling there. We can get this put inside our home zone, because now it's inside the secured perimeter. And lock the door open. And just run the power enough so we can keep the lights on in here for like nocturnal event and all that. Even though that probably won't matter, I've got only one more anomaly thing to do. Man, it's taking you a while to get that prepped. Okay, so all the corpses are processed. Yeah, it's just unfortunate I lost track that they left all those corpses up there and they just rotted. And the people running through it. Yeah, so like a whole lot of people got stink rot exposure. I wonder if I pre-chelt that, if that helps at all. So it was Rongor. Okay. Meanwhile, Donkey Duff, we can go health, operations, implant, there you go. Right, now's the one we're gonna let go higher. Meanwhile, we've got Cookie. And Cookie doesn't have anything we gotta worry about here. So I can go here and say recombine. So major cell instability. We can have poor cooking, awful animals. We're not gonna worry about cold weakness. We can give them the very fast running, the fast healing. And I think that's it. Was there? Yeah, because we don't want to give them the poor shooting. They are a ranged person. Oh, awful plants. So we can get awful plants for 2, and then make them very happy. Cool. And that'll be 1 for Cookie. Alright, and we are ready for the void provocation thing again. So you're gonna let that go just for a minute or so longer for Donkey Duff to be, you know, probably in the range where they get back up by the time the thing went. How are we doing on our book? Yeah, so you haven't had the Revenant, the Metal Horror, the Nociosphere, the Blood Rain, the Teleporter thing, the Golden Cube, or the other ones. We only need 1 more. I'm hoping for the Revenant, because the Revenant shows up, I will just dirt nap the Revenant extremely fast. We are just way overkitted for a Revenant at this point. I do need to deal with this lung rot, though. Yeah, we basically just have to keep them tended for 4 days. You have a pretty bad tend in that first one. It's at 27%. Let's, I got tons of medicine. Let's just bump that up. Let's play it safe. Simple meal rotted away. It happens. What the? Oh, it's all of these breaking. I completely forgot about that, so I just saw like the things popping. I was like, what? Yeah, it's fine. It probably won't even get into our perimeter. You want the golden cube? Yep. Golden cube is pretty amazing. Alright. So the big challenge is going to be figuring out what we're bringing and all that stuff. Alright, so you're probably getting close to being good. Yeah, so you got 1 day till you get back up. Let's get everyone dropping back into the perimeter, because we are going to be doing the void provocation to hopefully get our last thing. So I just want to get everyone in here. Yeah, you're still working on that. So let's go ahead and void provocate. We will have you lead it. Alright, let's get everyone avoid provocating. If we get one of the new ones like Revenant or something, then this is all done. Then we are good to Caravan. Because we've got that basically I've got all the honor, I just have to do the thing to actually get the title. And that should carry with the person to the next location. Alright, so we got that going. So usually whatever it is shows up about the time it takes your person to getting knocked down to get back up. We are eligible where we could get Gray Flesh because we did get hit by, like, basically, if it rolled Metal Horror, it will check to see if there's a condition met that would be an excuse for me to have it. Getting hit by those Devourers and all that should qualify. Or if we had someone new join the colony, that would also qualify. Or you can just drop that right in my, like, literally in my yard. That's okay. And with that, that means I have all of these, so we would be able, like, if we weren't doing the all endings, I could hit that button and do one of the endings right this second. But we are planning on abusing that for shenanigans elsewhere. So we are ready to caravan everyone out of here. We have everything lined up. Literally, it's just a matter of we would just take everyone and go as one big group. I do need more packaged meals than I think the 290 something we've got. So the way we're probably going to make that work is probably start dedicating some people to hunting to bring in meat so that we can make more of the packaged meals. And get a second person on to cooking. So I'll get you to help with cooking. Why do you need medical treatment? Oh, it's the lung. That's fine. Yeah, so get through the lung rot and all that before we caravan, because that'll be hard to tend on the road. We're going to get people hunting. And the reason we're doing that is we need more meat because we need a protein and vegetable to make survival meals. So we're gonna try and get a bunch of survival meals going while we're going through a couple of these more people with the genes and getting the lung rot. I'm not gonna try and go this very long. If we were to caravan from here right now, so form caravan, jump to, landed ship, right click. So it's 93 days to go across. So we grab everyone. Needless to say, the whole thing's going to lag every single time I click. There is a slight chance we might crash doing this. Because as you can see, it's trying to figure out what to do. Alright, I'm not going to be able to do that far. We'll have to do it in multiple stages, because I clicked that and we're waiting on it. I was trying to see the route it would take, so I think this will be like one of our first layovers. Yeah, so let's see. Jump to location, home, form caravan. So if we were to cut across here, it'd be 26 days to there, another 20 days there, another 10 days there, another 20 days there. At that point, it wants me to go up and over. Yeah, so it'd have a whole long way to go. Alright, well, let's just start with the first stretch. So we've got here, let's see how much would it take me to get across the desert. Forget all the Arfans, get across the desert to there. So that's 20 days. So if we grab everyone... Wow, caravanning, you really kill the performance on this. Alright. I'm just trying to get a feel for how this would even go. I do find it amusing that every time I'm ticking this box... Okay, it finally was adjusting with all that. So yeah, so with that, we would have it at 26 days. We'd, like, run out of food in 20. The things I would need to bring is the Persona Core would be coming along. The... medicine. The components would be coming along. Probably bring the books for the recreation side. They're not very heavy. Weapons, we would probably bring what we already have. Bring the silver and the gold. We'd need that. So that's more than likely we'd be bringing is something like that. Give or take, we might bring like a couple extra things. And in travel supplies, we're bringing, yes. Yeah, so we would bring everything. That only gives me 20 days worth of food is the big scary part. But that is what it is. But part of the advantage is, if we do it that way, with how much stuff I am bringing, each time we hit one of the towns, I could just sell some of the stuff, get a bunch of money. As we don't need the alpaca to carry as much, we can get rid of the alpaca along the way. We have the new camping mechanic, that we could camp and just scatter everyone to hunt stuff real fast. It wouldn't be ideal. That's the reason why it'd be good to get the pack. Oh, you know what? That wasn't taken into consideration. We have everyone assigned to not eat packaged meals. I bet you that food was not considering all that. Alright, so we got the atmospheric weather thing. There's nothing for you to research under advanced. Yeah. Obelisk study. Yes, this is the teleporting one, so I don't want to stick around any more than necessary for this one, because if it teleports someone away, I have to do that whole thing. But I can't just ignore it. So Donkey Duff is back up with the, with all the bonuses. And that's one going to Sentient Cookie. Right, okay. So yeah, so that's to be looking for all that stuff, so that would be good. So it's looking like we're probably tomorrow on the stream, which starts at 7 PM EST. We will likely be almost right at the beginning of the stream, loading up the caravan and getting everything moving. Because like I said, I don't want to drag it out to be like, I finally got everything set, I got my meals, I got all that. Because it's just one of those things that, as you can see here, luckily I've got medicine so the plague didn't actually take effect. But if we wait for everything to get lined up, we will never leave. Because RimWorld is not going to let you line up every one of your ducks in a row. You're going to be like, alright, I got 90% of what I want, that's good enough, let's get out of here. And I feel like we're in that situation. I can grab a bunch of materials, we can get out of here, we can start the caravan across the world. That's going to be rough, we're going to have to stop partway through to do a couple things. It would be good if I had some recreation stuff to bring with us. I can bring the books, which is not nothing, but it's not a whole lot. So that is going to be a concern where might have to stop, like, to, like, I could potentially see part of the way stopping, putting down a camp, quickly building, like, a couple of game tables and hoopstone and all that. I usually don't do a lot of the drug stuff. The Psy-T, I am not growing Psychoid anymore. I was growing, but I got like 8,000 or 9,000 extra Psychoid leaves sitting around, and I didn't restart it. Yeah, because the drugs are a very good one for while you're traveling, getting recreation stop to do that. But I'm not super worried about it. We'll actually hold on to a little bit of Psy-T I have. Was there anything here we wanted to get rid of? Get rid of fireproof. I'm not going to use it. We can get rid of warm. I'm not going to use that either. Okay. But yeah, so that's going to be what's going to happen. So yeah, so when we get on tomorrow, we are going to probably get just a little bit more packaged survival meals, and then we're going to start like the massive caravan across the map. The things I want to have sorted out before we do that is the lung rot to be dealt with. That's step one. I don't want to travel with lung rot. A little bit more packaged meals, and I would like to get maybe 1 or 2 more of my people to have the gene splicing stuff we've got. I don't want to stay too long because this warped obelisk, sooner or later someone's going to get teleported away by it, and once that happens, I have to just do the whole encounter or let that person die. And I'd rather not, because I don't think it's necessary. But then we're going to basically abandon. We're just going to leave all of this to rot. With that said, I was trying to think if there's anything else I want to grab, because I could grab the fire foam poppers and all that. I don't think I need to. I don't want to grab all the crafting benches. That is a lot of materials we would probably want. But I'm realistically accepting I'm going to have to go to the other side and probably set up at least the stone cutting table and all that. And, you know, it's going to take me a little while to build my defenses. And the reality is I'm going to have to, you know, plan for it to be like not a long-term base, but a mid-term base that I have to at least live at a while. So I'm going to have, you know, people cutting brick as fast as they can and all the other crap. That said, everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. It is getting to be about that time on the stream. If you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way here back in the future. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe and all that stuff, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you over there as I don't have a host ready. For everyone over here on Twitch, though, I am going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and seeing who I can find to drop a raid on.